was at 77, 76. We were holding $12. So something's wrong. It's all the way down here. It should be a lot higher considering the fact that we have that Bitcoin bounce. So making me a little nervous right there. The drip that I'm waiting for, which I was hoping that we would get it because we do have another. Yeah, I was hoping it would drip back in, but I don't know if it's going to. Google right now, nice move to the upside, straight up. Like if we can get anything, I wrote down 161.50 right there, thinking we could get back just now. I put the bid, thinking we could get back into this area, but it looks like that wants to take off as well. I mean, I came in here today and told the boys I think I need to buy something, and I was going to buy Meta, but again, that name. Again, everything's kind of the same right now. It's very early. I don't want to jump the gun on anything. Is there a name that's maybe moving that I am not looking at? Apple. I don't have it written down, but as Neil mentioned, this one was still underneath, so maybe a break there for Apple gets this party started a little bit.
AMD's very strong.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA.
Well, yeah, I mean, but NVIDIA is very strong too. If you look over, just going over some things that, obviously, when you wanted to buy dips, at this moment, you have to judge what is strong, what's at a level I'm going to like. AMD had support at the end of the day at 106. It's the only reason I bring that one up. QBTS, I'll get to it in a second because I just reloaded that. But QBTS, I think I missed the curl on that. I was pushing for it to get to this high and then look for it. If I'm going to short this stock today, I either thought it was going to be sell the news when the event was starting, or actually they were saying something, or it was going to be a mean reversion. There is no entry. The second it turned, it just dropped really quickly, about 3% there in a matter of a couple of seconds on QBTS. That's not a short that I'm going to chase to the downside. We'll see what happens next. Intel's the only thing we're in. It just came right back into, the close was 24.12, and this prior support level is like 24.06. Ignore the dark prick. Although this wick does give you the next resistance, which is 24.5. If it breaks out from here and goes green, I want to be out adjacent to that 12 to 15 area and then wait for a chance to load at $24.5. But the dip buy, oddly enough, if you're looking for one, it's seeming like Tesla wants to come back in here.
Yeah, I was just looking at that too. It's hitting on its.
Do I want to? Yeah, Tesla's right up there on the trade rate. I got Apple, Amazon are actually way up there as well on the trade rate. And I haven't looked at Amazon this morning.
Okay. Hey, interesting, Havana Woody. See, I knew someone was tracking what I was doing on the sticky note. There he goes. My top 10 mentions: Tesla, 50 to 60% Qs. Nice. SPY, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, GameStop, AMC, and SMCI. So there it goes. Thanks, Havana Woody. I don't know. I don't know
it's historic, but it's
that's
historical.
What I'm saying. Right. So he's actually keeping track. Wow, doing more work than me.
There's a time at which GameStop was probably every single day when we started.
Exactly, and that's why AMC is on there too. So
every day we were looking at those.
Thanks, Havana Woody, for keep checking that out. I mean, that's why I'm doing it. So again, mad respect to you for doing that. Okay, NVIDIA. I just put a bid on NVIDIA, hoping for it to come back in again, but like everything is taking off right now. Bye-bye NVDA. Like, you know, what's going to lead us in this next decade? I think that, you know, a lot of people are looking at the chips and NVIDIA. If we're going to talk about, you know, buying things at values where we want to hold for longer term, maybe that's the case. All right, man, everyone's favorite Walmart down another 1%. Like, see, I'm looking for names like this where it's going oppo of the market right here. So maybe, again, this could be wait for a pop and then the drop, right? The NASDAQ is still taking off here, back up to that upside. I'm not doing anything to Intel until 24.25.
Look at Micron.
So, yeah, I saw that in the chat. People looking at Micron as well. Alibaba was down. Oh, I could look at FXI maybe as Alibaba trying to bounce upside a little bit. There's an interesting level there for Alibaba. I'd rather see it up here if we look at a longer time frame. Again, we're not getting back up here, but we've seen Alibaba move $2 or $3 before. That's 140, so that's only $1.50 away is where you get that 50 period and an interesting level of 140. Everybody's favorite EV car these days, the Tesla models. I mean, people are now taking off the Tesla emblem there, which I just think all of this is really crazy that this is happening. But at the end of the day, it looks like Tesla tried to go and is not. So if you're going to look for a short right now, I believe this Tesla could be one of those plays up here around 235, 235.50. So I'm going to try to start it right now, just a starter position here at 40s and 50s. And then I'm just going to watch out to see if this can get up to 236. If the market continues to rip, I'm willing to take a hit here. So I'm going to go to 234. 475 for my next piece there, but here it is, man. It's a new position alert. It's Tesla right now into the account. So we'll wait. I'm gonna wait for that high to break. That is 236 flat. So if we break that, then okay. But right now, there it is, Neil. Oh boy. It's a nice trade already. This is what we're talking about, man. We're here to find winners for you. And there's Tesla, 70 cents. Sharif, as quick as you like. There we go. We're taking something from my guy over there. We get out of a little piece there on Tesla as it moves all the way down into 232, 80s and change. So here we go. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. Still early. Actually, it's 9:41. I thought it was actually earlier than that. So.
Yeah, we've got the first 10 minutes definitely in. I'm going to try to get QBTS here for the first time. It's made a distinct high and a lower high off of that. So you've got $11 sitting out there and $10.95 the local high. I was just sitting at 87 and always cancel first. And if you look to put in a new price and then try to get in a new price. And the reason you do that is so both orders don't get picked up at once. I've made that mistake before. So it did a little bit of a revert back into VWAP and put in a lower high. So once that happened, I'm going to give it to the prior top. And again, this is just working off of yesterday's resistance and wanting a pullback into VWAP on that stock. Back over to some of the strength that we've seen. NVDA holding, hit enter twice, there you go. Yeah. Holding well above VWAP. I thought maybe this on a dip or AMD. And AMD, it's a tough call, but I'm going to go with NVIDIA. It's essentially the same chart. You know, you're not really getting too much of a difference. VWAP here at 118 is going to make just as much sense as looking at AMD. So I took the first shot at QBTS. We missed that first reversion. We took it on the lower high, but if it breaks out the high, I'm going to get out, wait for some actual news to come in, but I want to play mean revert on this because we couldn't get that dip buy. I like the 950 long. I'm not buying something at $10 or $11 when I like it at 950. Got to have an out first before I get in on that. So NVIDIA will look for the next available dip buy. I think VWAP's going to give us an opportunity. As long as we're not at the top from yesterday, I think you've got some room to go.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of room. That's why we're just starting these shorts here to see if there is going to be anything cooking up in the kitchen here. We did add a little bit to our Intel, but again, we're waiting for a much bigger trade up here to see if we can put something on at 25s for Intel. We are approaching that level now. What up, Brendo?
Trying to get back to the highs here for Apple, guys, the pre-market highs anyways. Interesting, though, this is a little earlier from the information saying Apple streaming is losing more than $1 billion a year from Apple TV Plus, the plus side of things. So Apple currently losing $1 billion plus a year from the information.
Oh, but I mean, all streamers lose money that aren't Walmart.
Wars are over,
right? Like that's kind of the idea. So Intel, I got out. I didn't put my stop at 15 because I said I wasn't going to put it exactly at that. Well, the previous close was 12. But I said we get out and look for an entry closer to where we had in the afternoon. 24.5 to 24.4 were kind of the areas that we like. But if we get wicked out, I don't mind jumping back in off the close price. So if we close this as a wick high, then I can jump back in off that level. VWAP's at 23.9, so there's plenty of room to get back down to VWAP, but I want to wait for the next stop before we jump back in here, or give me the re-entry signal. One of those two things has to happen. NVIDIA just popped down into VWAP, bounced off of 18.2. So didn't quite get into VWAP, but close enough. You would like to see it test a little bit further to the downside. There's one stock I forgot on the list that I haven't gone over. I'll probably take a quick gander at Alibaba, because if the U.S. market's going up, maybe there's that dip coming into the Chinese names. I did like a 135 on Alibaba. But if we get back to 119, I'm going to look for some out here in front on NVIDIA, and then go back to buying the dip in front of the volume-weighted average price, which I'm going to try saying the whole thing a few more times, because I've been told I say VWAP a lot. Because we have only a few indicators on here. Like, what else am I going to say? Someone said yesterday that we should do a mashup of every time I said VWAP. I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yeah,
it's a good indicator. Look at VWAP on NVIDIA yesterday.
Yeah, we don't.
Where would you buy that? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we should do those things. Yeah, no, I don't know. Good suggestion, though. We're having some fun.
Well, yours
here.
could be sticky.
Yeah,
Cerise could be bamboozle.
Yeah, because
weasel.
I mean, Yeah, it's cool to do that. I mean, that's why I was saying thanks to Havana Woody for doing some of that stuff. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, trying to be, you know, a little reasonable with our strategies, right? And I think that, like as Neil mentioned, I mean, if you're going to look at VWAP, then that's going to be a pretty primary strategy and something that we're going to talk about all of the time. But okay, so averaging in, here we go, man. I mean, we're into Tesla right now.
That's not Sean's chart.
No, yeah, there we go. So this is 234 right now. We're short 234.10s. Yeah, we're waiting for a little bit more. We talked about 235. So if we can grab that short, that would be nice for Tesla. We just got 235.75. So here it comes right back into the money for us on Tesla. So, I mean, we're not giving anything up right now. Like I know Neil punched out there of Intel, but we're still in this name and we actually just reshorted. And it's too bad because there's that 25 fill. Bang, Mr. Roberts' neighborhood. We're in the neighborhood right now with a couple big wins right here. Man, that's a good one. Tesla's coming back in again. Sean, not too emotional, man. You got these winners on. Calm down. Okay, so here we go. It's a nice move. 50 cents in the money now for Tesla and 3 cents, a whopping 3 cents for Intel. But we just got 24.10s right there on INTC. 24.9s actually. Look, man, just trying to show you guys that you can make money in this market because there's a lot of people that are frustrated, and we did have Andy talking about some of those plays there with trade ideas and trying to scalp versus holding. It's all about just doing whatever is the most comfortable for you. So, all right, so there goes Tesla. We did get a little bit of a fill down there at VWAP. Look, man, we think this name can come in a lot. So we just took a 235 short out at 233.60s. That was that smooth dollar on that one, but it's a blended price. So we're going to have to wait to see what winds up happening. But a quick little 2 for 2 day so far, position pending. All right, Brendan, let's go.
Talking about Chewy here, guys. There's a couple of positive notes going back to the beginning of the week on Chewy. Nothing else as far as this one is concerned this morning, but just broke $33 there, up 2% for Chewy today.
All right, well, that dog has bite.
Well, we were sort of talking about the context of DoorDash needing Klarna.
Give up
and that they have like Costco and they got pet stuff. So I said if I got wicked out and you show me an entry, I'll go back in. So there's another wick top coming to the chart. There's a wick top on Intel at quarters. So I'm back. VWAP's at evens, I suppose, or 95s. So back down into there, want to respect VWAP. It rode VWAP the other direction yesterday. I can't see any reason why we shouldn't get the same thing. And NVIDIA has not pulled back to give a re-entry, still putting in higher lows. And the Nasdaq seems to want green here, and NVIDIA is one of the stocks leading the charge. The other one, well, some of the other ones that are trying to go, Apple is trying to break out, but it's kind of relatively weak here. It's been consistently at the top of my trade rate, but it's not really going the way NVIDIA is. Let's go to back to the desk. We got to go to Brendan, apparently.
Yeah. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed. Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with a concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today, origenics.com. OGEN, guys, on the NYSE.
All right. By the way, there's $1 right there for you on Tesla. We've taken that trade a couple times. It's actually more than that if you waited for 235, like we probably should have. But there's a lot of outs there at 233. So we'll bid again here if we can get it. But again, we're just waiting to see what the play is going to be for us right there. Neil just talked about getting in and out of Intel there. I don't know. I'm going to wait for 2450. So we'll wait to wind up seeing what's happening right there on Intel for now. So, yeah, we haven't reloaded anything. We got a grade out there at 24.10 as we talked about it. So a couple great trades so far on Intel. Let's just wait to see if it can happen. And then we're just kind of holding this Tesla. I mean, yesterday we took $7, $8 on it. I mean, I don't know if it's going to come through today. The market is really blasting higher right now, and Tesla is still not. So that's the one thing that I'm holding out for. Here we go, man. We're going to reload this a little bit at 235, as we mentioned. But at the end of the day, our out is 236. And I'm fine if we wind up net bet down on this. It's just a trade idea that I think is going to work. So may not work. If you don't like it, get out. But right now, we're in the money, 30, 40 cents. We just took $2. So at the end of the day, so far so good. But we need this to get a little bit to the downside here if this is going to work. So 235, one more chance in and around there, and then we'll hang it up. We are going to take some at 235.50, but we're definitely not like layering into this. It doesn't really have great catalyst today, despite it being down 1%. So let's go Intel, baby.
That's silly. QBTS broke VWAP. I got partialed and got nothing else. So it broke channel, broke VWAP. Yeah, there's no fills to be had here. There's nothing in the ear. You know the event's going on. That's frustrating because I was in early, and this is exactly what happened on Reddit yesterday as well. I was in early and out. Then when he finally broke the trend, I grab it under VWAP, and we don't actually get a full position. So we're going to try to get out in front of support, which is at 10.25. But that was a hefty flush. You're going to get volatility in the quant names today. We said that. So I want mean reversion trades all abound. So as long as it reverts a trend, I'm going to try to grab it out. I'd like to be able to add in front of VWAP, though, if we can. Looks like some buyers at the 30 level.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to get out on this flush for sure. Wow, what's happening?
Intel. I know you got out again on that, but there's Intel just tanked again into 2410s again. Like, we talked about this yesterday, right? And it was like, stay with your thesis for me. And that is that Intel, if it's going to be a number one trade here on the book, then this is what there it is. Yes, sir. We just got some 13s there as well. So it's not bad. I mean, we are obviously my whole day right now, just because of Tesla. I mean, we have more shares in Intel, obviously, as a $20 name versus Tesla, but we do think that Tesla, okay, come on, Intel, nice move back in again. The only thing that we should have done is reloaded that right there on Intel, but we'll see how far this can come in, man. I'm bidding 5s right now to see if we can get just ahead of VWAP, but here comes it, here comes it. Here comes Intel nicely cooking here to that downside. We'll check out, so we'll go 2 for 2 today, and we'll see if we can find you.
Another one.
And then maybe.
Another one.
All right, man. If Sharif, Neil knows, I came in here and I said there was one stock I wanted to buy, and that was Meta. But right now it's, thank you, Sharif, right there. And there it goes, man. It is just only up $16 right there. We don't have it, but nice move there for Meta as we continue to go higher. All right, Tesla's trying to go, but you know what, man? We were at 05s, so let's just take an 09. It just went to 07 on Intel. So we're getting slightly more and more out of this name as we go, but Intel, the banger here today, for me, and again, just a tale of different names. NVIDIA, I guess, continued to go upside there.
It's holding right now.
Yeah, and Intel was the tank.
Call it a barcode. Yeah. Not a barcode. Call it a bull flag. A barcode would be going sideways the whole way. I'm trying to get back offer just in case we get a pop back into VWAP. Is the trend broke on QBTS, and VWAP also happens to be the afternoon high at 1070. So zooming out, if we come back, I'm going to try and short this. The market's now going up. Well, I mean, the market's already been going up the whole time, and this is now starting to flush. I went over to see if I could pick up Rigetti on a short, but that didn't give an opportunity there. Whichever one gives me a pop, I'm willing to take either. Rigetti might be a better chance to get VWAP at 960. So QBTS or Rigetti, either one, we're going to take a shot at it. I just heard Fireflies going again, but that's not really doing much of anything. All right, so next trade is either going to be QBTS or Rigetti at VWAP for the short trade, reload on NVIDIA. We'll see which one wants to come in first, but a little frustrated, of course, by the fact that we weren't able to actually, this is not going to get back into VWAP, but if it does, that's 5%. But we weren't able to get a full position on there on the way back in on QBTS. So you can give me in early. It's not my style to try to hold it 3, 4, 5 points against me. It would have worked, but you do that often on GBT or QBTS, you're going to get yourself burned. This is now absolutely tanking at $10. Might have to look reversion the other way now because 950 is all of a sudden the level we wanted early. That could come into play.
All right. Thank you, Sharif. Much appreciated there as we go. I mean, here's Intel. And again, it's just everyone, as Neil says, is going to trade this a little bit differently. So, those of you wondering why I held and he got out a couple times, again, it's trading what you're trading and it's looking at what you're looking at. Like, I could get absolutely run over with Tesla. Like, if this takes that high, then that's not good. And it's like, you got to focus on what you're doing, because like, just because Intel drops down in like this, we missed some 24s right there. I'm going to put a 24.04 bid there. And again, just what we're talking about, I'm going to always try to stay strong to these ideas and what we're doing. And again, we missed the TQs today. Although we nailed the direction, obviously, with the long, I mean, we'll have to wait for it to come back. Maybe we'll have to trade some VWAP, but there's Intel, man. 24 to 24.50. And I said to Sharif earlier, it's like, I'm just going to write down some areas because I'm not punching out of these things. And I said that to Joe yesterday about the stop there on NVIDIA being 15 cents, right? It's like, you sort of got to give yourself a little bit of leeway. And I'm just finding that too, especially trading more shares. It's like, you know, you get punched out at the top there. If you're trading small, it's fine. It won't hurt you. But if you're trading bigger, you sort of got to wait for a little bit of action to happen. And we take that obviously from, we had Andy on today from Trade the Ideas that was sort of justifying that as well, and talking about how he's seen, you know, all the traders that he knows anyways are taking bigger moves. I don't think that that's necessarily true all the time, because it depends on your share size and the kind of moves you're taking. But like, you know, stay in the pocket. And we had written down, we actually did not even write down Tesla today as a possible trade, but we did look at Intel. So right here, I am debating even right now, because this doesn't seem to want to break through 34s. Like, that's VWAP right there. I'm going to take like 5% out if we get back into 234, just because I do feel like on a market bump here, I probably will get stopped out up here at 236. It's way stronger than I had thought, especially here with this little pullback in the market. I was thinking, like, I was like, okay, market, here we go. But it's like Tesla's not going. So we may have to go back over into the Qs and look there instead, because we're at that 19.9 level. It looks like, Neil, we're going to hold that level. So I do like the NVIDIA long that you have right there. So let's go see how that's going. But here we go. Come on, Tesla. Just give it up. Like, if this gives it up, man, then we're down here at 232, 233. So I just don't know. It's strong. They're holding these levels. There's someone in here buying. So actually, on that note,
we have a number in 2 minutes.
Yeah, we have a number in 2 minutes. Okay, so
wow, QBTS has no bid.
Yeah, QBTS. My long for QBTS is 9. I wrote down here 9 to 9.25. So we'll stay patient with QBTS. We've rinsed out a lot of Intel, man. Intel's going to be a top stock here today. So yeah, so far so good. It's almost 10 o'clock, but this Tesla.
Yeah, 90 seconds. It's new home sales that we're going to have, and I think we'll be likely to go up to the desk for that. Well, you just
break higher.
You just went over under the 10 level on QBTS. I thought I'd leave it in, see if we don't get picked up, but it tried to break back above. Instant dump back through to try to grab that. NVIDIA is at VWAP. I'm going to leave the order and see if we get it. It's making its bounce here. But if it loses that prior bar, like, I liked NVIDIA at 115, and if this is the kind of stock, we'll be trading it all day long. So if it loses VWAP, I can get back in when it reclaims it. I can get back in at the pre-market lows. I'm going to get some out at the local, this lower high, 118.6, and it's got to be QBT. Like, the volume here in QBTS relatively is nuts. So if I can't get short at 10s, the place I was looking for a mean revert long was going to be at 950, and that was just a couple of days ago where it caught a bid. So that could be coming in pretty quickly here. I guess at some point you have to worry about this stock halting as well. Like, who knows? Like, with as rapidly as it's going, down 8%. So here it goes. We might see this 950 very, very quickly. NVIDIA's trying to bounce. Like I said, I'm offering just around 118.60 or so. But yeah, this stock is getting crushed, QBTS.
Yeah, there we go for Tesla. So just like we had thought there, we actually did not average in until 235.50. So there goes Tesla, man. Slap to fail, like we said on that one right there. So it actually takes out that 236 and now starting to go higher. We have Brendan. Don't we have numbers?
I thought we're not.
We're waiting on the numbers. Okay, so as soon as we get those, we'll go back. All right, so I don't know what just happened to Tesla there. We'll try to get back in a little bit up there at the top. 236.51. Go to Sharif, sorry. All right, what's going on? What's going on, Sharif?
All right, here we got the numbers, Sean. So existing home sales, 4.26 million. The previous was 4.09. Existing home sales month over month, 4.2% increase. The previous print was 4.7 and negative, as well as the CB leading index down 0.3. The previous print was also 0.3, guys.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, I would just say I did get back into Tesla just to see about that top because I was wondering if we just got run ahead of that number. But at the end of the day, you know, we had talked about this looking really strong. So we just took a couple more bids there at 235.25s or so for like 40 cents. But if this runs that top, then we can just stop out. There it is and get out of that one. So there we go. We can now be done, Tesla. We don't need to be stubborn about this and sit in that trade. So, but wow, the market is... you know, talk about it was down there early, and then now it's just rip city right now. So that's great, man. We'd hope that we would get some follow through from yesterday. It looks like we are getting that. That is for sure upside right now, including Tesla, as that's starting to go. I'm still thinking short though. That was a nice wick to the top there at 237. It's just how much do we actually even want to? Okay, now it pulls back. But how much action do we actually even want here on Tesla? Obviously, we'll go 1 for 2, but bigger losses in Tesla than the wins are in Intel. So 1 for 2 and slightly red here right now, but we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. We're back in it, but very, very small. We have to play the top, if anything. On Palantir...
Remember, we're at 20th hour right now.
Yeah, I know.
They're selling up here a lot.
Yeah, okay.
NVIDIA has a 119 wall on it right now.
Okay.
So if you look at a 3-minute, you guys can see it on my 3-minute chart right here. Like someone, ever since it dipped into VWAP the first time, there's a seller at 119, and I'm suddenly reminded of what happened the other day. Was it 19 or 20? It doesn't really matter. I think it was the even $1.19 2 days ago, where it did an absolute dump at this level. That's a Fed level, but if you take away the Fed bounce, 119 has been a wall outside of that Fed bounce that we had yesterday. So I should be respecting that and trying to grab out of this. I'm going to get an offer right in here because they're stacking it up in the 3/4 mark and just try to play the gut. Because you're at 20,000, I think we get a dip back into VWAP. QBTS is just wild. Like the stock is so weak right now, so we're just going to be patient with it. If I'm going to end up in a reversion long when it doesn't seem to have much of a bid, let's wait for it to test the price. Because the last time I was down here, like it was a parabolic move down and reversal wicks to give you a clear indication of a bottom. So until it gives me something, like it's kind of setting that up right now, if I'm being honest. There's a wick bottom. I could be in this to the low, I suppose. But I mucked that short. Let's be real about it. This is just like Reddit. You mucked the long on Reddit yesterday, mucked the short on QBTS, because that should be a monster one, and it's not. It is what it is. I just got out of NVIDIA. It's at the 119 wall. Let's see if it can break through.
Yeah, no, that's what it is.
You can't get into this. No, it's the real problem.
That's all right. What is QB? I mean, look, I've already written down my level, so I should just put a bid. I didn't think it was going to come in, so let's just put a bid now on this. We were talking about 9925 for QBTS. So let's just put a bid down there and see if it does wind up filling. I did cancel it when it was all the way up there, so we'll wait and see if that comes through. Again, sticky note pointed out level down there on QBTS, but again, lots of volume coming through. You can also look at IONQ, could be another name as well there today.
Rigetti.
Yeah, I know you've been looking at Rigetti. So IONQ is actually holding 4 right now, up 0.34. AIFF was Firefly. We have talked about that again as well. So that's going to be a number to look at right there, 5,515. A nice move up there for AIFF. So we're going to leave Tesla alone, and we're going to try to look for something else. I was again, like Intel is like, we're able to get out of way more than half. We have about 30% left right now as we bounce off there. That could be a good retracement back. But there, as Neil mentioned, there's 20,000 right now trying to go up, or 20,030 or so trying to get higher there on this. I don't, as far as shorting this name, if we're going to look at anything, it would be the NASDAQ to short. I don't think any of these stocks right now really want to be shorted, especially some of these growth names. There's the TQ. So looking at a level, we had pulled back off of that level with the futures yesterday and the Fed. So that was 63. We sort of got to there and then dropped off at the end of the day. So maybe a 63 or so short for the TQs. I just don't know if the short is right yet on anything. I mean, if, Palantir could be wicking the top too. But that TQ's right there, maybe right there, just not enough volume for that exhaustion. I don't know if we'll get exhaustion volume candles on the futures though. So, all right, there it is there on Palantir. A nice move higher there too, back in. It looks like we should have maybe shorted some more Intel, but we'll wait for that for 24.30. Tesla, give that a second, man. Does Tesla still nicely cooking to that upside 236.50 right now for Tesla? AMD, I know you're on Intel, but maybe AMD.
Oh, NVIDIA?
Sorry, NVIDIA I meant. Yeah, maybe AMD if it drops.
NVIDIA's going to come back to VWAP, I think.
Okay, so that might be okay.
NVIDIA lost 119 again. The sellers are in control up there, as you can tell. Like, they're in control up there with all these wicks, even more so than the support. Like, it's a lot of buying up at that top, but it just can't seem to hold. So I'm going to go back in for a third time off VWAP. Qubits, sorry, D-Wave, I should say. I guess it's just a short today. But we said if it got to 950, I said if it got to 950, I would take a reversion long. It did a bottom tail candle, broke the prior bar low, so I get out when it breaks the prior bar low, and we'll move on to the next, which I think is going to be dipped by NVIDIA. The other thing that we got to watch out for is we know there's a bunch of other really strong chip names, and I'm looking over. It's a similar pattern in Micron and an AMD as well. If one of them starts looking stronger than the other, I don't mind flipping over. But until that happens, just going to stick with NVIDIA. Like, they're all just bull flags right now. So you just sort of want to buy the bottom of the flag, I guess, and then work on to the next. Bitcoin is really strong today.
Yeah, 86.
And I find that, you know what, if Mara was anywhere close to $12, I'm going to kick myself because Bitcoin is holding that 86 level.
Earlier.
I'm just going to quickly look over. Yeah, Mara's been a buy ever since it bounced off $12 if it gets anywhere into the quarters and the thirds. And it's been a good trending stock. So Bitcoin can hold up. Might have to throw this one on the list while we wait for QBTS to calm down or NVIDIA to give us a reload. Let's go back to the desk with Sharif.
Carvana, guys, strong today, almost 8% here, 7 3/4. Getting the nod today from Piper Sandler, upgrading Carvana to overweight and boosting that. We're actually keeping the same price target, 225, 7.88% Carvana, guys.
Is insane. Some Carvana, again, the retail sector pretty hot right there. Apparently getting littered with Teslas. But okay, so nice little drip down there into 24.14. We'll wait to see if there's anything happening there with INTC. So again, just that name that we're trying to work with right now. All right, so yeah, a lot of people still liking Tesla. Why am I seeing Oracle on the watch right now? Okay, I guess just kind of doing nothing there at these highs. Did Meta take 6 bills, by the way? Yes, it did. Wow, okay, so I guess we're not in that one right now. There's Meta, man. We were talking about all the levers that they still had to pull, and it looks like Meta right now, monster move, man. I wish we were in that one, but Meta pulling off of 6 bills. We wrote down 575, obviously right there off the open. The market's straight up, so if you are thinking about a little bit of a retracement, hard to blame you for that one. But yeah, look at that, $650 looks like a high. But see the spread, like it's spready. Needless to say. So you got to be careful with those kind of plays and make sure that you do have an appropriate stop level on a name like Meta, because that will run ya over. QBTS still doing that thing. NVIDIA, people talking about, still looking at 120. Is that what they're doing?
No, it's 118.5. It looks like it's on the pullback from 119. Still the same story on NVIDIA and all the chip names, really. They're all holding bull flags for now. So you look for it. You look for it. Like, that's what's weird is, here's what I'm seeing the same thing. We're breaking 20,000 upside, but like the chips that I'm watching, you're not super strong. So you got to be careful buying the dip here. Obviously, it's been bouncing off VWAP, so if it does, I'll look to grab another bid. But I'd rather get a wick entry or on the back side of it, not the front side over there on NVIDIA. For now, it'll be NVIDIA for sure. Shoot, there was something else I was going to... Before we go to Sharif, I knew what I was... It was Alibaba. It's just trending higher, but I like the pattern. It's a very, very clean trend. We're not going to see 135 for a dip buy, obviously. What's above that price, holding VWAP, it's holding higher lows.
Tesla, what the hell
So
are
this
you
can
doing?
give us a potential entry here in Alibaba. Let's go to Sharif.
Guys, 14 and a third % to the high side here. Coming up with some discovery, a novel source of genetic resistance against powdery mildew for strong protection against pathogen in cannabis sativa. The market likes that in spades, 14.5% in the green.
And they're all moving.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of people who've been like, look at weed this week. What's the weed ETF? What's going to happen? We had all these questions. There was no catalyst, and then all of a sudden the weed names are going.
Canopy got going early, right?
Yeah, Canopy went. I don't even know why the Canopy was going. So Sundial reported, and they cash flow
That's right.
positive. Sundial. No, I say that because people used to say stuff because I was always mocking Sundial, which was rightfully so because they would just dilute. Like, they were the Mullen of the weed space.
If you were mocking any weed name, it's pretty much been right.
It's the right one. No.
All weed names.
Sundial.
Yeah, they split.
Like, all the splits and
they had a disaster of a run.
So here's just to give you guys see live as we're talking about it here. Intel broke trend. Intel just put in a lower high. So where we got out of it the last couple of times, it broke highs. Now you're getting a lower high. I'm going to work back in and see if we can't get this one trending back. Because I think you're starting to see a little bit of a curl. And let's remember, it's still underneath the levels we liked from yesterday. So still willing to get back into this name to the south side. And as I said, Alibaba, we might look for a little bit of VWAP as well. Amazon's ripping, apparently. I really wish we had looked at Amazon. Unfortunately, it's all over my trade rate. In Apple, NVIDIA being number 1 and 2, but Amazon's the one that's actually blowing it out to the upside right now, up 1%. Yeah, there's another good stock. 200 in the 200 period moving average. Like, get them while you can. Because I think we're going to be, maybe in the next few months, maybe you don't hate yourself for not buying, but I think by the back half of the year, if you don't buy anything on these dips, I think you're going to be hating yourself. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, the market does go up. I mean, I think that we just had back-to-back 20% years in the S&P 500. So, I mean, to think that there could be a little bit of a pullback, I think would be pretty accurate, especially for a lot of traders looking to pick something up. I don't think you can go wrong right now looking at this market. But, okay, we're trying to be a little quiet about this Tesla trade. It's $1 in the money, but we've lost on Tesla so far today. And I want to thank Neil. I mean, sitting beside this guy, I didn't even realize Intel was doing this because I'm so focused on Tesla. So there it is, man. It's a big trade for Intel starting to happen again. So I just put some bids out, as Neil had mentioned, right there. I put out some 11s and 12s. I was like, you know what? If this market still wants to go higher, I do believe that we want to get shorter on this play, but we are still holding a decent amount of this as we go, because right here on our sticky note, we did have Intel 24 to 24.50, right? So that was the short that we liked. And guess what? I mean, that's exactly the price that we have right there. So far, so good on that one. Yeah, just still looking here. So a couple of our bids, man, like we reshorted. We got stopped out. You guys know that, man. It broke higher on Tesla. The longs have been completely right. So congratulations so far there today. But this day, although not really too young in the tooth yet, as we're getting a little old in the tooth here as we're approaching 10:30. It's only 10:15. We do have a move that could still happen here for Tesla, but as you notice, I'm starting to piece these out. Neil says you can be wrong, just don't stay wrong, and we don't like to be either one of those, but I definitely here taking advantage. We've made back half of what we lost on Tesla. I know that might not sound like a lot to many of you, but for me, I'll take that, man, and let's just wait to see what winds up happening now. Lots a day ahead, right? And so good trade there. And thankfully, we've been able to have Intel on the side for that break as well, if it breaks $21 or $24. All right, we missed this name by 25 cents. So QBTS, again, we could have been a little bit more aggressive. We talked about maybe getting a little bit more on the range trade of it. I had 9.25 to 9 written down for QBTS. It now looks like it does want to get back to the upside. And what? Looks, makes perfect sense, right? There's the dip down yesterday into 950. It filled again. So that's not even yesterday. Today's the 20th. That's the 18th. And then yesterday's levels are here as well at 980. So we got 2 days ago, 950 held, and held pretty good. So that could be a level to look at for sure there for this quantum name, 950, now that it's already showed us its face a little bit. I'm not getting that many things blasting off right now.
NVIDIA's coming down still.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin now 86. I mean, look, if this market comes down, I mean, we've got this Tesla, but I don't know if it's going to be good or not. I'm just trying to hold this out. Look at this, man. It's like I'm sponsored here by Trade the Pool. What's up?
It's all Raptors.
Yeah, it's all Raptors. Come on, Raptors, keep losing, man. I guess we're not getting Cooper Flag anyways now. I think we're like...
Yeah, well, the tanking is a little bit out of hand, like what they're doing.
Last place.
The amount of times that they're up...
I know. And we got Brandon
in the fourth quarter and then pulling their starters. I mean, you could try... I guess there's no non-obvious way to tank. I guess.
Oh, no, a lot of teams are flat out tanking. I mean, the NBA has a huge
we
problem.
are too.
Yeah.
And I think it's...
Well, no, but I don't think we are, though, enough as we should.
Oh, I think we are. Oh, you say we should be doing more.
There's a lot of guys literally benching everybody right now. We saw.
All right, NVIDIA is no longer looking all that strong off of
Tesla.
VWAP.
Come on.
So, like I said, I was going to offer off the lower high to get back into Intel, take the multiple swings at it. But let's see NVIDIA close off VWAP as we're battling with 20,000 on the NASDAQ, ES. I mean, ES is solidly green as well, but the big level right now is the NASDAQ at 20,000. So I'd like to see it win that battle before getting into any longs. I think that'll be the case. I do want to double check because the strong names might be better. Like look at Amazon, man. Like we're not even pulling back. NVIDIA pulls all the way back into VWAP, but Amazon's not doing anything to give you an entry. I'd love for this to be at the prior high because then I'd be looking for the long in Amazon instead of this bounce here on. We'll go to Sharif in a second on NVIDIA as we go back to the desk with Sharif.
Zeker, Neil, big miss here, down into that $26 area, was down about 8%. They reported an adjusted loss of 49 cents per share. That was worse than the street was looking for, 3.12 billion. That was a miss as well. The street was looking for 3.17. So some of the weakness here, guys, in Chinese EVs. Hey, Randy.
Look, man, Randy brings two at a time. Who would have thought? All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, yeah. Java. Okay,
You gotta have your routine. It's like you get the Coffee needs to be hot in the morning for me. I'm
that is
stickler about
sure.
that. Always have the Yeti at home.
I order extra hot, like when I go.
When you have a Yeti, you don't need it. It doesn't matter.
Oh no, I mean I have multiple Yetis. I mean I just don't drink coffee until I get into the office. Okay, so Tesla is ripping, and we just caught look at this move. I thought there was going to be a story from Sharif there about Tesla. So Yeah, no, I believe that. It just went up $2 straight, $2.50 straight right there. So there's that cover. We're just averaging in here to lower some of the risk because I didn't want to average 236.50 or anything like that. 238, that's our top. That's where we were going to get stopped out. So it looks like, yeah, man, we're not going to be able to turn green here today. Although the luck of the Irish is not helping out this Tesla name today, but it's only gone green. So I guess the luck of the Irish is there, I guess, for the long. So nice move upside there for Tesla, man. Your boy was completely wrong trying to short that. But we're still, because Tesla moves this much, I'm not using hundreds of shares every time. I mean, my final default has gotten to that level today. It's just it's not 100 shares, 100 every single time. So it's just we're trying to average in, get better prices. Right now we're short at 237. So we could just get out for flat right now and just say we made back half because we did. But at the same time, I mean, I'm trying to see if this wants to go down. The futures right now just held 20,000. So I really don't feel very good about this trade, that is for sure. So that stop is at 238, finite, and then we'll just slow down, wait. Like we said, it's 10:20. Maybe there's an opportunity there.
There's still time.
Intel, I did see in the chat, Intel's holding, and it is. So I just put another bid here at 15s. Was it 15s or 14s? 14s. So we are bidding some 14s again here. So if it does come in, let's get out. I feel like Intel should be going down. I don't really know why it should or shouldn't, but it's been weak. Yesterday was down 7 or 8%. Whatever a stock does is just my opinion. I mean, the chart and the action is what we trade off of. So we have to wait for that. And you don't want your opinion to definitely cloud. You want your opinion to cloud your judgment, but at the same time, not be stubborn about it, right? I mean, you want to be able to get in, get out, play the game the right way. And like I said, man, we did have Andy there from Trade the Pool come on and talk about trying to hold things for a little bit longer. I don't think that's the right way for your stops. I think you should get stopped out at a level where you're not blowing. Like I said, if I'm trying to lose, not trying to lose, but if my comfortable loss for the day is 1,000, other people's might be $10, then I would say that you would lose 20%. I don't care what your level of stop is. I try to stick with a rule of if my average day, forget about your stop loss. I think it's better to use the average day because everyone's stops could be different. I think if you average $500 a day, or let's just use $100 a day, then I think taking a $30 or $40 hit on one trade is probably a little bit too much. So, because you want to be able, as Neil says, and we all say, you want to be able to battle back. Because whoopsies, I just put a price target of $5 for Tesla right there. That was almost a keystroke. Here it comes to the downside right now. So that was a good idea to try to hold it. But again, this name's been difficult. So we're just going to have to keep trying to piece this out a little bit, piece by piece, here on Tesla. And oh boy, I don't know if Obi's in today, but right there, we do have a nice move down for Intel. Give me that dime right here, 24.10s. If there it is, we did get it. So nice move down there. 15 cents. It's amazing. We're 15 cents in the money on Intel and 15 cents in the money on Tesla. Like, we need to do a little bit better here on Tesla. So let's see if we can get a little bit lower. Okay, now we're 60 cents in, but let's go Tesla. Let's see, that's 236. Let's just put a bid there, right? This is all we're doing. Playing levels here today. So,
speaking of levels, a bid in front of 24 is going to make sense on Intel because it's very distinctly bouncing 5 pennies in front of VWAP, or like a few pennies in front of VWAP. It's been holding VWAP the whole morning. So I think on every single pop down, if you're not respecting what the stock is telling you, which is cover some, it can still flush through because I think if we lose 20,000, it's still red on the day and it's still downward trending if you zoom out the chart. But for now, it's still in a bullish pattern. So I'm bidding at 3 and then underneath VWAP for 1, and then we'll see if we get a bigger flush. QBTS is still looking incredibly trash. It just lost $10 again. Maybe they're just going to sell these all day long. But it hasn't broken the support at 950 yet, so I'm going to back away from that. The other name we're watching, it was a new one because we weren't paying attention to Amazon until everybody was yelling about it. At least I wasn't paying attention to Amazon until everyone was yelling about it. But this one is going to be on the radar. It does not dip. There's just no dip in this stock in the last little bit since we're battling the 20,000 level. I'd like to see it pull into the prior high. Just going to have to be patient because I'm not buying tops. I'm just not doing it. Let's go to Sharif.
All right, guys, Donald Trump going to speak at the Blockworks Digital Asset Summit, which is in New York City today. It's obviously a digital asset crypto summit. He's slated to speak at 10:40 a.m., so be on the lookout for that. And it is the first time actually a sitting president will address the crypto world at a summit.
Yeah, thanks, Sharif, for that one. So we'll wait to see, man. I mean, you got Bitcoin right now at 86.2 and pumping. We just get an absolute beast of a fill right there on Tesla. We got 236.11s. So that's that dollar club there. We wanted to take it. So this is what we're doing, man. Tesla, come on, man. Be that stock today. 235.75. I was just trying to get ahead of this fill that we just had right there, if that does come in. But look at the futures, man. Continuously pumping higher and higher and higher. So there it goes. I know we haven't traded that many names, but that's like on par for me, man. This is what I'm trying to do every day is just trade. What I find, you know, we'll look at them, but Oxy's also moving. I just saw, is it moving? I don't know. Like some of these scanners today aren't, okay, yeah, so it is moving. It does pull back into VWAP right there, so 48.20. I was just going to say, everything's going long, right?
Palantir's strong too.
Yeah, Palantir's strong. I mean, everything. We only had longs right on here besides Intel, so everything is fine. We were right. Our Spidey sense was fine on that. But we did miss that TQQ by 25 cents. Now it's getting higher into 63.20. We're trying to be as patient as we can with this name. I think I want to look at these levels. If we can get there, 63.80. I mean, 64 would be great, but yeah, that's that high right before J Powell powed at the end of the day and left there. That was yesterday, right? So here's J Powell coming through yesterday. Here's that huge move up into 64. That's the high from the day before. So this is the level that we're looking at, and then the flush. So I think we got to be a little more patient. We've already sort of picked our poison on the short side with Tesla. I know you're back into Intel right now. For me, for Tesla, it's a little bit of a different story. Sorry, for Intel, because we did not reload. We've only made one trade on this today, and it's just been downside. So again, we were getting nervous when it was low, but now Tesla is doing okay. Intel is doing okay, reverting just a little bit back here northbound. So I'm going to cross the old arms here and see if the frustrations in Tesla will sort of abate, and then we'll be able to get to the downside. Did you know that?
I found something
did you see Boeing? Did you sell that? Like, what are you doing with that name?
Oh,
this name had a 6% move yesterday.
No, I did. I did sell the bulk.
Oh, okay.
The bulk. There's a few names that I sold that I just like. I don't like them. I sold Rivian, which Rivian actually worked out pretty well, but Boeing, just a disappointing one. Let me finish that thought in a second, because SMCI, I like the long in SMCI, but suffice to say, when you're expecting a dip into the lows where it ramped up yesterday, it just didn't happen. But you're holding a nice set of higher lows. It's a slight trend from the wick top, So if it can close this out, which would be a 3-minute bar, holding VWAP, I'll like the SMCI long. But just to finish the thought on Boeing, it's just...
No, I was only saying because like I'm holding. This is a name that I have not dip bought, and I know you were looking at it. I actually had a bid at 125.
Yeah, it was one of those. No, when it lost the 50 period moving average, sorry, the 50 and the 200 period moving average, I just essentially dumped what I had left of it because I had recently bought it and it was doing okay. Oh, we're not even on my chart. Yeah, I had finally added back into it. Go all the way, come on, load. I had finally added back into it. And I was like, yeah, we're going to break out 190. It's like, okay, great. I took some out there, and then it couldn't break out 190. So when I just trailed out of the thing. It's probably okay long term. I could maybe get back into it. I just wanted that money. I wanted that money available for other stuff. That's the best way to think about it. So Intel's still holding higher lows, but I think SMCI is starting to set up for me a little bit. Of course, as I say that, let's close above VWAP on the 3-minute, and it's right back looking like it wants to not do what I would like to see. Descending wedge into a flat bottom, it needs to break that trend for the long here, but we know what happens when SMCI wants to go green. Let's go to Sharif.
Yeah.
Is Micron over 2%. This one reports after the bell today. It's already running up into anticipation of that report. Q2 earnings expected 7.89 billion versus the 5.82, EPS of 142 versus 42 cents last year. Make sure to catch that with the boys on the Market Recap show today.
Okay, thank you, Sharif, for that one. Yeah, Joe and I will be hitting that Market Recap show, so join me and my Jamaican Italian friend, and we will be having a blast on that show. Okay, so again, out a little bit there. We're going to wait to see what happens with Intel. We've got a couple ideas on board there as well. Disney at $100 was something that was interesting. We talked about everybody losing the streaming wars. I don't know about that. I do know that Netflix has won them. I did not know that Apple was bleeding $1 billion a year or whatever that was, that number that we had up there. Can you confirm that was $1 billion a year, Sharif? Was that story? That was this? Okay. Okay, so.
That's not.
You're right. So their service, yeah, we love Apple.
But that's what you don't see. How much more service revenue are they getting because they've got
streaming actually?
I don't know.
Did they need it?
You don't know the answer. We don't know the answer to that question. I just know that some companies don't need to make money streaming, and that's why, like, Amazon doesn't need to make money streaming, and Apple doesn't need to make money streaming. I don't know how true that's going to be of Disney, and that's why I'm a little bit more cautious about them. I think it makes.
I don't think Disney needs to make money streaming.
They need many things. But I think it matters that they hit on entertainment, because if they're not putting out quality entertainment, the brand gets hurt, and if the brand isn't what it used to be, then is everyone going to Disneyland? I had a couple of neighbors say they're no longer, and friends and neighbors say they're no longer interested in going to Disney,
Why is
Disneyland
that?
or Disney World. Part of it was a cost. Part of it's that just the kids aren't.
It's a US dollar.
Kids aren't. Well, that's part of it. But the kids aren't as into the brand anymore. They're not, like, they're into other things.
Remember,
and not.
How old are the kids?
Well, these are like Aaron's age. Like,
that's what I'm saying. So they're aging out, right?
Yeah, they are to a certain extent. But
like, if you're bringing your teenager to Disneyland, I mean, I'm not going to judge.
No, I'm talking like 8 to 12. It's not that old.
No, 8 to 12 is fine. No, I know, but I'm saying, no, I have not. What is Disney adults?
Huh? What is Disney adult?
I'm not Googling it. You tell me what it is. I feel like if I type in Disney adults, I'm getting scammed here.
Do not search.
Right now.
Nice try, Ramin.
Nice try, Ramin.
Nice try, Ramin.
Right there. Cancel. No, I'm just playing around. So that's why I was talking about with Disney about how they have different levers. I know they have the cruises as well. So on and so forth. Let's go, man. Can we have those diamond hands again? We did not reshort. I was waiting at 237.60. It went to 237.45s. So we almost had another $1 on that play. But we don't. All right, Intel making that move back down as well. So I just talked about Disney, asked Neil a question, and then sort of got sidetracked on the play that I was thinking about. So $100, no, that's good. We should have those conversations. Right there, $100 for Disney. I just wanted to, again, it showed up. You guys know that I like trading off of key levels, and I just think that $100 is actually lining up pretty good with the 50 period, pretty good with the 200 period moving average. So I just wanted to sort of think about, like, what is up with Disney Disney there at these levels, because just like Starbucks, where we called that sort of a play down, gave you 20% there in a week, Disney right here has been a similar fate to the downside. I mean, we had that huge move up, and then it sort of, again, gave us outs. And I could sit here and be like, I have Disney a long term, I'm never selling. But like sometimes you see these levels, right? And it's kind of like if I bought Meta today, which I'm going to do, I don't know about now because Meta's trucking. I'm never ever saying a play that I like again because I just get mad when I miss it. I came in and was like, I'm going to buy Meta today. Now up 4%. Maybe I'm not going to buy Meta today at those levels.
Not?
But I know, but 4% is a lot.
Intel's a VWAP.
I think it can. Yeah. I mean, Intel's an absolute monster for us today. I mean, it's always great when a stock works out. And thanks, Neil, for reminding me. But we're also $1 in the money. I mean, if you guys are over here trading with your boy, then you're fine here today. But Intel right now down at VWAP. Good reminder, Neil. I don't have my bid is at 24 even, but silly not to take something.
Oh, I just got exactly. It's been bouncing up all day.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to pick the bottoms.
I feel like it's.
Or are you?
I feel like we should always. We don't have to, but like make the lines on our charts the same. Like my red line is VWAP, and I think your red line is a moving average.
My red line, it's pink. It's 50-period moving average SMA, the best line you ever need.
Yeah, so I might move just to make it more uniform, because then we flip back and forth. But either way, Intel's at VWAP. I'm taking some out there. The market's starting to head right back in.
Boy.
I still want to have QBTS, but it doesn't want to get up very far. $10 looking like a little bit of a wall. I looked over and found Rigetti at VWAP. So QBTS is right, it's just kind of hanging off that low. But Rigetti, which I also paid for locates, they've been super cheap all week. It's not like we pay much of anything here at Real Trading to short these stocks. But I paid for both just on the off chance I knew they'd move around today. So you're getting a bit of a reversal wick on Rigetti, so I'm going to look to get in after this candle wick rejects VWAP, and we're going to go back up to the desk to Sharif.
Oh, yeah.
PDD, Neil, we were talking about this one in the morning. This one was down significantly. So we actually bottomed out about 114.5, guys. From top to bottom, we just knocked on the door of 130. A recovery of 13.5% intraday, and we haven't even been an hour trading quite yet. This one was an earnings loser, really depending on how you looked at the report. A bit of a mixed report, but now back in Positiveville.
Hey, look, well, what's up? I want to say what's up to our guy, Steve Gomez, probably in our chat room getting some ideas. What's up, Steve? Right there. Don't steal our ideas and bring them to yours, my guy. What's up to Steve Gomez, good friend of the show, of course. We welcome him anytime back right there. Thank you, Pro Day Trader, talking about how I scalp and second to none. I mean, I don't know. I believe in myself, and I like trading and I like scalping. And right here, I don't know if this is a scalp or not, but let's just props it up. Yeah, we're pretty. I mean, you have to be confident with your trades, right? I mean, this is why we put out. This is why Havana Woody tracks this. This is why the sticky note is the most touched social media posts that we have here, whether or not it's Instagram or anything. The sticky note, people have been watching it for a minute, and there it goes. We don't have Tesla on it, but we do have Intel, and this is a really great trade, man. Okay, now Tesla's starting to ramp up, man. We just got that 235.55 or 235 right there at the 50-period moving average, 235.70 right there. Look, I'm not happy with Tesla today. I mean, getting blown out. We had our most shares right there and got blown out right there. So I'm looking for this thing to come back in. I don't have any more bids. So if the market wants to fail, Tesla is back to zeros right now. Maybe, just maybe, we're on to something. So let's wait to see if that hits. And I think the trade of the day is right here. Intel. We only have 2 trades today, man. I mean, we're just playing the game, man. We're doing what we do best here. We're playing the game. We've got Intel on the short. That's printing out. We put down 24.25s, in between 24 and 24.50. So that's going to be a short there that we like. And I'm just going to wait to see what happens now with Tesla to the downside. And Disney, Steve J in the chat, man, good point. I am looking for names that have real good PEs right now, historically low PEs. Disney's is 18 apparently, which is nice. I mean, the market generally,
is that low?
The stock market's PEs are generally around 20 to 21. So if you can get anything lower than that in a company that you believe in, then fine. I'm just not sure that that is the company that I believe in the most right now. Another out, man.
16 I see, actually. That's really good.
Bang! Obviously, Intel today will be P&L number one for myself. I've only traded those two names, and we're up more on Intel than we are obviously on Tesla. But Tesla's trying to come in. I said no more bids, but I'm going to bid something out. We'll bid out. Let's bid out like maybe 20% of what we have left. 230. We've been right before and then gotten out and absolutely had a tank, and then I go, oh, I only have 5% left. So let's wait on Tesla to hopefully come back in right now. So Tesla and Intel. Intel's a great one. Oh, Netflix. Someone just mentioned, Neil, Netflix dropping. This is actually, so there's three names I want to buy: Amazon, Netflix, and I've already told you Meta. So those would be the names there. I know Netflix is way back up. I think its bottom was 850. Was it that low? Am I right? Yes. Ugh. Sure, right now? How about right now? Then scan that QR code below and make sure that you do be part of eSignal. Again, this is what we talk about when we look at charts, right? You need to have accurate charts that you believe in. eSignal, sure. Is it a premium subscription? Yes, it is. This is why it's your first month free. Go give it a shot. I mean, what do you have to lose? If you don't like it, then just cancel, man. Cancel it immediately. But go give eSignal a chart. Go give it a chart, that's for sure. Open up a chart if you're using eSignal.
Yeah.
And then open up your scanners and all of that, because eSignal right now, for me, is the real deal. And look what's hitting right now. This is why we have eSignal. I've told everybody here, Brendan, Neil, Sharif, everybody, we got to get on eSignal. I've been using it for 20 plus years. Look at this, Robinhood. We're not even looking at that. That's hitting at the top of the trade rate right now, up 2%. Now just replaced by AMD, NVIDIA, Palantir, SPY. Now you can sort this and have this curated however you like, right there, QBTS. So this is almost like a curated watch list for you based on what's moving around. Look at the bottom too, Neo, Baba, and it's not, they're like Robinhood now just dropped a little bit, right? So you're not just going to see names that are been printing, but you're going to see names that have been active in the market like this. Wolf is down there, Twist is down there. SoFi is approaching 13.
IWM, which we didn't look at.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot. They're changing again. There's SockSell. So if you're just looking for some ideas, that's the number one. It's not the number one. I like the scanners, the pre-set up scanners that I have. Again, 50-period moving average scanners, VWAP scanners, so on and so forth, like that. But at the end of the day, lots of stuff. You don't even need to be. I mean, like by far for me, like
it's very user friendly.
Right. Like I'm not like big technically into any of this stuff. I just sort of
you don't have to be
use it. That's and that's the sales point for it, right? Is that you don't have to be too, you know.
And I'll throw this
your
in.
own APIs or anything like that.
I can tell you from experience, they actually have good support. Like if you have questions and you need to go to them for anything, there's level 2 access, which I have. I knew there was something I was forgetting because a lot of people were asking about this yesterday. To me, oh no, what did I do? Oh, there it is. Keep messing with this chart. Let's NVIDIA death cross on the daily. I know I said yesterday I don't care about it, but a lot of people were like, NVIDIA made a death cross. So now it has made the death cross on the daily chart, the 50 crossing underneath. I really, what I hope happens every time I see a death cross is that you break out the local high, because I think that's a long almost every time. Like I think if you signal a short on the daily chart and then on the day trade it ever breaks that top, I think it's just a bit of a squeeze-ish level for a day or two, which I always like. So I want NVIDIA to go up, ideally. Just one thing, Rigetti came back to VWAP, pulled back to 45s, back to VWAP, wicked VWAP, so I did reload it at the same price at 52s, and if it breaks VWAP, we can get out. At the same time, QBTS is still holding on to the $10 level. Intel broke the volume-weighted average price, came into the pre-market, I guess, highs or whatever you want to call that, at 95, and is chilling out underneath. If this holds underneath 24, like barcoding, it could end up a re-entry. Let's go back to the desk with Sharif.
Meta, guys, rocketing up over here. We're about to hit 608 at the high of the day, almost 4%. They released a little news item here basically saying that they're going to rely on AI to be able to filter some of these political ads now with the possible Canadian election coming within the next few weeks, guys. Meta at the high of the day.
Like some Meta.
Every time I hear that, I'm just going to feel like I'm being trolled. I know I'm not. It's a good. No. I know. It's a good report. I just feel myself. It's like, I should have just put the market on open buy right there.
Sharif knew exactly what he was doing there.
No. I think Sharif has more integrity.
Whatever. I'm just playing. I'm just playing devil.
No, if I take anybody for their word around here, it'd be Sharif. So there you go. Shout out to my Egyptian friend.
See me? I might go find a story because Sean would know I'm joking.
No, it's all good. We're just playing around at the end of the day. I have so much
Palantir's breaking out.
4% is.
Nvidia is still battling with that same high. It did a bit of a wick into VWAP, but now doesn't want to seem to get into VWAP anymore, so it's looking relatively strong. Rigetti's still doing the same thing. SMCI, which I thought was looking pretty strong, it's still not doing much of anything. I feel like it's got the juice if it wants to go, but all it's doing is still lower highs. What happened to my trend? Like, did I really draw it that poorly? I guess I did. I guess I really did.
What happened?
No, I looked at my trend line. I'm like, that is horrible. Anyways, you get a better sense.
Horror awful?
Horror awful.
Horror
that was Shaq's term.
Yep.
Horrible and awful at the same time. So SMCI, still the same flat bottom.
Are they still doing that? I haven't watched
the breakout
NBA
top.
anymore.
I watched clips on YouTube.
Okay, so they still are because they had that contract
concerned,
thing there with Inside NBA or whatever they called it there. Chuck. I love Chuck.
Everyone loves Chuck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anything that's...
I love Charles Barkley. What I love about him is he's just so real.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't care. He doesn't take himself too seriously, and he just calls it like he sees it, right? It's so different from, look, I don't like Skip Bayless. Let's just leave it at that. It's so different from someone like Skip Bayless. And if you like Skip Bayless, you like Skip Bayless. I'm just not a fan.
Skip Bayless is more of a, like a journalist. Yeah, I was going to say, Chuck is just like...
Yeah.
Just for fun. Kind of like me, except for I can hopefully trade and not be retired yet, but maybe soon. Okay, so coming in here, Intel, Tesla's still $1. We'll wait to see if it gets a little bit lower on that one. But and also Stephen A. Smith, right? I mean, there's all these guys. Part of it is saying, the reason why I don't know the guys personally, but their business is all about
to get
clickbait. So that's why when I see like these guys and I see some of their comments, I don't know, but I like the back and forth with Chuck.
I feel like Skip crosses lines that Stephen A. doesn't cross. That's my whole thing. Like Skip Bayless seems to cross a few lines, taking things personal every once in a while to the people he's talking to. And whereas I feel like Stephen A. doesn't necessarily do that as much, but sometimes he does. Just one more quick note here. Well, it's not. You mentioned this. SMCI really close to making this breakout, I think. The support's there at 39.9, which I think if it loses that, you're out. You close this bar above, and I'm just going to get long giving it to the bottom. So finally, with the market blasting to the upside, okay, we're up 0.7%, but it's not like there's any red candles today on a 15-minute chart of the NASDAQ, so I'm going to call it blasting up. With this happening, I think you're finally getting some strength if you can break this trend and close above the trend line. Rigetti's not doing a heck of a lot, which I suppose is a good thing at VWAP. I didn't get the last fill down in the mid-40s, so I'm not reloading the shares that we got out at VWAP because it's a slight trend to the upside. And if it breaks out the top, I just want to jump out of it. But it really is time to get back into another long. I've only had the one. You just did it again. I'm not crazy. My trend line just moved on SMCI. Like I had redrawn it. I'm not crazy. You guys all saw this live. There you go. So you're going to try to break out and close it above. I think this is the next trade opportunity for me, at least, with NVIDIA breaking out the top and too close to 120 for my liking.
Okay, so what time is it? 10:44. We might as well do it. I mean, it's I don't want everyone to get super hungry right now, but instead of just talking about the same names,
I'm always hungry.
And talk about what's for lunch right now. So, all right, so coming through here today, I'm gonna actually call it up. And I actually told this to Neil yesterday. I sent an email directly to the caterer and said, I want more tuna. So I said that we had a good last time we had a good relationship and that we really did like that tuna.
Salad.
Tuna salad. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to. Oops, I need to switch accounts here.
I'm
logging as my other account to see this menu. So all right, here we go, man. Today is Thursday. This is a good way to judge a caterer, and in my opinion, anyways, especially one that's giving lunches, because today's what's for lunch is simply assorted sandwiches. So we have it marked down here. Neil, pick one of these: egg salad, chicken salad, pastrami, or turkey. I'll repeat: egg salad, a chicken salad, pastrami, or turkey.
Yeah, I'd probably go with the pastrami. I'm getting a salad too, so it's not like I get one of those, but I'd probably go with the pastrami.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's
But
about
I've never had it from the old caterer before. I'd probably from the old caterer, I'd usually end up with the chicken salad if I had a choice. But the new one, I haven't had any of their sandwiches, so I don't know.
Okay, so pastrami.
But I'd probably try the pastrami.
Yeah, I go with turkey on that one. I'd go with turkey. I mean, I like turkey. I like turkey subs right there. So, and it's served with crudité, with ranch dressing and hummus. Fresh baked. What is that word? C-R-U-D-I-T-E.
I'm not a ranch guy. I'm not a ranch.
C-R-U-D-I-T-E.
I don't know what that is.
Good. So neither do I. C-R-U-D-I-T-E.
Which is fine.
Platter of. Oh, here it is. What's up? What's up, Gemini? I think I probably pronounced that right, though. Crudité. Platter of raw vegetables.
So why can't you just say a veggie platter? I don't we're not.
Neil, it's trying to be fancy. My God.
I know, but we're in Toronto, and it's just you're sending it to a trading floor. What's the point?
There we go. Yeah, well, it's up the game with the crudité right there. And the thing is, where's that more you know, Ramin?
I ain't saying
nobody around
crudité.
here knew what that was.
Oh, I just said
There we go, man. If we didn't teach you anything about trading, which may be the truth, at least we've taught you a little bit today about raw veggie platters.
Just say veggie platter.
Charcuterie?
I know. We all know that.
Ramin, I'm taking my mic. Ramin asking us if we know what charcuterie is, trying to punk us live on air.
My daughter's favorite dinner.
I mean, you see this olive complexion?
That's what we love.
This is Italian, baby.
No word of a lie. The only obvious pasta dish that my daughter would want when we went out in Rome is she wanted a charcuterie plate. And I'm like, and she didn't always she's not going to like every cheese on there or every meat on there, but she'd try them all at least.
Boom.
And then when she finds a couple that
she
loves,
doesn't like olives, I would imagine. I don't think many kids are feeling olives. My kids aren't.
She tried olives and she tried black.
Yeah,
she's just not a huge fan of them, but she'll at least try them. That's one thing I instill. I'm like, I have no issue if you tell me you don't like something, but you cannot tell me you don't like it if you haven't tried it.
Yep.
I will not accept that.
Well, it's like one person's delight is somebody else's disaster. Like, you never know.
You just don't know, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm 100% down that. I will. I get upset at the kids if they don't eat something, especially if they've never tried it before.
You seen your boy Palantir right now? Higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, high, higher, high, higher, high, higher, high. Say that 85 times fast. And
Royale with cheese.
I love Royale. It's at the 50 period on the daily. It's breaking out the 50 period on the daily. Oh yeah, there's overhead resistance here. That's the only issue. So 88 to 89. There's a lot of overhead resistance on Palantir here. Every single dollar has a little bit of something going on with it. But that is a mean. So when that happens, I just don't buy any highs. Every time there's a dip, I think you try to get into some dips. Still staring down NVIDIA for a re-entry point though. We only had a couple of trades in NVIDIA and then missed the VWAP the third time through. So that's the thing. It comes into VWAP. It didn't really last very long. Next available dip, we are going to try to get into that. Intel's still holding. That's at least good because it's holding right at 24, which is still some lower highs. I don't need to be sitting there at 24.20. I never got that fill for the reload. But if it can start holding some more lower highs, it's now got a pretty good downward trend that we are respecting. Nicole Harris in the chat, I do not like mountain oysters or liver.
It's not like what?
Mountain oysters or liver. Liver, you know what? I don't like liver either. I always say I'm always hungry, but
I never really had it.
I don't like liver either. I've never had it done
I've never really had
and enjoyed it, to be honest with you. So I'm with you there, Nicole Harris. We're always talking about food at this time, which just makes me hungry at the end of the day. So dip by VWAP, NVIDIA, SMCI, break the trend because I wanted to be long any kind of a squeeze today potential for this stock. And it just keeps doing the same pattern. What I love about it is as long as it holds support, I think this trade is going to be a good one. But if it loses support, I didn't even pay for locates here to go short on this stock. So I'm only looking one way.
Okay, yeah. I should have, I mean, again, as an Italian, I should have had liver. I've had liver before. It's just not, it was never a popular meal in my family.
Nobody likes it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not. Is liver maybe the way you prepare it, or doesn't matter? Okay.
Is it? There you go.
Sharif's
No, I
saying
don't
it's
like it
a
either.
high cholesterol level. Okay, so we talked about Disney about 30 minutes ago, and since then it's just now up about 60 cents. Right back into the highs, talking about that Hyundai level one more time. So again, depending on how you're feeling about the market right now, that this is decent right now. Down on the day with the market up. If the market retraces, you're at some pretty key levels right now for Disney. We don't have Adara here today, so she's we'll hopefully be back tomorrow. Sharif's been filling out for the news, as is Brendan. So during the midday, we'll try to pipe in and give you guys whatever is happening. So get ready for that. A little bit light on the news today, anyways. Really. Okay, so Intel.
And then nothing from the quantum thing.
Yeah, I'm here.
When
Nothing
does it
from
be-
quantum yet, and we got everything in our ear, anyways, right? So we're right here. We're ready to go. If anything happens, we'll give it to you. But you know what's been happening? Fire off those cannons one more time, because Intel, man, the trade that we like, and I like, and Neil likes, and we all like it. We only made a couple ins and outs here. By a couple, I mean we have. Again, we haven't traded that many shares, but 36 individual fills so far here today. Many of you may think that's a lot, and so do I. I wish we had waited just for the 200-period moving average. But again, we had a lot of bullets to fire on this name. We were a little bit confused at why it was really ripping there today. The market and Intel was holding. Again, like the name, if the market gives it up, oh boy, I think we do have, and Obi's not here today, by the way. We do have a nice move to the downside. 23.85 there would be a decent level. That's where we initially started covering, back there at an earlier VWAP. So I would say that would be my next sort of tranche level to get out of there on, the more you know.
I don't have that.
Yeah, no, neither do I. I only said that because people in the chat are like, how many tranches are you taking and all this kind of stuff? I was like, okay. And yeah, Joe said this yesterday. I also, every day on the way in, I listen to Mad Money. So I listen to the first 10 minutes. So I listen to the podcast every day. And it's just the first 10 minutes that he talks about. I don't listen to his guests. I don't listen to his anything. But he gives like a little quick rundown of everything. Yesterday he had Jensen on. I didn't listen to it, but he was on there again. And that just goes back from watching it as a kid and just, again, value investing. The guy's made me ridiculous amount of money because I've been investing myself since 20 years old.
I watched Kramer.
And now that I'm 25, I mean, that was a great 5.
Yeah, okay.
That was about.
Come on now.
That was a great 5-year run we've had in the market lately. So my hat's off to you, Mr. Kramer.
25 was fun.
Yeah, 25 was a good age.
The best part about that age is like the healing factor.
Right.
Like you're like Wolverine when you're younger, when you get injured. That's the best part. Well, there's a lot of good things. Metabolism, but that's also the other thing. It's good times. No, I used to love Cuddle and Kramer, like listening back in the day, because I've said this before. I was the opposite. I was the
take what you get.
Polar opposite of Sean. Like I invested in all of the safe stuff first.
Yeah.
Like ETFs, indexes.
I actually just looked back.
Indexes and mutual funds and dividend funds. I did that first, and then I got into individual stocks.
Right.
But I mean, you just buy and hold it, and you're gonna be good to go.
My largest Canadian name, I actually looked at it. No, they're all. My largest Canadian name is the CDRs. Like I've been buying those hand over fist. But
I don't count those. I count those as American.
That's what I'm saying. So my largest actual individual Canadian holding is still Enbridge.
Same here.
And that was one of the first.
Every Canadian, they're big. Well, I shouldn't say every Canadian.
Yeah,
most of the Canadians I know. Most of the Canadians I know, the number one stock they own in Canada is Enbridge. Get some Enbridge. Pays a good dividend, solid
3
name.
or 4.
And anyways,
I like it.
I'm not. Why am I sitting there trying to sell it? We'll let Raheem the next time he comes on tell you how great a company that is. There was something I was going to get to that wasn't Palantir. Palantir's a beast. Oh, Amazon. That's what it was. We only have 5 minutes to go.
Never heard of it.
Amazon still hasn't dipped, everybody. It's not.
You dip, we dip.
It's not doing it. It's not doing it, but it is going to. I shouldn't say it's going to. It is highly improbable that it just only goes one direction all day. And I do think there's an opportunity to get into this, especially for this reason. It is chilling right now in front of the 200-period moving average. Of course, it could possibly break it out. That's another chance. But I think you get a dip off of this level. I don't know if I want to revert it because it's a strong stock, but every time I say that, it's like it's at a resistance level and it's got a pretty distinct trend. If a really tight entry ends up there for Amazon, I mean where you can get the trend break and not have to risk like 50 cents to $1, but like underneath that, then I would take a trend break. But I don't want a high risk short on Amazon because I want to buy the dip on this thing for the afternoon. Whether it's VWAP, whether it's 197, it's like almost don't care. It's just a Daryl Flinch liking it as well. Oh, we got a super chat we didn't get. My bad. We got time. Down to Sky. You guys are doing great. Can you please quickly analyze Target, symbol TGT? Ooh, yeah. This is where
I think it's holding up better than Walmart, but I don't know that to be true. Let's go have a look. I mean,
yeah, my only concern with Target is
great question.
Okay, like in the long term, I like Walmart better. I just prefer not having to find bottoms on things. And I get it. If you find the bottom, you're going to get absolutely rewarded for it. I would argue, I don't understand why it's so bad. I don't get it. Every time I'm in Florida, like I was in Florida last year, and at the beach, there were kids that choreographed a dance begging their parents to take them to Target. That's how much they love Target. Like, and everybody loves Target.
Canadians
that I know.
love Target.
But at the same time, look at the chart. So I don't necessarily get it. I won't pretend to get it. What I usually want to see is a trend break when it's this bad to the downside. So if you're not breaking the trend, at least this downtrend to give you some kind of an entry, I would say if I don't understand it, then I just try to stay away from trying to bottom pick it. As a value play, I'm buying dips in Walmart, which I've already said. So that's the retail name that I'm picking. But it's at good levels. But I'd rather see it try to break this downward trend. The last time it was down here, it went straight to 180. So I think I understand why you're looking at it. And you know what? If you take it here, breaking back out at, say, like 110, like the local high, you could risk to this prior low at like $100 or something, and that's a good risk to reward. It's just that look at the trend on the stock. It gets to 180, does nothing, right back into the bottoms. In the long term, the more I zoom back, it's just going to be downward trending. I don't like those in a general sense. You could trade it, but I wouldn't want to get into the long and hold it, I suppose, is the answer. It's at a good level.
No, when we were in Buffalo back in November, it was literally every single person wanted to go to Target. Like the girls, we went to Target. Everyone went to Target. And Target was my wife's favorite store pretty much when it was here, and then now it's gone. So
I don't know why it didn't work.
Sad face.
I don't know why it didn't work.
For that, but probably saved a lot of money with it being gone, so I was okay. All right, man, more outs on that one. Fire off the hot dog cannon, man. It's been an Intel kind of a day, that is for sure, as Intel's holding fort for me all day. It's really funny because right now Tesla's not doing jack all. It's just kind of doing this. So we'll wait, man. If the futures break, fine. I'm going to put on a short, go swimming, come back and see if this thing's at 233. But at the end of the day, I don't know where we're going to go on Tesla. I just think it's set up. There's a couple names here where now that you're at 20,000 on the futures, and we're going to let you guys go in 2 minutes, but now that you're at 20,000 on the futures, I just looking at and thinking to myself, like, this is a drop zone right now. I'm actually going to take out a little bit more right now at this level because you're at the 50 period. Willing to stop out at 238, so I don't want to get too caught up with buying right now. We have to sell up here, because I'm not taking more risk on Tesla. We had not a big risk, but our biggest position was in this area that eventually got blown out. Now, our only good shorts were waiting for some better levels, not playing in the middle, especially when we do have a little bit of barcode happening right now. So do I think we can retrace back to VWAP? Yes. I mean, we just shorted a little bit more here at 46. Now my average price is 237. I think this is well worth $1 risk. So that's pretty much what we're in right now, waiting to see if that dollar does hold out for us. And that's it. We'll average some more in at 237.50 because that looks like the high. I'm just rambling on about this because this is the only trade that I'm going to have on during the afternoon. And then I'll come back around 12:15 or so, and I'll talk all about what I'm doing in the midday like I do all of the time. So again, thanks for the show today. I think it's been a good one. I hope all of you guys, hit the bid, hit the ask, have some good trades today. Again, Intel, Tesla was the only ones for me, and we'll wait to see the verdict now on Tesla. There goes Tesla.
Oh, there goes Amazon.
Like, we just made 30 cents right there on Tesla just by that reload, right? But again, let's just wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just going to hold on to, and I have a stop above VWAP, just above 60 on Rigetti, because it and QBTS are just holding lower. But there was just a trend break and then the breakdown of the prior bar on Amazon. Every time this happens and I don't get a fill on the breakdown, I just leave my order in. It's a 3-minute candle. it can always come right back in and pick me up. And then I just throw my stop in, which actually I already have my stop in because you can throw the stop without being in position, obviously. I would suppose on most platforms. Certainly you can on ours. I'm going to leave that order in there. Rigetti just came down and finally refilled that 45, so I'm just going to jump right back on the offer.
Where's QBTS, by the way?
Jump right back on the offer here. The difference is Rigetti was at VWAP with a nice little trend that it could break, and QBTS was just sort of chilling at 10. The 10 even's kind of a level on QBTS. Like I said, I bungled the short at VWAP because I wasn't able to get all in on that. It is 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2
Bungled.
for everybody, but right now, you know who you got. Someone who's been doing double duty, triple duty today. The professor was up at the news desk, helping with the watch list.
What's the triple duty?
He was helping with the watch list this morning.
Oh, helping with the watch list. Nice.
This morning. But thank you for that, Sharif. And you've got Joey options. So let's go right over to the
Sharif
midday.
doing triple work.
Learn to learn to trade with the professor and Joey options.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And it's been an interesting day on the market. We popped up yesterday. We zigged and zagged a little bit in the morning. We went negative. I don't know what the hell going on. I got up 5 a.m. for my sesh. Market was green. By the time I was done my sesh, market was like triple-digit red.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I opened up, and you can see that in the after hours, guys. I was even talking to people in the chat around 3:34, and we just continued to climb and climb. And I think we're going to gap down in the morning, but then we're starting to rally and recover. I mean, the market is still only up about a percentage, even if that. So, and Tesla's still negative. So here we go, guys.
All right,
that was pardon me.
Let's shut everybody out.
Oh yeah, it's the shout out time. Let's go.
There we go, baby. Hytham, Corleone family, Dan Nguyen and Stevenson, ATM, Pathek, Jose, Lily, Hakpoo Zed, sure, Kahlua, Stock Up, Ultra, 3123, and Fiddleback, Brendan. How about 2 New York cents and Toilet Brush? Hello, right back at you, Toilet Brush. Just stay over there. Jay Lee, we got the Soul Queen, we got Mary, not Mary S. Lyman, a different Mary. JVG and Prestige Music. How about Jeremy Crypto? Tesla's doing something because the Katina Man's getting excited, baby. We got Jack's Money. We got Sports and Stonks. That's one of my favorite names. We got Kobe the Kid. Love that name as well. Kahlua, Diggity, Jacobs, Shabo, Showtime 1, T-Money. Nephew with a capital dang P. Shout out to On the Blockchain and YV. We got my man, Mr. God's Gift. Calm down, bro. Ooh. We got B. Davis, Jeremy Crypto, couple more. ABF Key Trades, Bert B, and Chanda Monrell. I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Joseph, what do we got in store today in options?
Yeah, we're going to do some options lessons today here, guys. I've been starting to pull back in quite aggressively here, rejecting some levels. And we got a lot of open interest on Amazon at 200. You guys know that I'm in a position. I was telling you guys yesterday. We'll talk about it more later. But excuse me, here we go here on Tesla. This is what we had going on. We'll go over the trades here quick before we hop into it. I thought Katina Man was going long, and I'm like, yeah, this is a long. And going to that individual who came on the show this morning from Trade the Pool, he said, yeah, follow the volume. And you can see on this 5-minute time frame and on the lower time frames, it really starts to pick up. Price was compressing here. We'll touch on just this compression pattern, and it broke out. And then as we punched through that resistance, I went in there, and then I added on the pullback, and then we got all out of that trade there, guys. So that was a nice one. And then we'll pull up what we had on IBIT here as well. It's unfortunate we didn't catch the longer end of the trend here. I was focusing on Tesla, but you can see we're in here. And then we'll get more in depth on this ad, but it was absolutely brutal, and the trade management could have been definitely better up here at the top. But let's get right into this lesson here, guys. This is going to be some introduction to options. I think it's going to be a good start if you're... You want to cover something quick?
Just
for
a
sure.
small cap for sure. Super quick, Joseph. Just going to show them exactly what we're looking at here. Here are the 8 that I'm looking at, guys. We're involved in Poet right now. It's going to have to hold up above 440, otherwise the trade's done. We're looking at RGC, top left corner, above VWAP. A bit more pricey, RGC. Be careful with this one. AEVA putting in higher lows and higher highs, but topped out at 4 1/3. BKKT, this one looks good, man. VWAP, 10 exponential. It's all the right formula. We're going to keep an eye out on that. SPRY as well, holding at the 10 exponential, but a little bit off the high day. SAG, this one I've got more to say about, but it's below the pre-market high, so I'm staying away from SAG. POET, I mentioned AIFF. As sponsor of the show, up 13.5%, holding the 10 exponential beautifully. And last but certainly not least, WINT. It's been stair-stepping up. Let's see if these higher lows mean anything here. Joseph, trading below 3.
There you go. Good luck there, my friend. And yeah, sorry, I forgot that we were going to get anything. I'm that intrigued and excited about what we're just going to talk about. All right. Here we go, guys. So this is just going to be options basic if you're new or if you've been trading options for a while and just want a little bit of a refresher. It's funny, as I was scrolling through the slides, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's good. Just a quick reminder. So here we go, guys. This is what we're going to be going over here today. It's just basics, benefits, capital requirements, exercise and assignments, so rights and obligations. I think those are key features that you need to understand because they're not that often talked about. And then intrinsic and extrinsic value, all right, and how to calculate them even though you don't necessarily need to because you can just gauge it from when you know. But not always just gauge it. But here, let me do something here. Okay, so here we go. What are options, all right? So options are a financial instrument that give the owner the right to buy or sell an underlying asset at a fixed price. You can trade options on individual stocks, ETFs, and indexes, all right? So what is that fixed price? Well, that is what we like to refer to as the strike price, okay? There are two forms of options types, call options for long bias trades and put options for short bias trades. This is basic stuff. We're not going to get too in deep to certain things. So when buying a call option, you are looking for the underlying asset to move higher in price. All right. So you're looking for it to appreciate in price. When buying a put option, you are looking for the underlying asset to depreciate. All right. To move lower in price. So basic stuff. So this is also just what a liquid options contract would look like. This is a little outdated, but October 4th, 2024, you can see that this $227 call here on Apple is trading at $1.48, but you can see the liquidity and it will mirror the underlying asset. Not all contracts are this liquid, and that's why I say try to stick to liquid stocks. It looks very similar to the price action in the underlying asset, but it does vary slightly, okay? So we will do... Here we go on Apple. Here's one to the put side, so that was a call. And then you can see, guys, as Apple is appreciating in price, you're going to see the decline in the value of the puts here. And that is exactly it. So it's an October 4th expiry of 25. That's a 225 put right there. And as we climb higher in price, the put option decreases in price, okay? So all options contracts have these three characteristics. All of them will have these three characteristics. A leverage multiplier of 100, so one contract equals 100 shares, an expiry date, and a strike price, all right? So one options contract equals 100 shares, as I just stated. All options contracts will have a fixed price called a strike price in which you want to acquire the underlying asset. You can select an expiry date on all options contracts ranging from 0 DTE to multiple years. And I should fix that because it's not all options contracts have 0 DTE. Most of them only have weeklies, okay? So benefits and capital requirements, this is what leads people to options trading. There are multiple benefits to trading options, capital requirements, as I just mentioned, ability to hedge stock positions, and multiple strategies to employ. So you don't just have to have a long or short bias all the time. There's ways you can configure the contracts and including hedge, all right? So 100 shares of Apple at $227 would cost you $22,700. One Apple call at $225 with 354 days till expiry will cost you roughly about 10% of that. All right. Now, the thing is, you don't own those shares. You only have the rights to those shares. OK, so keep that in mind. There is always going to be a catch. You cannot just be like, oh, I get to own Apple for $20,000 less if I buy an options contract. No, there will be time value involved. OK, so one Apple 225 put options with 354 days till expiry will cost you $1,700. OK, so about a little bit less of 5% of that. But again, the same thing goes. You only have the rights. You only have the rights to that contract. You do not own those shares, all right? So exercise and assignment, rights equals exercise. When you exercise an option, this implies you bought a call or put that give you the right, as I was just previously stating, to allocate the underlying asset at your fixed strike price in the money, okay? So you would never exercise an out-the-money contract because why would you want to own something at a higher price when it's trading lower on the open market, okay? So obligation equals assignment, being assigned on your options position. That implies you sold the call or put at and that option expired more than 1 cent in the money, this requires you to return X amount of shares to the opposite party, okay? And there we go. That's it for that's it for now, guys. We'll touch on some more things. I want to go over intrinsic and extrinsic value here shortly. But we'll touch on some other things and see what Shrieve's got going on.
All right, man. We're involved in a couple of trades here, Joseph. BKKT, the one I just weaseled into now, it's a good look on the day. It's a bull flag using the volume weighted average price as it's kind of the deep retracement. But for the most part, it does seem to be shadowing, at least for the wicks, the the 10 exponential. So I've got 50s on at the moment. I'm looking at the wet the beak here at 60s and then 65s, and then I'm layering my orders above that. So let's go ahead and throw out the orders there and see if we can possibly catch a pop-up on this bad boy and extract some profitability. My line in the sand here is the breach of the volume weighted average price, plain and simple. There will be no DCAing below the volume weighted average price. It will be either I get stopped out or I print to the high side, showing me 59s right now. Don't know why I'm not getting the print. A bit of a spready one though here on BKKT. So if you're kind of averse to these small cap gappers that get a bit spready at times, you probably should stay away from this one. The other trade I've got on, POET. I'm looking for area support to hold. I didn't get my DCA yet. I've already wet the beak here at 56s. I'm long 51s. There we go. Now I've got the ad. So now it's going to have to hold up above 40 pennies because I'm not going to be, again, DCing into this one. My ultimate out on the day will be the breach of the volume weighted average price, but I will get stopped out before that if it does zig down below 40. So VWAP right now showing me 35s. I will get stopped out at 40 because I'm holding a bit of a bigger position here than I would like to hold. I've also got a dip trade set up right now on SPRY. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. I may or may not get it. Currently VWAP on SPRY is at 14.13 or 15. Something like that. The bid here is showing me 37s. I'm looking to front run VWAP by posting my bid at 25. So we'll see what comes of that. Again, much like all the other ones, a loss of VWAP here ends the trade for me, plain and simple. Okay, so what are we doing here on BKKT? We're still continuing to hang out above the volume weighted average price, so I'm trying to pack my patience on this one, as well as POET as it came in, and I got the fill, the ad that I'm looking for here. Now all I'm waiting for is for this 445, which I perceive to be as a very obvious level of previous resistance. Does it now act as an area of support? That is always the question when you look for one area to flip from resistance to support. We'll have to see which way the cookie crumbles here, so to speak, with POET. So just to remind you guys again, with respect to the small cap gappers on the day, here is what I'm looking at, all 8. Now, obviously, if you've been watching the show, these will change as some will be removed, some will remain on. It really depends on whether or not they're tradable under my system, and my system is super simple, okay? If there's a pre-market high, if this was trading with relative decent volume in the pre-market, we need to be above that pre-market high. That's first and foremost, okay? If it's a new trade that started, bringing volume after the bell, then we don't have that pre-market high requirement. What will always be required is that the stock price is trading above the volume weighted average price as a long. I rarely short these bad boys. When I do, I short them below VWAP. When I take them long, I take them long above VWAP. Those are rules I will not bend, or I say I won't bend, but every now and again, like once a month or something like that, I end up bending them, and then I get slapped. Just be reminded of why the rules were there in the first place. So currently out of the money right now, Joseph, on BKKT, but I like where it is currently relative to the volume weighted average price. So looking to do some damage here. We'll see what comes.
Yeah, guys, good luck there. So let's just go over some trades on this morning and just how we can improve slightly here. So again, I was in on some IBIT. I had some conviction that we were going to climb higher. We were running into some key support levels in the pre-market and looking for a bounce on those Camarilla pivots. I talk about them every morning because that's what I do. I check them. So I enter here just half risk, basic stuff. But then when we sit on top of this range, I waited too long at the crack of this pre-market high to add into the position. And to be honest with you guys and Frank, this was a chase, especially if I'm doubling up my size right here. This entry needs to be in right here. I hesitated, and I was hesitant on the fact that I'm like, oh, okay, I don't want to double up my size and then us break below or come back to my stop, which is, I'm just trading off of pure fear, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have been in significantly earlier, 5 or 6 cents earlier, and I'm fortunate that it worked out. But then you can see another reason to do so is that I can hold this slightly longer, even though it does come back to my break even. I can still hold on to this position slightly longer here and give myself another chance. But it worked out to be a pretty good trade here. We were in, and then we added to the position, and then we just partialed out on the way up, and then we came back against us. We can always work on those bits out. I was 5% at a time, 5%, trying to hold the majority of that trade. Okay, so we'll go over TSLA and just the thesis. So I seen Katina Man said, yeah, Tesla's just doing nothing here as the overall market started to trade higher. And I was looking at it, so we started to form this price compression pattern. And you can see here, actually I'm gonna pull it up on this, just because we can see it distinctively better.
Pull up.
Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, okay, so this is what we're gonna be able to identify here. And we'll notice it significantly better. And Sharif would consider this the same. So what I've seen here is that we're now compressing, we're forming lower highs, right? And higher lows throughout the whole session. So price is starting to compress. And then you see that volume really start to fall off relatively, especially in this time frame. And then look what happens. The individual from Trade the Pools this morning said, follow the volume. And look what you see here on that 1 minute time frame. That volume really steps in as you break through some of these key resistance levels. So this is what you would like to call an ascending wedge or some form of wedge, because we are starting to form higher lows, and then there's lower highs compressing the price in here, and then that volume steps right in, and then that's our job to start to participate on that. So that was a thesis on Tesla, and you can see we entered right at the crack. Nice trade, and then our trade management was significantly better compared to IBIT in this trade because I was more relaxed. I'm like, okay, I've seen this. Let's just take it easy. We're following the volume, be patient, and then that's when we slowly take some out, and then now we add to that position, and then we climb higher. So that was the better trade. To be honest with you, net more on the IBIT, but the trade was much better here on Tesla. Just from start to finish, from entering, trade management, to closing out the position and adding to it as well too. So yeah, I'm looking for the same thing here on TSLA. We'll catch up in time here. We're doing essentially the same thing. It's identical. So I'm just waiting for one way to break and for the volume to step into this underlying asset here, Sharif. I'm going to be patient. I do believe that we can continue to climb higher here in this market, and I'm going to wait to do so with waiting on an entry, a precise entry with Tesla.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, just setting up some orders up in this bad boy. Shout out to Nimit. Nimit, you don't gotta apologize there, brother. I mean, you can't keep your eye on the chat. So Nimit and I think Bren Works. We're asking me about PSTV, not Trader TV, PSTV. And that was a bad check, my bad. Now, the point of this one is, or what I was saying to them was, I was displeased with the fact that it is below the dollar area. You know, it's a different trade north and south of a dollar. We've talked about this multiple times. There's a lot of good about this, okay? The bad news, obviously, is it's below a dollar, and that makes it a bit more difficult of a trade. Also, certain algos won't participate, so sometimes we don't have that parabolic move up. Now, what I do like about it is it's stair-stepping up. It's above the pre-market high. That pre-market high was about 68 pennies, well above that level, so good look there. And it also respected the 10 exponential. You can see that, very respectful. On the way up, higher highs, higher lows, the dips, all bounce off that 10 exponential. And then you get the topping tail candle into 93 pennies, which is not a dead end for these small cap gappers. It is not the same thing as seeing a topping tail candle on a large cap or mid cap name. This is kind of part of their DNA. Another thing that I like about it, it seems to have a buyer around 77.5 pennies. In any event, it's above VWAP. I build my position here if I was to trade this, which I'm not, because below a dollar. At 75 pennies, I'm defending that volume weighted average price. If it loses VWAP, I'm out. I would be looking to build my position maybe right now 77.5 pennies. It's not quite making its way down into 75. There does seem to be buying at around 77.5. In fact, all these candles subsequent to 1050 all have bounced off, meaning the closing print have been above 77.5. So there does seem to be a buyer in and around that level. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I'd obviously be taking profits on the way up to $1 because there is a good chance that that dollar does reject. That is kind of the nature of the beast. Bro, I can't talk, man. I'm just going to go home.
No, it's all right.
He's like, yeah, I'm not doing this show, man. Yeah, he's like, you're staying right there.
Yeah, exactly.
No, seriously, though. So we'll have to wait and see which way how this one trades. Nimit and Bren, if this one breaks $1, please let me know. I've run out of room on my side charts, so there's no room to put this bad boy on, and I don't want to remove any of the other ones because they're all kind of valid at the moment. So that's my look right now. We're involved in Poet. We're involved in BKKT. What the hell is the name of this company, by the way? Is it Backed Holdings? It is Backed Holdings. Yeah, man, Derek used to talk about this one all the time. I had a dip trade here on SPRY that's destined to go unfilled. In fact, I don't even think it's valid anymore because this 3-candle pop-up on the 5, if we end up dropping and filling my order, that ends up being a lower high. That's not my move. This order is getting canceled. I'd rather set up a little bit differently on this one. The concern for me here, though, on the BKKT trade is not that I'm not getting filled, but that we're now 4 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart where we've put in lower lows and lower highs. We're still above VWAP. It's also shown its propensity on the day to use VWAP as an area support. Doesn't mean it's going to do it again, but that's not what trading is. It's about putting the odds on your side. So there was a buyer at VWAP previously. I'm anticipating there is a buyer at VWAP this time around. So I'm looking at building my position into the volume weighted average price. I've got 50s. It's showing me 39s. I'm looking to add at around 10s to defend that $12 level. Volume weighted average price on BKKT, a couple of shekels, more than a couple, about 15 pennies above that 12. So because of the closeness of VWAP and the whole dollar level and the nature of how this one trades, case in point, spready, I've put my stop below that $12 area despite the fact that 12 is about 15 pennies below the volume weighted average price. And as I've mentioned, I don't like trading these below VWAP. But there has to be special circumstances or special whatever rules made for special circumstances. I perceive this one to be one of those where the support levels for a name overlap or close in some regard. So that's my look right now. SPRY no fill. BKKT still waiting. This one we got a couple of fills on, but I didn't get my DCAs sadly down here. I'm looking at defending into VWAP. So that's my look. AIFF as well. This one, I don't know what the hell this is doing. It popped up aggressively there. So we were seeing kind of like the second bull flag form. I perceive this 950 pop to be the first bull flag. Big boy move, consolidate, big boy move, consolidate. And this one was a longer bull flag. It came off that volume weighted average price, rocketed up to 570, dropped right back down into 540. So it probably stopped everybody and their mother, the longs, the shorts, and everybody in frickin' between. I hate these type of bamboozling specialist breakouts and breakdowns. They are part and parcel, though, of trading these small cap gappers. So you can hate them all you want, but they are a fact of life. So going to keep my eye on AIFF. It could lose its spot on the side chart if it does not behave, Joseph.
Yep.
And right now, it's like on that borderline.
On the borderline.
I don't like that.
Yeah, we don't like that stuff. We gotta behave. We gotta be online. Gotta be orderly.
Thank you for putting up with my
and
insanity,
inline,
bro.
man. Hey, it is what it is.
Bro.
What does this look like to you, Sharif?
Hold on. Head and shoulders pattern
Dang,
forming,
that's it. I didn't even have to
preceded by
say
an
anything else.
uptrend, bro.
Boom.
That's the most important part of the head and shoulders. You got to have that big boy uptrend.
What's it on? Amazon. Dang.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just, we're talking, I'm talking, no, it's okay. It is what it is. It's a head and shoulders. I'm glad that we identified it so we got more conviction within that. So we might pull up. And Sharif, we you know why we're struggling up here at 199.50?
Why?
I'm going to go because we got 33,000 open contracts at 200 here, guys.
Say more.
Right? Exactly. So we're going to have to wait for this expiration cycle to go up. And that's why NVDA has been struggling here, guys, is because there's such a ladder of open interest through the 20s, that it's taking a lot in order for it to slowly climb higher, because you either got people covering or they're just getting out of the position. You need people to grab the liquidity in that strike price, because there's so much OI and volume there, all right? And it's the same thing here. It's not a coincidence. We go over these levels quite often, and to the individual in the chat who was asking me that question about the options and say, how does he differ from them? How does he differ? Which is which? So what you want to use it as, and hopefully this is in layman's terms for you and as simple as I can put it, if you see an high level of open interest on the put and the call side, it's going to be pinning. It's going to get really hard to get through those levels, but just eliminate the both side on the calls and the puts. But if you see an outstanding amount on the call side, it can act as resistance. If you see an outstanding amount on the put side, the exact same thing, it's going to act as support, all right? And just try to keep it that simple for now, and then once you get a good understanding and you've watched it come into play multiple times, then you will be able to, you'll get a better grasp of it. And that's what I was referring to yesterday in some of the market. So 480, there was a lot of OI. We rejected it multiple times throughout the day, and then eventually we broke through on that FOMC, so that volatility and that momentum to the top side gave us enough liquidity and enough participants in order to push through those key levels, and that's what we've seen yesterday. But yeah, Amazon's starting to pull back in. Tesla's starting to sell off here. I'm going to look for the hold of VWAP. I was looking for it to break back up, but it looks like the bears won this battle here, guys, and that selling pressure really starting to step in as you break through some of these key support levels. So we'll monitor this name. I wanted to get in IBIT again because you just want to stick to names that are strong and that work for you, but I'll be really patient. A nice hammer candle right here. So we could have risked about, 10 cents or so, and then we could have got about a 30-cent move to the top side, but that's okay. We'll be patient. I think the opportunity will come again. Tesla breaking down, I just mentioned that there, guys. PDD, really strong today. They had earnings, and then a nice rally. It sold off in the pre-market, and then I seen this hammer candle. I'm like, oh, this stock is going to recover here today. And then sure enough, traded higher in the pre-market, and then I just wasn't quick enough on the trigger to take it here because that was a nice hammer candle, and then you traded up about $9 or $8 from that point. So really good look there on PDD. If you want to stick with these strong names, you know it's lunchtime, so the volume will start to slowly die off a little bit here, guys. You can see it on the 1 minute time frame as well. Nice steady volume, and then as we get into lunch, it slowly dwindles, and that's when you get that sideways type price action. So paying attention to volume, our vol is extremely important. So we do it all day, every day. It's our job. But we got a $20 super chat here. Sharif, I've been watching every day for 4 years. You guys have the best show. I've learned so much. Thank you. 27-year-old business owner, started full-time options trading in January. Any advice you have? You guys changed my life.
Wow, bro. I mean, that makes me feel like a lot of pressure there, but that's kind of down your alley there because of the options thing. But thank you very much for the super chat, man. That is very kind of you to say. 4 years is a hell of a long time, man. That's like
in this trade.
What's that?
In this world, yeah.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah,
bro. You know the longevity is
exactly.
very short sometimes on these. That's just kind of the way it is, man. And I think I've been watching for 4 years, man. And that's the funny thing there. I started watching, I think, December of 2020. So going on 5 years, not quite, but yeah, right there with you, man. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Yeah, I started in 23, and that was when I first seen you on the
Yeah?
show. Yeah. Dude, I told you, I was just like sitting at my desk at home one day, talking to Greg V, my buddy, just doing so, and I'm scrolling through YouTube because I would watch CNBC, and then I see this show, like Trader TV Live.
That's exactly
I'm like, what is this? And I click it, and it's like, Katina, man, let's go, money.
That's
it was like
what
one of the
got
first
me,
things. I'm like,
I used to troll the Katina man in the chat, be like, spend the money.
Yeah, I would always say that
spend
exact
the money.
same thing.
And now I can do it on my own.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Wow, what a world, man. But yeah, as for options advice, just stick to those stops, man. Basic trading stuff. It takes, and I was thinking about this little shower thought. Like it's like going through university, right? You got your bachelor's, master's, PhD, whatever it may be. It takes time, right? You're not going to learn this game in 6 months, a year, or whatever. You're looking at it. 3-4 year plan for the majority of the individuals. But if you just stick to it, you'll get it. And if you just learn what not to do, then you'll be pretty good off, I think. So,
I agree.
Yeah. So that's the name of the game. But
all right.
Keep doing what you're doing. You're 27 years old and you're trading options. So keep yourself in the game.
All right, I want to cover Donkey Kong for John Del Segno, DKNG. Look, it's a fantastic, oh, wrong screen. There we go. Fantastic look today on DKNG. Wow, this one is awfully strong. Bull flag right off the jump, baby, right off the jump. 9:30, we get that rocket up, we get that sideways consolidation, and we get a clear view of what the top end of the bull flag is. It's obviously $39. Nary a print above 39. Closing print, that is. There were one or two. But for the most part, we did dance below that $39 level. All the while, though, baby, putting in those higher lows. So a bit of an ascending wedge component to the bull flag, which is even more bullish in my humble opinion. So $39 flat top break, and here we go. We're at 39.25. We weaseled on up. It looks like to 39 and a third, not quite, maybe high 20s. Here we go again, showing me 28s on the ask. Shout out to John. That is a good look on Donkey Kong today. It's not up big. It's up 1.8%, but a great looking pattern and some good volume coming along with it. About 2.5 million printed so far on the name. So we'll keep tabs on DKNG. It hasn't really quite earned its way onto the side chart yet, but a $39 test here would be just absolutely beautiful. Now, there's a couple of different possibilities. There's more than a couple. I'll give you what I perceive to be some of the likelihood, some of the most likely possibilities here for DKNG. We got one bull flag here. If the market continues strong, we could get a second. So the way to gauge how far up the second goes is by measuring the first one. The TA books say they're usually very similar. So that's what I'm looking at first. A second bull flag. So if I start seeing a big move up and then sideways consolidation, I'll know we're in a second bull flag. The other possibility is we don't bull flag a second time, but we come back in and test that $39 breakout area. That would be another interesting one as well. I just got stopped at a BKKT, so we'll take a loss there to start the show. That's kind of the way this works. $39. If it comes back in here on DKNG, that could be an interesting pickup. It was an obvious area of resistance initially. Let's see if it wants to act as support if it does come back down and test that $39. Are you hot? Or am I the only person that's hot right now?
You know I'm always cold, man.
I know, Neil. People have been telling me about PSTV. Thank you for that, Neil. I've got it right here. Neil is keeping an eye on PSTV as well. Nimit was looking at it. Bren Rex was looking at it. Screen guys, please. 102 is currently the high, so it did breach that $1 area. It hasn't quite cleared it up. This one was a great hold at 77.5. We're going to take off now. Who are we going to take off here? We're probably going to take off BKKT because it's losing VWAP, and we're going to put PSTV. Simple as that. All right, so this one is doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at that 102 area. Let's see if it clears that dollar. It's a fantastic look into the dollar area. Let's see if it's able to clear it so we can actually have an unencumbered trade by a zillion different price levels below that dollar. There it goes into 108. So this is a great look right now on PSTV. Let's go ahead and take off BKKT and put PSTV on the trade screen. I believe it is on the NQ. It is up about 105%. My mistake. Let's see if this one defends a dollar. If it doesn't defend a dollar, I'm a buyer off 88, 85 pennies for that top end of the bull flag. So we'll see which way the cookie crumbles here, Joseph. PSTV, good luck.
Yeah, there we go. Tesla's really starting to break down here, guys. So nice holding through that Katina, man, especially on this weak name, guys. You know that I got out of it, and I'm happy that I got out of it. It's unfortunate that I put in a 5% rally, but as Sharif says, it's just a relief, right? So sitting on some cash, I grabbed some hood for the long term, start a small position in that. So I'm really happy. And the thing is, though, Sharif, it's not like, the thing is like I'm out of the trade, and I feel like the environment's like, oh, he's out of it. I can always get right back in. Exactly, right? It's not like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I was going to say it's like that one old ex-girlfriend you'd always ran back to or something like that. It's not done forever. We can just get right back in the trade. So, yeah, there you go. He's not doing. Yeah, he's not running back. He's out. Once he's done that trade, he's done. But yeah, that's it. But I mean, So, but that's what I mean. When it's time to get back in this stock, I'm going to do so, all right? So, and again, I just don't like it. I'm fortunate that we sold at the bottom, but that's okay because I'm happy because I can just rotate into other names that are also down 50%, 45%. And for me, that was Hood and sit on some cash and maybe grab a little bit more IBIT and get that number rounded up a bit there, Sharif. So,
sir.
Yeah, that's my thesis and that's the game plan. So, yeah.
People yelling about Palantir.
Palantir, yeah, let's pull up Palantir here and see what we got going on.
No,
is it tanking?
No, it's
is it trading to the top side?
Yeah,
okay, that's interesting, Sharif, because the market is starting to come back into the volume weighted average price, and then Palantir's holding up pretty steady up here, guys. So good luck, up 3.5% on the day. Oh, and this is what I like from a daily standpoint, Sharif. You see that we're sitting on top of this daily range as well, too. We open up, so there's a possible breakout here. That's a really good look. It may not happen today, but if it holds up relatively strong, then I think that we can continue to the top side and recover some of this loss because we had a high of 125 and then traded all the way down to 74. So that's a $50 haircut. That's hefty. There's not something that you want to be worrying about. And it's funny, I was listening to some stuff yesterday, and the analyst said, I had 30-year-olds coming to me with their portfolios and be like, hey, sell this stock. I don't want to be in it anymore. But and they're like, oh, well, the S&P is only down 9% or 5%, whatever it may be. I'm like, yeah, the overall index may be 5%. But if you look at a lot of these tech names, Sharif, they're 15%, 20%, 25%, 45%. So it is panic mode. It's not panic mode, but it's like, okay, we got to be weary here and watch out what's going on and kind of manage the portfolios. I'm all about the long term, and I like what Neil and Sean said yesterday. If you don't like something in the long term, just get out of it and get into something that you're more comfortable with, and that's exactly what I did.
Tesla's tanking here, guys. Something's going on here with Tesla, but I want to mention quickly IBO, not the IBO. Is there an IBO belt before I make a dumb joke?
Yeah, there is.
There is an IBO belt. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Halted to the downside, 245 high day, currently halted down to 199. This is the number one gapper in the market above $1, 275%. It's a halt fest, though, to the upside. So we're going to have to see a little bit more here before we get involved with IBO, but it probably will make its way onto the side chart if it's able to kind of be tradable. And by the way, it's only done about 1.78 million shares, despite the fact that it's $1. Reason being, it can't stay open. TSLA, sorry to digress, Tesla just dropped aggressively. 238 down it goes into 230, defending that $230 level, Joseph. And that was kind of the level that we defended this morning. We kind of broke 230, but look at the closing print right around that 230 area. So I'm all eyes to see if 230 defends. Yesterday, again, we did breach 230. We did weasel down into 229, but as soon as we did that, there were buyers and we moved up all the way into 241. So 230, an interesting area on Tesla. It is a multi-day support level. And by multi-day, I'm talking about yesterday and today. In fact, 230 ended up being a resistance level on the 18th, which I believe was Tuesday. When we got below that level, we got down to 223. We could not do any better than that high 229. So 230, an interesting area. You're already $1 in the money. It's forming a hammer candle at the moment, a top bottoming tail candle. We'll see if it ends up closing as a hammer candle. The body's very small right now on the 5-minute chart. Tesla down 2%, a little bit lower, but a good defend off that $230 level. If you're going to hold it here, make sure you are identifying potential areas of resistance on the way up. Where are those at? People are asking. Nobody's asked, but that's kind of my job. 232, I perceive possible resistance. Look at that consolidation area bottom all morning in the pre. 232 was support. Does it act as resistance after taking out that level? So going to keep my eye on that. Still involved in this Poet trade. We're 7 cents out of the money. Keeping my eye on PSTV. It has been hanging out above the buck. I like PSTV all the way down into about 90 pennies. A couple of reasons for that. You have the topping tail candle there that goes into about 92, and you have the 10 exponential, which is a level that I use for these small cap gappers at about 91 pennies. I hate when it's kind of at that dollar area and I have to use moving averages or price levels below the dollar because it kind of makes it complicated. All right, so it dips into 90 pennies. I pick it up off 90 pennies. Does it mean it's going back to 108? No, I still have to consider that even though we've breached the dollar on that day, the dollar will act as resistance on the way up. There's no two ways about it. I've seen this story unfold so many times. It's a different trade, north and south of a dollar. So if you're going to pick it up below that dollar, know that if it tries to reclaim the dollar, it probably will be met with some selling. We'll have to see how this all ends up working out. How do I say this person's name? The Valley Palms. Oh, I love that. Man, I've been Palm Beach. Oh, not Palm Beach. Sorry,
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs. Thank you, bro.
I got
it's so
you.
hot.
Thank you, bro.
So
I like that.
insanely hot. And I
like
went
the
in the
heat.
summer too, like an idiot.
No.
Well, it wasn't my fault. My niece had a cheer competition.
The worst thing is going to like Jamaica or somewhere hot during the summer because it rains, but then the rain just makes it more humid, and like you'll see the rain evaporate off the pavement, and it's just so hot.
That's
and
crazy.
It's like, man,
It rained
you're
in
just
Vegas.
miserable, man.
It was the driest rain I've ever experienced in my life.
That's funny.
Great question. Any suggestions on RGC? Been holding it at 1066. Dude, you're $29 in the money. Ring the damn profit bell, man. What are you doing? This is a small cap gapper. Fantastic trade by you. I mean, I've got nothing bad to say about that, but these ones, they're around for a good time, not really a long time. Let's see where you're at. You're from Wednesday, you said. So last Wednesday, yeah. Let me flip to the 15 so we can see what he's talking about. Yeah, see how many times I put the ticker on this? We've been trading RGC a whole bunch. Look, brother, this is a fantastic breakout for you. Let's look at the daily. I mean, it's still going. I don't know how many bagger this is. This is what, a 4 bagger? Because you're long at 10, we're about 40. I'd be taking profit, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. This is one of those ones where you're likely going to encounter some resistance here at around 47.5. What's the short float on this monster over here? Let's find out. RGC. I think this is the one we didn't have. How is this possible? 0.27% short float, and it moved like that. Maybe this is why. Float is 786,000 shares. I'd be selling around here. Only reason is you're likely to encounter some resistance around 48. If you clear 48, it's a blue sky setup. Blue sky setup means that you've never been this high, and so there are no resistance levels, price action resistance levels that you're going to meet. You can meet psychological ones like certain fib retracement numbers, certain price levels like 50, 175. They act as psychological resistance, but you won't have price action resistance where you'll say, you know, I know there's bag holders from up here. They could keep me down because they'll be selling to get out break even. So I'd be ringing the profit bell, but it's entirely up to you, my man. I'd love to hear your thinking about this trade, like why you held it for so long. What was it about the company that made you hold it? Is this kind of what you do normally, hold these small cap gappers for more than a day? That's not something I do. I'd like to hear more about that from you, my man. So tag Joseph or I in the chat. Guys, PSTV is breaking out. Here we go. So it did test that dollar. So it did come back in. It tested the dollar and it passed the test, so to speak, because we just made another new high of the day. It is $1.12 now, with that dollar now acting as support. You'll love to see that when it does act as a support level and not bamboozle you. Let's not sing this one's praise too quickly here because it can lose the dollar. I'll be picking this one up on a retracement. Good look here for PSTV, up 115%, Joseph.
Nice, good look there. We had some good questions in the chat. All right, and we're going to touch on them right now, okay? So we'll see what we got going on here. Okay, so here's Amazon. Someone asked me, so Joe, how do you determine stops here in with options contracts, all right? And we're going to go over a prime example. So here, this is the thesis. We're thinking that we're putting in a base here on Amazon. We believe that the bottom, we want to put a stop a little bit below that, right? Just in case there's a fake out. But you can see we're slowly starting to curl over, especially when the underlying asset has been down about 21%. That's a hefty haircut. So we're looking for a bounce here in Amazon. So what do you do when you want to grab some options contracts and be like, how do I implement this stop here? All right, so we'll go over this here. So we'll just use it from a bear call spread example. All right, so what we see here, and we'll go to the 200 strike. So what we'll see here is where we can profit and where we're not going to profit. All right, why is that like that? Okay, so yeah. Anyways, what we can determine here is, okay, I want to have my stop at 185, and this is going to be our profit range here. This is when we go when we become profitable. But what we want to look at here is, where is my loss from 185? And this is what I use to gauge for stops and in an options contract. So if it says my loss at 185 is around 184 USD, then that's what I just subtract from the value of the contract. So if the contract's $5 and we'll make it 200 flat, I'll put my stop loss at 300, just to do simple math. And it's the exact same as trading an asset. You got to use these charts to implement, like, hey, where are you going to be right and where are you going to be wrong? And then this way, this is just a basic bear call spread. It can change from a long call. You'll see your profit range is drastically different and where you're going to be profitable and not. And the exact same for bear calls, or bear put spread, etc. It's the inverse of that, where you can become profitable and where are you not. All right. So just keep that in mind, and that's what I use to gauge is this charting. All right. So the same thing here, just using that as a base. We're in some TSLA. We had that momentum to the downside. And now we're looking for a base. I liked what Sharif was pointing out to me, and that's why I said, ooh, okay, that's really attractive. You can see that we're holding this level right here relatively well, and then we have this hammer candle on heightened volume after an engulfing bearish candle. This is slightly risky. We're only going to risk 230, the low day in TSL. If it cracks it, thesis invalid, and then we might crack this pre-market low. But if we do bounce, I believe we can come back into the volume weighted average price, and that's going to be the primary target. It does look like a breath. Right now, we didn't close fully as a hammer, and we might be doing a possible ABCD pattern to the downside. So this name is really weak. Market does seem relatively strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get that bounce. But that's just how I implement stops in options. I just use the charting. Where am I wrong? And then I said just deduct it from the value of the contracts. But yeah, it's starting to work out here on TSLL, guys. Let's pull it up on the chart and see what we got going on. As long as we hold 775, I think we're going to be sitting pretty. We will add a little bit to this position for this bounce back in the market. The Q's put in a beautiful 5-minute hammer candle as well too, Sharif, right at the volume weighted average price. If my guy Gorv is paying attention, Los Pollos Hermanos, you're looking for these signals as well. You play the crack of that on the 5-minute, you got a nice little bounce right there, a 2-point bounce or a 1-point bounce there roughly, all the way up to 42.75. So 50 cents, we'll call it even. But here, holding these levels really, really well, higher lows, which is important, and that's what we want to see here in the market.
Oh, your friend. Your friend, what's this guy, his name? Saylor? Of course I know his name. Michael Saylor is live now at the Digital Asset Summit in New York. I believe Donald Trump, he either spoke already or he was slated to speak at 10:40. Right now it is the Saylored one on the stage speaking now. So, obviously keep your eye out for any Bitcoin-related activity. Keep your eye out on the miners, Coinbase, etc. Michael Saylor on the stage currently, right now, dropping hotlines. We will, we don't have a Dara today, so probably be a little bit tougher to give you headlines, but I've got my news blotter up here. Oh, he did already speak. Donald Trump already spoke. Donald Trump calls for stablecoin legislation, lauds Bitcoin reserve. Biden got a fraction of their value. I mean, he's probably going to take shots at Joe Biden. That's normal. I'll read this article when Joseph starts his part there. But Donald Trump, I guess, already spoke. He was slated to speak, as I mentioned, at the big desk at around 10:40. Now Michael Saylor on the stage. So that's the situation. Now I'm involved in a couple of trades now. Few. PSTV, I had to punch in at highs because it was getting away from me. So I got small size and I'm looking to defend that 105 area. Already wet the beak at 114. I'm looking next for 116, but I don't mind this coming down so I can add a little bit into this. I'm still waiting for something to happen here on Poet. We're a couple of shekels out of the money. Donkey Kong, we're printing to the high side. We're about 20 pennies in the money here on the donkeyed one. And now I'm going to wait at the $0.25. It just popped up into the fifth of a dollar. It's up 1.5%. Good look. Shout out to John Del Segno for pointing this one out to me. I didn't have eyes on DKNG. We're looking to wet the beak here. I'm going to get stopped out below that 38.95 area. I'm long at 05s. We'll see what comes of this trade. As I mentioned, still waiting on Poet. Topping tail candle now on PSTV. It's still a higher low and a higher high. So I'm not gonna, start panicking or anything like that, but I don't mind getting filled at that 105 area. Let's have a quick look at crypto, see what this is doing. Crypto's doing nothing. In fact, it actually dropped. I think when Donald Trump started talking, we were in a consolidation phase at around 86.2, and we dipped down, losing 85 to 84,875, and now we're trying to work back above 85,000. So if it was anything, it was a sell the news event on the Donald Trump speech, at least for the moment. We'll have to see if this one turns back around. As I mentioned, above 85,000, again now 85,250. Crypto in focus. Now, there was an article that we got, I believe, late last week that talked about a budget neutral strategy to try to build up the crypto reserve without having to, incur more taxpayer funding. And what does that mean? That means just taking already earmarked assets or money that's already been earmarked and then funneling it in there. Specifically, what they wanted to do was they wanted to sell some of these gold certificates and then take the proceeds of that and then put it into the Bitcoin Reserve Fund. I didn't hear anything about that since the time it was reported on. I don't know if Donald Trump talked about it. I haven't had an opportunity to read the article, but that is one of the theories being floated around for being budget neutral so that you don't have to raise more money and the taxpayer doesn't have to incur more of a burden than they already have. All right, PSTV working back into the highs now. High day 16s just showed me 16s on the ask. I'm waiting at 17, so it is by definition a high of day break type trade. We'll have to wait and see how this one ends up panning out. Still waiting on Poet. Did I get anything on Donkey Kong? Nope. Right back into my entry on DKNG. So if it dips down below that 39.85 and loses 39, I'm out. The only reason I'm in at 39, as I mentioned, I perceive this to be the top end of the range of the bull flag. So I see a bull flag here on DKNG, and with the $39 area being that resistance level, if it loses 39, that will be the end of my trade. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, same thing here. Just talking to Los Polios. I don't expect much from this trade. I'm probably going to get stopped out, break even. I didn't take too much off it. If we can just pull up my screen there real quick to see what we got going on. Yeah, perfect. So you see we added to that position at the break of the resistance zone, and then now looking for that move back to VWAP, but the market is starting to pull back in. We had multiple hammers on the SPY and the Qs right at VWAP, which is a positive sign. And NVDA, I'm getting a lot of questions in the chat. Can it break it? I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't give you an answer. All we can do is just talk about the technicals and what we have going on. There is a lot of open interest balanced on each side of 120. Yesterday, we had identical numbers as well too, though, guys, and we punched through, and we're now sitting above that. So we can definitely climb higher. We're going to need the overall market to participate in order to do so, but anything is possible. It looks like it wants to. We're now at 120. All we can do is just wait and see how the underlying reacts around these key levels. But Tesla is really starting to work out here, guys. So that's a positive sign. Sharif, thank you for pointing out that hammer as we were selling on Tesla, and we played the bounce right off it with that momentum.
Beautiful,
so
bro.
yeah,
230's been money.
Yeah, it's been real money. So yeah, good look there, my friend. Much appreciated. That's why you have multiple eyes on things.
Dang.
Otherwise, I wasn't even going to spend any more emotional. Oh, I guess I had a good trade on it, but I wasn't paying attention to it. I'm like, this asset's just too weak. But here you go, guys. You can start to see how weak NVDA is. And one thing to note as well is when we talk about high levels of open interest, it's like, okay, they may come into play quite often, but they don't always work. It's like any form of indicator, right? But you can see that we're struggling at that 120 level, and there's a lot of open interest there, guys. So I don't know why I typed in 120. I'm thinking about it, but yeah, we'll go over. But we're punching through. We rejected it here. You also have yesterday's high, so there's definitely going to be resistance in this zone. I'm not saying that we can't punch through if that volume momentum steps in. I think we'll be sitting okay, but it will be a slower of a grind just to do to the amount of liquidity at those levels, Sharif.
All right, we're doing well here on PSTV. Where are we long? Nines. I'm waiting at the $0.25, but there's a monster seller at 22, and they're re-upping their position. Look at how the ask is growing. It was at 290, now it's at 325. So there's more people piling in to the sell at that $1.22, but it's a tug of war right now between buyers and sellers because equally large is the bid growing. almost as large as the ask, but we're unable to budge right now above that 122 level. I'm talking about PSTV. What a monster move to the high side this is. So it did just lose that 122. I'm still waiting at a $1.05. I've only got one more out on this bad boy, so I won't be taking it out here. You can bet your bottom dollar about that. So we're going to pack our patience there. Still waiting on anything from Donkey Kong, 39, still zigging and zagging at 39s. Didn't get stopped out there. So waiting. I've moved down my order now for 39.10 because, well, this one might lose the bid. Poet, still doing nothing, still holding VWAP. I'm trying to pack my patience with this one, but it is a very, very long move down. It's holding VWAP, but I don't know for how long. Essentially, it's been moving down for an hour, okay? So 1050 was the first red candle, and that made the new high at 465. And since that time, we have been putting in lower lows and lower highs. We're still at that volume-weighted average price, but I won't have much more patience for this one if it continues on its way down. I'm listening to Michael Saylor right now. It looks like he is positing a new product. We know this guy's modus operandi. He's looking to raise more money to buy more Bitcoin. Essentially, how he does that, sometimes he does it this way, sometimes he does it that way, but he is talking right now about raising more money as I hear it. Through a different kind of system. I'm keeping an eye on Bitcoin. It's a sell the news event, guys, because this keeps making lower lows. Bitcoin at the low of the day right now, 84,757. Again, you know, your low of day might be different than mine because each platform starts Bitcoin's, kind of day a little bit differently. Sometimes, Joe will have some sort of percentage up on the day. I'll have something else. So I'm keeping my ears and my eyes locked in right now on the digital asset sale. All right, back to PSTV. Boom! We take out that 125 on PSTV, but we've got no more shares left. So we're going to have to weasel back in some way, somehow. Now, the 10 exponential moving average on my chart's at 107. So that 105 order means bupkis to me now. Let's go ahead and try to defend that 110 level. I'm going to be sitting at 111s to kind of front run any size in and around there. That's kind of my move right now. But Donkey Kong is losing that $39 area, and I will get stopped out if it passes 88. And there it is. Now we got stopped out. So break-even trade, we went to beak a little bit, and then we're still holding, so we end up giving back a skosh. So a little disappointed with how this Donkey Kong trade ended up working out, but that's kind of the way it is there. Keeping an eye back now on PSTV as it tops out at the $1.25, coming into a $1.16. I'm waiting at a $1.11. I will be working my way into this one, hopefully with some bigger size now that the overall market's got notice of it. Here comes into my area, show me 12s. I'm waiting at 11s. Let's see if we can get the fill here. Now, there we go. Now we got the fill. Now what's the deal? Are we going to pop back up or are we going to continue moving back down? Let's throw out my orders in case we get a move back up. I want to wet the beak here on some profits. I will be defending into the $1 area. You can bet your bottom dollar on PSTV. Let's see how this one does. We already got 111s. Let me see if I can get my 15s here. I will put out some more dip trades into that 105 area where I perceive the 10 exponential moving average to be hanging out. So that's a look right now on this bad boy. Anything else going on over here with Poet? Not much. Random thoughts on AIFF above the 10A EMA here. Yeah, man, it looks good. For the exception of this one bamboozling name, are you hot as well, dude? Oh, okay, you were just, yeah, because I don't know why I'm heating up today, Neil. It's probably just me. This was the only kind of complaint that I have about AIFF, that it was a specialist breakout and breakdown. Like, don't tell me that this was not purposeful to get everybody out who was short and everybody out who was long, right? So I kind of don't like that about these bad boys. But after that bamboozlement, it started putting in higher highs and higher lows. It looks to be defending that 10 exponential. My suggestion to you is take it out if it loses the volume weighted average price. That is my suggestion there. Mr. C, can you check SPY? 199 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. I do appreciate that. You want to check SPY for your
absolutely. Okay, yeah, we're just going to hop out of Tesla. It might continue to climb higher, but the market wants to seem to pull back here, guys, and I think it's going to join it. It's unfortunate what's going on with Bitcoin right now. I thought we were going to continue this rally, but it's only down a little bit. But let's go over SPY here. We like the spider. right now, anyways, it's a good recovery. I was going through a basket of stocks yesterday. I mean, CrowdStrike's $80 off of that low, so trading really well. Some of these names getting those really nice bounce backs. So yeah, you can see that kind of reflecting here in the SPY. Let's see how much we're up here off those. So about 3.5, 3.25 there, I guess. 3/4, sorry. But yeah, SPY, I like it. You can see that we were down 10, 12%, whatever it may be from the peak to the low here, 10%. And now starting to pull back a little bit. Are you ready to start buying here? I don't know about that. This could just be a breath in the market here, guys. We can climb a little bit higher. Sharif mentioned just running into the prior support and resistance zones, and then you curl back over. I think that's going to be the case. There's been nothing from a pivot standpoint that says, hey, Joe, we're ready to turn around. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Nice, bro.
Pardon me? Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I just don't see that just yet. I could be obviously wrong, guys. Things can start to squeeze if people started to flip their bias, they were short, and then now you climb a little bit higher than some individuals and traders were expecting, then you squeeze through. But I do believe that we hit into some resistance levels and curl back over and test this area. I think it's going to be a turbulent year, especially with the tariffs and everything along those lines. It's going to be big and falling a lot on earnings as well too, so we want to see how that's reflecting. But yeah, that's my take on SPY. I don't know if I'd be buying right here. There's individual names, obviously, that I'm looking to recover as well, but it's already up 4% off those lows. And so I talked about Hood. We love Hood. It's working out really well. Nice recovery, great report, great Q4. 46% from the peak here all the way down to these current lows, and then now you're up a couple of percentage points. So we like those names that have just been battered and bruised and don't necessarily deserve it. But yeah, that's it. We're ready for Neil's lesson of the day, brother.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
Are we ready for the lesson of the day? I don't know, man. what was jokes is like Sharif a second ago was like, oh man, Neil, you're getting hot too? Because I was like, wipe my face. I like to take the makeup off in the middle of the day. That's your lesson of the day. And no, it actually had nothing to do with that, the lesson of the day. It just comes down to sometimes adjusting your execution plan. I'm going to work backwards here for a second because there's actually no choice but to do so because I actually didn't think this was going to happen until I thought this might happen after we got in. I'm going to show you Palantir, and right now, all right, move my bid to the north side of 65. Just try to get some out in front of this little bit of a dip. You can kind of see this is a trend break of the entire day, but note a couple of things here. There's a parabolic trend break, which I didn't get. It comes back to retest that high. It's at a supply zone in the daily. We've shown that already previously, and it hadn't broken the trend. I'm like, I'm just going to nibble in because so many times I'm missing trades that I really love, so I'm going to alter the execution plan to try to get in on the way as it's starting to work as opposed to completely missing it out. And the reason for that was in real time QBTS. Because on QBTS, which admittedly this was supposed to be my stock today, and obviously is not, because I missed getting any fill at that short and I missed getting the top. I was in when it made the lower high, it went right into previous resistance, did one heck of a trend break, and was unable to get filled on that trend break. You can see how steep it is, and that's what happens when something breaks trend in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the day. It can be violent. Try to grab it under VWAP, got a partial fill, couldn't get more, then went into like a long, which I didn't give enough room because it wasn't at the level I liked, and when it did get the level I liked, I didn't like the long. It would have been an okay long, but it's more about if you miss out on this trade, there's a chance to get VWAP, there's a chance to get in there. What's the execution plan that I can get? Well, I saw it make the topping tail candle. If I'm anticipating it could break, you could get in a quarter of your position or 20% of your position, whatever, as it's making that move in anticipation of the break. That way you don't completely miss it out if it happens really, really fast. Now, the flip side of that is, well, you could get into a Palantir like I did, and it doesn't really super accelerate, allowing me to add when it breaks the trend line. So, but if it hadn't done so, well, then I would have been able to grab this at 89, the 89.30s, and get that quick like 70-cent scalp or whatever, or get the dollar if it gives our next fill. Sometimes you have to react to the way the market is treating you as opposed to only what you would like to have happen. I'm going to get another bid in here in the 60s because should have taken another out there and I didn't. you've got to be able to adjust an execution plan. It's all well and good to say, I like a trend reversal. Let's see what happens when it breaks a trend. But if I find myself, and this is the second day in a row that it happened, that I'm missing the trade, then I've got to make some kind of adjustment to my plan. And it wasn't just QBTS. It was also 2 days ago Reddit, where, and if you were watching the morning show 2 days ago, you'd remember that I said Reddit, we'll try it at 108, the previous day low, and then at 105, I want to mean revert. Well, I went to punch, did not get it all, did not want to chase, and then Reddit did this. So I had to ask yourself, okay, well, what's the adjustment to the execution plan? Well, it's to get a little bit of a nibble in, and then when the fill happens, because it's making the bottom and you're anticipating the trend break, so it makes the bottom where you want to or makes the top where you want to, okay, well then get in a small piece. And then when it breaks the trend, then get in more at that point as it's starting to go for you even more. And that's the thing that I'm going to try to adjust for sure. When I find myself in these kind of stocks where a couple of days in a row, I'm not getting what I want out of the trade, then you don't have to throw out the plan. The long was right on Reddit. Why would I throw out the plan just because I didn't get everything I wanted there? Why would I throw out the plan on QBTS just because I didn't really get the short that I want entry? No, the call was right. The idea was right at the level. It's the execution plan that you just need to change a little bit. And so when that happens, I'm not saying there's always going to be an easy answer that you can figure out the day after, but every now and then there is going to be something you can do. And that's what we try to do here on Palantir. The market's trying to tell you something every single day. All you have to do is listen. Having an idea of what to get into, where, and what direction is only part of it. You still have to execute the trade, and that is always going to be a work in progress that has to be nimble and flexible to the market conditions and the way it's trading. So thankfully, it's working out here. I'm going to throw you guys back to the boys, and that's your lesson of the day. Good luck in your trading. The good trade on that Tesla bounced off 230. I was waiting for 229 like a sucker for some reason, Joe. I forgot to tell the
Crypto
cookies.
events, yeah.
Biggest crypto giveaway.
What?
Yeah, dude.
See if it is.
Sharif, you're muted.
just one
Yeah,
sec,
yeah,
yeah.
you're muted. No, don't listen to what we're saying. We're just,
Hold on, this
yeah,
is
yeah.
Strategy's actual website, brother.
Yeah, I know, but-
That can't be fake. It's like their actual YouTube and it's verified.
Dude, they're good these days. I'm telling you.
I understand
Was it
that, but
Yeah, I
you
know you
can't have
reported on
the-
that. I know you reported on it, but when you scan that QR code and it says crypto giveaway,
Yeah, he's giving something away. What do you want, bro? Can't give anything away? Here,
yeah, there.
I'm going to go to a different stream.
Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, they're good with it now these days, bro.
Interesting.
Yeah. See?
Yeah, he's sitting, okay, he's standing over here. You're right. And then he's sitting over here. I'm not going to show it because we don't want that to become a problem. But this one has way more viewers. That's what I don't get. Like, look at that, 20,600. This one has 997.
Right.
So, interesting. We'll see. All right, guys, let's see the trades that we got on at the moment. We got that fill finally here on PSTV at 105. This is the 10 exponential moving average on the 10-minute chart. So I'm going to look for this one to be to basically be over here or to defend this area at around that 105 level. I don't mind defending into that dollar. VWAP is far below the dollar, so I won't be defending into VWAP. But the dollar will be the line in the sand for me. But I did get that ad at 105. Let's see what comes of that. Poet. Still holding the volume weighted average price, and it's been holding it since 11:30. So we're going on 35 minutes of it straddling the volume weighted average price from the high side. That's the good news. The bad news is there's no bid. There's no bid to pop it up and take it above that $0.50 and basically all the areas I've got my orders layered at. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. I'm talking about POET. It's really good to start the day, good bull flag, but since that time, it's been basically off the highs and then consolidative at the volume weighted average price. PSTV, we did well on this one, looking for a move back up. I'm waiting at $1.15. We got $1.08. And this is the second trade on it. We kind of exhausted all the shares that we had initially at that buck. Where was I long? Oh, yeah, I was $1.08, took out that $1.25, and now I'm back in to defend that 10 exponential moving average on PSTV. Showing me 10s now. How many shares do I have? Let me have a look over here so I can see how many orders I can layer. Yeah, I can layer some orders, baby. So we're gonna hang out here at 12. We can take some out there. RGC just rocketed up off the volume weighted average price. Shout out to that guy who tagged me, who's been holding this since $10. That's insane. I'm very jealous. That's why I say it that way, because I just wouldn't have the compunction to hold on to this from $10 into $41. That's just not the nature of these stocks. They don't usually do this well for this long. You've been holding it for a week and a day. I think you said you've been holding it since last Wednesday. Good on you, my man. In any event, it's been holding VWAP like a dang glove. If you've had the ability to get into this, and I say you've had the ability because I haven't, because the spread is prohibitive here, and you're doing real well on it. If you got the prints in and around that 38 and a quarter, 38 and a third, where the volume weighted average price is, you're printing up multiple storms here because we just took out $41. That's well off the high, though. 44.50 is the high of the day, so we'll have to see if this bad boy can continue moving on up. Back to PSTV, waiting for that 12 print. Bang! We'll take that out, Joseph. All right, now we're waiting at 15s. Let's see if PSTV wants to defend the 10 exponential, my man. How's it going on?
Yeah, good look there, Shrif. Yeah, people in the chat are like, yeah, it's most likely a scam.
Yeah.
Just when you scan the QR code. But dude, they're getting good with it. I'm telling you, man.
It's on the strategy website, YouTube page. How did they hack that?
I don't know,
Google.
man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm old, bro. I can fall for these scams.
It's funny. I was talking to my buddy yesterday, and he fell for one of the scams and gave up his SIM card twice over the phone. Not once, but twice. Yeah, to some dudes in Montreal. Yeah, how is a great question. When he told me the story, and it's funny. There was an NFL player who came and played for Ricky Williams.
Of course,
right?
For the Raptors,
right?
I mean, for the
Dude,
Argos.
And he told me, he's like, yeah, I was talking to this agent on the phone. He said his name was Ricky Williams. I'm like, there's no way, Will. There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, poor guy.
Was he high? Because Ricky Williams is about that life.
Is he
hold on. I thought he stopped.
I don't know.
Yeah, Ricky Williams was.
I don't know about him.
Like all about that green life, right? And then like he cut it off because they kept suspending him.
Oh, really?
Don't you remember? They kept throwing suspensions his way.
In the CFL too, no?
Or I don't know. I remember with Miami they were.
But he was pretty good too, wasn't he? He was all right. So
he was monster. What was he, like 225, 230?
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Big boy for a running back.
Which I found, which was funny. And he fell for it twice. Not Ricky Williams twice, but that one time. And as soon as he said that, I started laughing. He had to get it switched. But yeah, here we go, guys. The market is starting to pull back in a little bit. We are holding VWAP, so we're going to wait for some indecision candles around these levels and then join the participation to the top side. The thing is, I got out of Tesla. If we can pull up my screen here real quick, I got out of Tesla at the break even. So you can see I punched in and then I doubled up the size and then we took some out. And then as I seen the tape flip, I'm like, let me take a little bit more out here just in case we come back to the break even. And sure enough, it did. So yeah, we'll be patient. I do believe we'll break this support level here and then get another retest of the lows. And if we decide to hold that, then I'll have enough conviction to hop back in. But it does look like a lot of names want to break down here. Bitcoin continuing to sell now south of $48. We're running through some support levels on Hood here. So, but the positive note is, guys, is that buyers are starting to engage again in the market. So you can see that we're getting these rallies at the open. We didn't see that for a couple of weeks. And now they step in at VWAP holds. They might not right now. The market is pulling in slightly aggressively. But one thing to also note here, guys, is just the volume on the 5-minute time frame. You can see it nice, strong, and steady here. And then as we pull back in the latter half or in the afternoon hours of the session, that volume's really starting to die off. So that is a positive signal that buyers might re-engage in a bit here, guys, but I don't think so right now. But we also got the Playmaker poll up here. I know which way I'm voting today. We got another $5 super chat. Thank you very much, DJ2AM. You got to send me some of those Dolph mixtapes. Sending just because. Happy Thriving Thursday. We love that one. Today's another great day to be alive. Yes, it is a great day to be. Every day is a great day to be alive. You guys keep doing a great job. You two chat. Yeah, every day is a good day. So yeah, man. Even though it's not really, but you got to look at it like that. But yeah, it's all reality. You can't take things for granted. But yeah, guys, we're waiting for this level to be broken. Any indecision, or if the volume starts to pick up, then we'll look to participate. We always want a better price here, guys. So a crack through, liquidity grab. We are constructing lower highs here as well too. So if we don't break through that, then I would suggest that we might crack through here, and that's what we're going to wait for. I'll be a little bit more patient. It's unfortunate that Bitcoin is continuing to to decline here. I thought we were going to hold and continue that rally, but not. And I know a lot of individuals in the chat were talking about PLTR high levels of OI at 90, and where was our high of the day? 89, 81. So you can see that coming into play very well as just now. Two guys, so I can't talk either. But yeah, good look. I know I started to notice in the chat you guys are mentioning open interest quite often and quite a bit since we really started to hone in on it and use it from, especially in this turbulent market, use it for price levels that reject and that we bounce off there, Sharif. So.
All right, PSTV, we wet the beak there at 13s, but this one is zigging and zagging now. Okay, a little bit below the 10 exponential, a little bit above. It's found itself in this kind of consolidative look with about $1.15 to the high side, $1.05 to the downside. That could change in a second because it does look like it might lose 105. I will add into that $1 area to see if I can get a better price, but that kind of will be my line in the sand. I'm not going to be DCAing below the dollar. Let's see how this one ends up doing. We've taken some out, but we're still holding the majority of the position on PSTV. As the same way, we are holding the majority of the position. In fact, almost all the position on POET keeps going into the volume weighted average price and bouncing. Nothing for me to do at this level. I'm not going to be adding. And I won't be taking out anything less than $4.45. We'll have to see how that ends up doing. I see another trade here. AEVA, not one that I've said much about today. It is up on the day about 33%. The only reason I'm even talking about something that looks like this is because it just double bottomed off VWAP. So that 406, 405 area, and now it's moving right back up into that 415. It doesn't really look like it's got a lot of volume supporting the move, but here we go. It's almost into 420. We were just at 405. Now we're almost at 420. There is 420. So good strength there. I guess I should have punched in. I missed that one. So AEVA, another one that I've been looking at, but it's kind of been very tightly trading here between 425, essentially, and 410. For the most part, it did dip into that 405, but I saw it late, so nothing doing there. Back to POET, still hanging out at that level, and PSTV still above 105. Beanie, Sharif, can you check AGH, please? Absolutely. Very polite. Let's have a look at AGH. What is this company? Arias Greenway Holdings. Sure. Okay, so why doesn't it load here? I should connect these two bad boys. Right? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do, Joseph. We're going to flip this to purple. So, AGH Holdings. There we go. Hey, bro. Don't you want to change? Not you. I'm talking to the computer over here.
What's up, bro?
$14.4 million market cap. 4 million shares traded with a float of 0. Doesn't have a float. No shares. Let's find out from Trade Ideas what the float is. Okay, 2.35 million. Not bad, okay. So we got a smaller float here. This one was monstrous yesterday. Look at that rocket ship up. So the reason I didn't know about this one is it looks like it started out its life south of that dollar and only broke the dollar in the aftermarket. So I don't know if this was an after the market small cap gapper to take advantage of the no volatility halt parameters, or whether it was an earnings report. I'm not even going to bother looking. In any event, the high of the day yesterday is $1.14. The high today is 109. I don't trade this. I'll consider this aftermarket high in the same way I would consider the pre-market high from today. I want to clear these bag holders that could be up here into that $1.14. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to throw an alert. If this comes into $1.12, I want to know about it. And when it does come into that level, we can make a decision. But AGH, good look, well above the 10, well above VWAP. It's nice in the sense that it kind of has multiple bull flags. A pop up, consolidation, pop up, consolidation, and you guessed it, another pop up and another consolidation. Let's see if this consolidation holds above $1. So if I'm not telling you how to trade, but personally, I'd be trying to get in 101, 102, $1, and that way I know where my line in the sand was. If it lost, like, say, 97 pennies, I'm out, right? And then I could try to take this continuation up above that $1.09. So AGH, not a bad trade at all, quite frankly, and this one might earn its way onto the side chart, depending on what these other bad boys do. Actually, it's earned its way because WINT lost VWAP, so AGH takes its place. and we'll throw in the ticker on the side there. Thank you for that call out. Sometimes I don't see these ones that are sub $1, and it always helps when the chat, who trade small cap gappers as well, help out with that. So more thankful I could not be for that call out. So that's made its way onto the side chart. How we doing here on PSTV? We're still holding the 10. We're putting in a bit of a higher low, but not necessarily higher highs. I'm waiting at $1.15 here on PSTV. Let's see what comes of that. Poet is boring me to death. I hate that when it just straddles VWAP like that and then drops the volume. See, the thing is about this one, I'm always caught between two minds. Okay, so it's holding VWAP. So I say to myself, well, why isn't it losing VWAP? Someone must be buying it at VWAP. Then I look at the volume, and there's like no volume. So I say to myself, oh, the buyers will come in. They'll see that it's straddling VWAP, and then they'll buy it up, and it'll move up and print my targets, and then we end up losing VWAP. So I'm always, unsure what to do here when we just hang out at VWAP so tight, because that is one of my rules. I trade these above VWAP, and then what if it holds VWAP? Then I'll feel like an idiot for having taken it out. So I'm caught between two minds usually when this kind of thing happens, and it's doing it right now on POA. We'll have to see how this one trades. AIFF, man, Work Sport, one of the sponsors of the show, into the high of the day. Pardon me? Firefly, AIFF. Big move up into 584. That is the high of the day. Someone was asking me earlier about the look on this when I said it's very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average, and it is. Putting in higher lows and higher highs. Fantastic look right now, Joseph, on AIFF.
Yeah, good look there, guys. I hopped in and out of Tesla real quick. I just didn't like my entry. It can break higher, but I hopped in the TQs. I have a little bit more conviction with it in this, but I mean the downtrend, the trend is to the downside. So if we crack this right here, I'm just going to get out of the trade 61.13. I would have liked to have been at the break of it again, just positioning a slightly hesitant on that entry, and then sure enough, that's what happens. It does look like Tesla's going to break these highs though, which right where I punched out. And the thing is here, guys, what I wanted was the bottom of this range, and I don't really want to mess up too much because we traded it really well here in the morning. But again, I have to get in at the low end of the trade and not be buying into resistance, even though it does seem it wants to break out. And you can see the strength on the time of sales. But again, I just don't want to be punching in right here. From a risk to reward standpoint, I like getting in at the lower end of the range, considering it is holding. But let's see what the overall market is going to do. It can just curl right over it, under VWAP as well, so we have to just continue to monitor that. But yeah, TQ's not looking too good, so that's all right. We'll hold this. I believe that we can hold this level, and if we do have some indecisions, that could be a possibility to add, and then you can continue to the top side. But we are pulling in slight aggressively here. Bitcoin continuing its decline. NVDA couldn't get through 120. We looked at the open interest on that front. Amazon selling a little bit more here as well. Palantir rejecting 90. So the options market really coming into play here today, guys. So yeah, keep those chains open and look for those high levels. What's everybody up to? If you want us to go over something, oh yeah. So Saeed asked long of resistance. What do you think, and what should I be careful of before trying that? Long of resistance. I don't really understand there. Long into resistance maybe is what you're asking. What do you think, and what should I be careful of before trying that? So what I think here is, if you're buying into resistance, you're looking for the breakout. And what do we need for breakouts? You need volume and momentum to kind of break through those levels. So that's all I can really ask you. Stevenson says, Joseph Sharif, Bear Boast Fools, you guys are amazing. Thank you. Great show. Lessons, transparency, everything along those. I appreciate that. And if there's anything you guys want me to go over, just put it in the chat. Intel Put says Giovanni. Nice, right? Yeah, I like that. I can agree with that. Tesla flying cars. I think Sharif would know a little bit more than that. But yeah.
eVTOLs, baby. eVTOLs.
Okay, so Joe, you just answered your question on going into the trade. If you already know that the trend is down, then go with the trend, my friend. Yeah, I mean, that's the uniqueness of trading. You can trade how you would like to. I can go with how I want to. If we break here, then I'll just get out of the trade. I'm looking for the rebound. Yeah, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. And just like that, you get out. The thesis is invalid. You're right. Go follow that trend to the downside. But I'm also looking for the rebound. So, yeah, to each their own, I guess. But yeah, here we go. Standard QBTS Pug Life. Each Thursday before quad witching can be very volatile. I agree with you. Speaking of volatility, let's take a look at the VIX. I'm sure it's starting to pick up here. Oh, I don't even know why I do that. Okay, so we'll take a look at the VIX here before we send it back to my guy and see if it has started to go on the incline. So yeah, sure enough, you can see a nice inverse correlation between the VIX and the overall market. As we trade higher in the first hour of the session, the VIX slightly drops, and then now that we're continuing to the downside, the VIX is starting to pick up there. So yeah, that is the fear index. Sharif starting to pick up a little bit here.
Yeah, it's tanking, Katina, man. It defended 230 though. Yeah,
230.
yeah, bro. It popped into 230. It popped into 230, bro. It tanked, and now it's at 232. The Katina man's back from the swim. Just apprising him of what's going on. I should probably apprise myself of how to type on a keyboard because I just took out everything again on PSTV incorrectly, so I punched in at highs. I was long 105, now I'm long 119 because we took everything out 119. So I said to myself, look, if this is going to break out above 125, just punch back in. So now I'm going to have to find myself in the position of punching in at highs or having to DCA and defend that dollar again. So mistake by me. I really need to fix this problem. But anyway, profitable on it, but looking to do a little bit better right now on PSTV. Long 119s, a bit of a mistake there, but looking to wet the beak in front of the actual high of the day at 125. Showing 17s right now. Still packing my patience here on Poet. Still holding the 10 exponential or the volume weighted average price. What's going on? Yes, you got the fill. I assumed you did. The Katina man took $7 in the money there on that Tesla trade at the bottom, popping back up into 232, but still very weak on the day. The worst performing Mag 7 name by far, Tesla 1 1/3 in the negative. You got Apple down 0.25%. Goggles is down half or 3/4, depending if you're looking at Google or Google. Netflix is down. Meta, the best performing Mag 7 on the day, bar none, 3 1/4%. Look there. Uber's up 2 1/3, Softy flat. Amazon up 1/5. And NVIDIA up 1 1/4, 1 1/5 right now, currently zigging and zagging. We'll see how it ends up closing on the day. GTC conference today, guys. Quantum names in focus. We'll try to give you the information as we get it from that GTC conference. Ooh, AGH just tanked. Where's that one that I had on the side chart there? Okay.
Oh my God.
We'll just we'll bring that in over here. AGH was one of the ones you guys gave me, sub $1, that was working its way up to that $1.12. And the reason I didn't trade this because I had the feeling that the aftermarket trade into the high, that 114 high that we put in at around 430 yesterday would keep us down. So I kind of considered this aftermarket high the same as the pre-market high. So I wouldn't trade it until it clears at 114. It comes into that 109. Now it's below $1 again. Still above VWAP though. That 90 penny area could be money for those who don't want or don't care about trading this north or south of $1. That is the volume weighted average price area. And there's also price action support. Previously resistance at that 90 penny area. I'm talking about AGH. Good look on that one on the day, but giving back some now. PSTV still zigging and zagging at the highs. Look, I'm going to have to work my way back into this one in a bit more of a clever way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait at 12s over here for the ad, because something tells me this is not going to go up in a straight line. If it does, we've got beak wetters to take advantage of that. So PSTV, fat finger by me, but I'm going to try to make up a little bit for it by working my way into this one. Again, Joe, what are you doing?
Yeah, same thing. So nice work there for Katina Man. He's posting that trade on X. Yeah, and here we go, Gaurav. I know you're trying multiple attempts, but now that we have to realize is it's like, hey, it's not working on the 1 minute, so we have to go to a higher time frame and wait for that confirmation. I think that's the game plan. I'm not saying that we can't recover, but we are quite a ways below VWAP, which can now act as possible resistance. So we'll just keep that in mind there, guys. So let's see what we got going on with Tesla. It is still holding up relatively well. I'm glad that we traded it. I mean, that's a prime example how traders can make money both ways on an underlying asset. I truly thought Katina Man was long on Tesla this morning, and I'm like, all right, yeah, nice. I'm about to go long too. But he was actually short, but now he's making money on it as well. And we made some here with that long side trade, and then we had an additional one, and then we're 2 for 3 on it as we head into some resistance zones. So it's just taking a little bit more time. And Gaurav, those prints are continuously coming into play. So it's a good sign, but they're not being respected on the lower time frame. So yeah, we're gonna have to. And I went through the Mag 7. just now as well to see, hey, what is really dragging it down? And I don't find anything, so it might be a breadth issue. Some of the mid caps dragging it down. But again, once we blow through signal 1, signal 2, yeah, we might turn around. But again, I'm not going to go on an engulfing candle here, right here. I want to see something definitive and say, hey, Joseph, we're ready to turn it around. And I just don't see that happening right now. It may happen, it may not. So we just got to be a little bit more patient. What is the catalyst for the downtrend? I mean, it's just, yeah, there you go. So they go tariffs. Joseph, Tesla going momentum with the market at the lows. I mean, it's holding relatively well. The market was selling. The market was rallying. Tesla was selling, and now it's kind of just ahead of it, holding relatively stronger. There is some key pre-market levels that are coming into play right now that we can see. So you can see that base, that support system that's been putting in. So someone's clearly defending 231 as the market continues to go lower and lower. So yeah, good look there on Tesla from Katina Mane. He might get that second leg to the downside, and it could get pretty ugly as everything else continues to just sell off here. Microsoft was strong in the open. Apple was as well too. I went over that one, but now they're just all through VWAP, and we're heading into opening prices here, guys.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on anything coming in intraday here that could be, oh, I don't have the TV turned on. Oh crap, I totally forgot to do that. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm just looking at the news blotter. Nothing really of note due to respond to deportations. Nah, that ain't it, obviously. Just looking for anything market related. So I'll have a quick scan of that in a moment. Still holding on to this PSTV trade. I added at 15s. I'll be looking to add again at 12s, essentially to defend that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. We'll see if it pops up off that. It's still kind of putting in higher lows, higher highs, defending that dollar, but it is a lower high. So this area crest, a little bit lower, obviously, than that quarter dollar. So if it loses that, if it loses 105, this could be trouble, because that's an area defend right there. You can see that's where I picked it up off originally, and it was basically just kind of very tightly trading in that level. So if it does lose that 105 level, I think that I will get out and look to that dollar level. Joseph, who are we paying?
Oh, we're paying Trade the Pool, my friend. Our friends from Trade the Pool are back on Trader TV Live. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms, all right? Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now, guys. There you go. Scan the QR code, Trade the Pool. We were morning. I like the fact that they were referring to volume. I keep an eye out on volume and how it affects the stock price. We got into trades on Tesla exactly regarding that, and we're going to do the same throughout our tenure here trading. Sharif, is there?
All right, sir. Yep. So this one looks like it is defending for now. So sadly, didn't get the fill on PSTV at that $1.12. We did get that $1.15. So now our cost basis of 18s. Let's go ahead and wait at 20. See if we can get anything in and around there. I've got orders layered at 20 and then 23, and then we're gonna save a piece for the dream if it wants to pop back up. Yeah. So I'm gonna get out of this entire thing over here if it does pop up into that level. So I'm going to go ahead and put 437 because I'm done nursing Poet. So I'm just going to take out everything there if it pops up into my break-even level. Here we go on PSTV. Looks like we're putting in higher lows and higher highs right now. Here comes 19. I'm waiting at 20s. Let's see. There's the print. There's the print. Boom! Into the high of the day we go. All right, let's see if we can take some at 28s over here. PS dang TV. Holding the 10 exponential like a glove. Let's see if we can get that print though. So I'm still waiting at 12s. I don't mind getting a dip trade on this one. This one's shown it already its strength, but I'd like to see if we can get a little bit higher here than that $1.25. That $1.28. That is the current high of the day. Here we go with 123s again. Let's see if we can get a little bit more into that 130-ish area. If we knock on the door of that, that could help me out greatly. 140% now in the green as PSTV. Shout out to Nimit. And shout out to Bren Rex for pointing this one out to me. Didn't have eyes on it until you guys showed it to me. So I certainly appreciate that. Ugly topping tail candle, though, right now manifesting on the 5. It's not what I want to see. I'd like to see more continuation. But that is kind of inherent in the DNA of these small cap gappers. Keep your eye on what matters. What matters is it's holding areas of support that you perceive to be areas of support. And me, I always trade them off the 10 exponential or VWAP, obviously. And right now, it's basically really respecting that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we'll look to do a little bit better on this one. If we can get something a little bit in the higher 20s, it would certainly help my cause. Poet. You ain't no poet, bro. And we just got stopped out of that for a loser. Wow, that was really annoying. I added into that a million times into VWAP, and it didn't hold any level. So lesson learned or not learned. We'll wait and see. I'll tell you tomorrow whether I've learned my lesson or not. So back to the one where we're actually doing well on, PSTV. Let's see if this one can take out that $1.30, Joe.
Yeah, good luck there, Stevenson. Would you say it happened again? As soon as I go ahead and take my little profit, we tanked 3 minutes later. I exited SPY QQs at 12:39 just to get it done. I was waiting on just a little while and boot. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. And Gaurav and I were talking about it. Look at BC. You are impressed, says Sebastian. Okay. I mean, yeah, Bitcoin's starting to tank. We held 49.50 relatively well. So, yeah, here we go. We're waiting for these lows to hold here, guys. And if we don't get them, then that'll be okay. I'm not going to be overly worried on that front. So, yeah, speaking of Tesla, I noticed on the options chain for 2016, there's about 150 open contracts on 96. Okay, I'm assuming you mean 2026 because that would be close to a decade ago. If you're referring to 2016, sir, Pubi paper hands. But yeah, seems a bit wacky. Any thoughts? 15 open interest calls at 960. I mean, that's interesting, right? There's not much I can say other than pulling that up. Maybe that's still over a year away, year and a half close to. So, yeah, if 960, 950, maybe someone's really buying, well, I guess someone is buying those out the monies thinking that Tesla can appreciate to those levels. So, yeah, that's the name of the game. And Maxter, BTC to 92,500. We're headed south there, my friend. We're not going the other way. We're not going the other way. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye out on this. Let's see what we got going on. TQs and NQ, we're not holding these lows really well. So I think that this primary trend to the downside is fully intact. So got to be really patient if you're going to wait for that bounce. All right. So yeah, that's my game plan. Going to be really just holding risk, wait for that that primary, that A+ setup to come in and around these times of the day and see if we can get a bounce back into the volume weighted average price. All right. Yeah. And I know he meant 2026, right? I figured that's paper hand. So yeah. Again, someone is paper hands. Yeah. So yeah. If again, people are placing bets out there. They think that Tesla can go to $1,000 in a year and a half. So that's going to honestly add $1 trillion in market cap there, which I don't know if it's going to happen. It doesn't look like that, but anything can happen. Absolutely. So yeah, we'll be patient. We're not going to grab the lows here. Waiting for this pullback to the volume weighted average price, Sharif, some indecision at the lows, and then we're going to get into some of these trades here.
All right. I'm happy with how I traded PSTV over there. We've got top wick there at $1.30. Well, it's not technically top wick. I got 135. It's 136 a high of the day. It's still well above the 10 exponential. Shout out to my man Nimit. Nimit wants the face slapping animation, Katina man, because he said he gave it to me and didn't trade it himself, so he's disappointed. There it is, Nimit. You asked for it. You got it. The Katina man has got that on his stream deck, and he hooked you up. So you can shout him out for that. So yeah, PSTV continuing to go, guys. This is the best looking stock right now in small cap gapper world. We're going to take out that dollar dip, but we're going to leave a new dip trade right now. We're going to put it at $1.17. We're not going to let this one off the hook. Let's go ahead and wait at 117s. To shadow the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. This has been very respectful of that 10 exponential. Shout out to UCSFCU. He was asking me what the hell the 10 exponential means. Is it the same as a 10 EMA? And I said, yes, absolutely. A follow-up, do you use the EMA or MA? Does it make much of a difference? I have a bit of an opinion on that. I use EMA for intraday trades because it more heavily weights the recent price action, whereas the moving average, a simple moving average, will give each period an equal weight. So what happened 14 days ago or 14 periods ago is the same, weighted the same, that is, as the one that happened 1, 2, and 3 ago. Whereas the EMA, again, more heavily weights the recent period. So I have a bias that I use EMA for intraday. I know the Katina Man and the Neil, they like the simple for the most part, and it works for them just fine. So I think that, you can employ it in different ways. I use it as an EMA. AIFF, though, guys, shout out to Firefly Neurosciences, one of the sponsors on the show, just came back into the volume weighted average price over here. It's a bit of a widespread 549 right now. I'm going to try to get filled maybe mid-print at 55s. It doesn't have me, and then it pops right back up. Kind of annoying there. That's okay. So AIFF has been quite respectful for the most part of the moving averages as well as the volume weighted average price. Is putting an upward channel. There we go. We got filled at 55s. Now the loss of the 40 penny level, which is below VWAP, so I'm giving myself some room there, will get me out of this trade. So we're going to go ahead and wait just like that. And then we're going to layer the orders. So we're in at 55s. Let's see if we can get something around here. And then we'll layer the orders as such. So that's the situation right now on AIFF. I've been trying to pack my patience, wait for the right level for this one to come in. Poet is going to haunt me at night. I'm telling you that. It will haunt me at night. I don't know, man. I just hate these ones that stair step down and then don't hold. They kind of make you feel like, oh, VWAP's going to hold, and then no, VWAP doesn't hold, and it ends up tanking. So that's the situation. Back to PSTV. Sorry, I got to jump in between all these because I'm trading all of them at the same time. I put a new trade right now on for PSTV at that 10 exponential. I know I'm kind of testing my luck here because these small cap gappers hang around for a good time, not a long time, but so long as it's putting in higher highs and higher lows, respecting that 10 exponential, I'll feel comfortable punching into this one. AGH as well. We talked about this one. It was a mover in the aftermarket yesterday. Not much of a pre-market move at all, if any, today. In fact, it kind of tanked, but it is coming real close. That pre or aftermarket high, I should say, at $1.14 yesterday. I've put my alert at $1.12, and look at this. It's hanging out at that $1.10. We're putting in higher lows. So this could be another bull flag over here, looking to continue above that level. If it takes a high of the day, I'll know about it because I've thrown out my alert there. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at AGH, PSTV, and AIFF, Joseph.
Yes, good luck there, my friend. You can see that we're posted up here on the TQs, so hopefully we get a fill. I was just trying to get a better price as we started to climb higher, and I'm like, oh, then it just went without me, and I'm not going to chase it up here. I want to be really strategic on my entries, and then now just everything from a risk to reward ratio, so it's tighter risk here as well too. So that's just what I want to look out for, and I'm going to hyper focus on. I'm not going to chase it. I do like that NVDA is starting to pull back, so maybe we catch this fill here at 6170s, and then maybe just climb higher, and that's the goal. We are breaking through resistance on Tesla, so that is a positive sign for the continuation to the top side. Even though we were selling in the pre-market session intraday standpoint, once we went open, then we were just hovering around those highs like the overall market. But yeah, here we go. Break through that volume, slightly kicking in. Nice curl over here. Now touching into VWAP, pulling back aggressively. So yeah, let's see if this can be sustained. Katina Man short. We are putting in a nice base. Multiple levels that are coming into play. Pre-market lows, pre-market support levels, etc. You can see that we have this previous this higher low as well. So see if this trend line can hold up. It is going to be messy. Tomorrow we have a lot of options contracts expiring. It's index options, futures contracts. The quad witching is tomorrow, so you're going to see a lot of volume right at the open. We are in the queues now, guys. If we break the low, then we're going to get out of the trade, and it's looking like we might, which is unfortunate. We tried to catch the bottom multiple times. Doesn't seem to be working. So let's see if 61.50 can hold, 45, sorry. And if it does, then I think we'll be okay, and we can get that climb a little bit higher and try to get back some of those gains that we had earlier in the session. So yeah, that's the look here on the TQQs, starting to pull back. I had a feeling as soon as we broke that, we get that pullback at this range, and then now we can hold this base. So we got that price that we wanted to, so it's just a matter if it comes into play or not. Let's take a look at the options chain and see what it is up to and what it's saying. Where we might head today, Sharif.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to know if we're going to continuously reject the market here at these highs, if there's any high level of OI.
like that.
Obviously. Yeah, me neither. We don't like that. The rejection of the highs there. 484. So let's see what we got at 485, 7,000. Of course, that's what we have on today's expiration cycle with the highest levels of open interest. So just coming into a couple pennies close to that strike price. Again, we're getting that really nice bounce. Do we have a base? 470. Looking like a possible low, but that will not be good for that market. We want to find that next level, and that's 4,000 open contracts at 477. All right. I'm not saying those are going to come into play. There's only 4,000 compared to 7,000 on the call side, 4,000 on the put side. So there might be some more potential downside here in this sessions trading. All right. Yeah, Apple continuing to bleed here, guys. So yeah, I know it feels real good. As Apple it goes into the lows here with that opening drive, yeah, it does not feel real good whatsoever, but that's okay. Yeah, heading into these lows. So as long as these big names continue to bleed, Sharif, I believe it's going to drag the overall market down.
Absolutely agree with that, sir. RGC just halted down. Okay, so that's a bit of a problem here because it was just at $42. Now it's at $36.50. So whoever was trading this one, good on you. Like, yeah, you're obviously well in the money, having been holding this for over a week now. $10 is your cost basis. Dropped down. It just lost VWAP on the day. Doesn't really mean a whole lot, especially for your trade holding this from 10. But anybody trading it intraday that was using the volume weighted average price as their guide, well, I don't even know if you got printed on your stop. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. VWAP's at 38.41. This halted, $2 below that, 36.50. That is disgusting. RGC, should be ashamed of yourself. Shout out to my main man, Victor, for watching the show. Used to be a trader, actually, on the floor over here. We miss you around here, Victor. Shout out to you, my man. Yeah, definitely kill it today. He's a futures trader, so shout out to Victor. Hope you're doing well, buddy. And let me know how everything is going on your end. Back to PSTV over here. I'm looking at getting back in on this one again. I've set up my dip trade at the quarter dollar. It's not having me at the moment, so I'm punching in at highs, but small share size, looking to work my way in back at that quarter dollar. Now, I don't know why it didn't print me. This did cross below the quarter dollar, and the spread is 1 penny. So a little annoying there, but that's fine. We'll look to build another position into this one if it's possible over here. PSTV is the one that I'm talking about. It has a high day of 136, but for the most part, not for the most part, exclusively, the closing prints have been below that $1.30. So keeping an eye on this one. Let's see if it's got more upside. Oh, baby. Here we go. It just took out the high, or the local high, that is. Let's hope it's not a bamboozling candle. I'm going to wait at 39s. Let's see if we can get something around 39s. Now, show me 32. As I mentioned, the high day is 36. Here comes 33. 34 incoming, question mark? Let's go. No, none. Not yet. So we'll pack our patience there. It is breaking out, though. It's a good move right now on PSTV, and you can see the tape. Look how the tape picks up in speed, right? And it usually does that when you get into areas of both support and resistance, because there's a lot of buy and sell orders in and around there. Here we go. We're at the high of the day again. $1.36 now is the high of the day. We just showed that high of the day there on the ask. No cross, though. It just gets into that level and then rejects again. Let's see if we're able to close, though, above $1.30. We just opened up this 5-minute candle, so we may not close above that. I just got stopped out. of AIFF. It's okay. We took very small size on this one to start for exactly this reason. It just lost VWAP on a closing basis, it looks like right now. We'll wait and see if that is the case or not. So no VWAP hold right now, sadly, on AIFF. Back to PSTV. We're still showing 34s here on the ask. I didn't actually get my dip trade at 28, at 25. So I'm holding light over here on PSTV. So I'm going to be quite lofty in my profit-taking goals. 35 again on the ask. No cross, though. Let's see if we're able to get into 36. Nothing doing so far, but the volume is coming into this one, and it's actually maintaining a decent level of volume here. Average volume per 5-minute candle is around 3 million to 2.5 million, so not that bad of a look. RGC continuing to be halted over here. It just opened up. Okay, here we go. Dropping down into 35. RGC. Ooh, baby, that you can lose a whole lot of money super quick. This was just at $42.50. I'm not even looking at the high of the day. And now it's at $35. So $7 quick as you like, $8 quick as you like on that. It looks like it might lose 35. It's well below VWAP. I ain't touching this bad boy. Let's see what comes. Bang! There we go. We take out the top on PSTV, but we're light. As I mentioned, we're light on this one. So no more shares. None of the dip trades got filled. So we're going to have to cancel all these dip trades. I'm going to break this keyboard if I keep hitting it like that. So here we go. Now we're going to set up in front of a $1.30. So a $1.30 I perceive to be an area resistance. So let's see if it wants to act as support this time. Let's wait here in front of 130. I'm going to wait at 131 for a possible retracement and a hold of the technical level. This one could squeeze now. It is a $1.42 high a day on PSTV. It's a rocket ship. Let's see if it continues to act in that manner. It's been very respectful, though, of the moving averages, of price action support and resistance. I mean, like, look at this. You got a big move up in the pre, and then it kind of tanked a little bit back down. And then, for whatever reason, this one didn't really get going at 9:30. It was like more of a 10 a.m. pop. And then it took the $1 area later in the day at around 11:30. And that's when we had notice of it when Nimit and the like were telling us about this one. So this one was tradable under my system essentially all day, but I didn't really have an eye on it until about that 11:40 time slot. And since that time, we're about 45% higher, because that was $1 and now we're at $1.45. So this thing's up 178%. Let's see if it keeps going in the same way it's been going. Eddie, those biceps have been real pain for your keyboard the last year. Yeah, bro. I hate this keyboard. But I'm a pretty stubborn person in general. And I like things that I may not actually like. Like, I don't like this keyboard.
Yeah, but you like it because it's yours.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, of course, man.
I don't know, man. Everyone's going to troll me now. But yeah, so I don't like change.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
Yes.
I'm not a big change type guy, right? So I'm leaving it the way it is right now. Yeah. There's better keyboards, though. Fabian's offered me a much better keyboard, like the one that the Katina man has there, which is a lot more comfortable. Say that again, Neil? These ones are terrible. Or the one that you have? The one I have, it's terrible. I know. I'm not trying to defend it at all, but I don't like change.
Yeah, that's it. That's fairly simple. I mean, what time is it?
That's what the keyboard says too about you. Yes, it does. The keyboard hates me, Eddie or Eduardo. Guys, we're really breaking out here on PSTV, man. Holy cow, $1.53. This is really going. Great look. This might halt to the upside right now. I'm talking about that $1.53 level. It's a $1.54 on the level okay, so it's a false halt, rejects. Joseph, who are we paying?
Who's
paying us?
Who's paying? Ooh, okay, we gotta pay some bills. OGen, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Oragenics, Oragen revised. Scan the QR code there, guys. There it is. Yeah, I mean, here we go, continuing to bleed. Finally, Apple put in a bottom here, Sharif, holding that 5-minute opening drive low really, really well. So a double bottom potentially put in here. You can see for all your 5-minute orb traders, what a bounce off of 212.94. What is it our job to do after we see this bounce? So let's take a look at the options chain to see what the market is pricing in on AAPL and see if there's any high levels of open interest on the put side at 212 for this expiration cycle. All right, 210, 37,000 open contracts, 212, 9,000
trading
open
view
contracts.
one that you had.
It doesn't have OI on it. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you can't access that.
Doesn't
It just
have
has the
it,
chain. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have it. I'm sure if you connect something to it, it will, but just not.
True.
Yeah. So yeah, that is that look here, guys. On Apple, a nice little bounce. We're gonna hold on to this NVDA, but unfortunately, it just looks like it's a breath here before it wants to take another leg lower. You can see that we're not really pushing price up on the 5-minute time frame. So you can see we'll just mark out this ABCD type pattern. So A, B, C, D, and then it looks like it wants to put in another one. So hopefully we can crack and run into about 118.80s, but it does look like we want to break the low, and that's exactly what I'm risking as we look for a potential bounce in this name. Wow, IBIT is still just slowly bleeding off here, guys. 47.55. I was having a little bit more conviction yesterday's strength and the price action pattern as well. It's like, hey, we might continue and run into the higher 80s, but it doesn't look to seem to be the case here today. 47.52, holding some of these pre-market lows from a couple sessions ago and some of the daily lows as well too, guys. But a lot of these big names are starting to rebound. It's unfortunate that there's still some selling pressure on NVDA. You can see that from the selling candle pressure here, guys. Sorry. So it's like a topping tail type price action. And then as we push higher, it just continuously push down. So we need that volume to really step in, and then I think we can break through. You can see that we are starting to dwindle off. It's 1 o'clock, right? So this is usually lunchtime on Wall Street, so those guys aren't doing too much. Apple continuing to bleed, but getting somewhat of a bounce here, and it broke through some key levels, and just once it broke VWAP, it just continued to move to the downside. So not really great for that momentum. But here we go. I think 118.41 could be a potential target. You can see how it was acting as support here. We might run it into as resistance. If not, if we can punch through, go mid-range, and then go to that next level, which would be 118.60, I believe. But only time will tell, and we're going to need buyers to step in here, sure.
AGH touched that 114 level, which was the aftermarket high yesterday. I did get the alert because I had my alert at $1.12, but look what it did. It rejected $1.14. I don't think that's the end of the matter though, because it's still putting in higher highs and higher, well, not higher highs, but certainly higher lows, and holding above the 10 exponential and also holding above the 1. I don't trade this until it gets above $1.14. That's the look. PSTV, bless you, Neil, halted to the upside. So this was a false halt on the way up, drop back down, and then pop right back up for the actual halt. It is halted at $1.53. The halt time, let's zoom in a little bit like that. Let's just expand that time slot a little bit so we can get a better look. Show yourself, time slot. There we go. So 12:50:31. Currently, the time is 12:54:20. So we are about a minute away from the opening, a minute and 5 seconds away from a possible opening. Again, if you're a newer trader, volatility halts come in 5-minute increments. Volatility halts, not just halts in general. There's halts pending news and others. The ones that are for volatility, meaning they move up quicker than 10% in 5 minutes, have halt periods of increments of 5. So it'll be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, etc. So we'll see if this one opens up at the 12:55:31. We'll see if it opens up around that time. It is currently halted. Beautiful look though on PSTV. I still got a dip trade at $1.30. I think is still valid because that $1.30 was an obvious area of resistance. So if it comes back into that level, I'd like to pick it up. The only thing is I might need to be a bit more ambitious in my entries because the 10 exponential now is $1.34. Currently, it's showing a theoretical auction price of $1.53. That's exactly where it halted at. So it's neither plus nor minus. And if you're wondering what these theoretical auction prices are, oh, here we go. It just opened up right on time. It dipped in to, I think, the low there of 145. Nothing doing, but it has a new high day now, $1.62. It did pop up there, but hasn't cleared it quite yet. The low of the previous candle, come on, bro, why just do it? 145. So let's see exactly what we're doing over here. It looks like we could be continuing on our way up. So what I'm going to do is, let's see if we can get that $1.50. I'm punching long at the $1.50. Let's see if we can get that adjusted cost basis of a bit better. Otherwise, we'll take profits on the way up. Here it goes, 155 incoming, and we're going to sit as well, possibly at 165. That's obviously a high day break. Now, if this drops into the $1.30, I'm picking it up at the $1.30, zigging and zagging right now. No idea where this ends up. Does it breach the previous candle low? It does momentarily. It pops back up a little bit though. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man short what? 234 short on Tesla. He was already short 237, so he adds into the position. I'm not looking at Tesla right now, Katina Man, but what's the trend on that bad boy? Down and to the right? Kind of barcoding, he says, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. Katina Man's printing on his Tesla trade, and we're going to shut him out for that. Good look by the Katina Man on that. We started bias on Tesla. He stuck with his bias, and he continues to print. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Make sure, is More Trader TV working before I? Okay, so More Trader TV is working. You'll be able to see the Katina Man's trades and Neil's trades all on our concurrent other channel. It's called More Trader TV. If you're not subscribed, there it is right there. Make sure to weasel on over and be running it parallel to our stream, because you'll be able to see all their positions, their ins, their outs, and everything in between. Those don't work, but you'll be able to see their positions nonetheless about what they're involved with at the moment. So shout out to the boys there. Good look, Joseph. What are you doing on your end, my man?
Yeah, I got some out on NVDA, and I mentioned these resistance levels here, guys, and we ran right into the top of it. I only took about 10% off, and then I got stopped out break even right here. So that's why you see me kind of give it the old desk clap there. So yeah, slightly frustrating, but that's okay. We had some pretty good trades on this morning. So yeah, we'll be patient. It doesn't look like the bottom's in just yet. Apple continuing to bleed. Amazon looking like it wants to take another low. So now south of VWAP and holding. So it looks like we broke the elastic here in the market, and then just continue to move to the downside. Gorev says Meta is still holding VWAP relatively
holding 600 too.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned this earlier, Sharif. It was the best performing mag on the day.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so good look there on that one. It's holding really well here, guys. So good look here on Meta, but it does look like it wants to break down. If the market continues to the south side, eventually I think our party will win here between the bears and the bulls, and I think it's going to be probably the bears, unless things flip, right? Considering that it's holding relatively strong, and then the market decides that it wants to flip, I think that considering it's holding really well, these levels really well, it can just turn back around and price will start to appreciate again. So I'm at a NVDA. I haven't been trading it lately, and I'm actually quite happy with that. But here we go. I do like this signal on IBIT. Nice 5-minute hammer candle. It was continuously bleeding, significantly weaker than the overall market. And now putting in a potential bottoming signal. I like this, a nice volume signature here and another one right here. So if we come and test these lows, I'll look to get involved, and then we have our risk profile defined as well. So as soon as it cracks that, then we'll just get out of the trade. So giving it about, 9 cents? Yeah, about 10 cents, about a 10-cent risk there. So yeah, good risk reward on IBIT potentially, waiting for Apple to turn around, waiting for Microsoft, Meta, and a lot of these big names, Amazon, to put in some signals that are hey, we're ready to reverse, but it's not looking like it. So we'll be patient, keep our eyes on the chain, and keep our eyes on the price action most definitely, and the tape as well. You can see that we're continuously flushing here on IBIT, and we're holding relatively well. So that could be a good sign, but I'm not going to try the Qs. We went over 2 on that one. But we're not going to complain about that, because there's always going to be plenty more opportunities here. The best trades of the day were on this one. Again, we talked about the ad here, slightly late on the ad from the 5-minute time frame, but a nice partial out throughout the day. And yeah, so that on Tesla and here on IBIT were definitely the better setups here. So I'm trying to grab the bottom, hold this support level, turn around, and then that's when we're going to get involved here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to load up GTC. It says somebody in the chat says quantum panel about to start, vivid distortions. I'm not seeing anything that's live right now on the NVIDIA YouTube page. They just have stuff from yesterday, Jensen's keynote, the building blocks of AI. So if anybody's got the actual link, for that. Just throw it up in the chat there, and then I'll definitely check it out. I'm looking for it right now on YouTube just for that GTC. There is a CNET one over here, but that's from a day ago. Let me see if there's any live ones right now. I'm just worried because, yeah, wow, Joseph, that's that Michael Saylor one was quite bamboozling. I think you were absolutely right about that. Yeah.
As soon as it said giveaway,
Barcode,
right? I'm like, as soon as I seen that, because dude, it got me.
I feel like my dad, bro. My dad always gets caught in these scams. Like, and I always like make fun of him. Now I'm getting caught in these scams.
You're like, I don't know, man. What if he wants to give stuff away? I'm like, bro.
No, I don't. I wasn't looking for the giveaways. I just wanted the stream.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Like, yeah.
But as soon as, but
Yeah,
dude, he got me because it's like a 2-to-1 giveaway. It's him, Elon, and other people sitting at on some chairs together, and I'm texting my cousin. I'm like, yeah. He's like, yo, dude, are you kidding me? And I'm like, oh yeah, you're
I don't
right.
know. So yeah, throw that in the chat, if you have the link for GTC as well. I don't see anything live right now. Especially, I kind of want to use a trusted source, and Nvidia's YouTube page, nothing there. So the reason we want this, obviously, is we want to be able to cover the quantum panel for you guys. If there is going to be a quantum panel or whatever they're calling it. In any event, that's the look right now. All right, we're back in PSTV, and it's right back into the high of the day. We've wet the beak a few times already. Now we're waiting at 65s. I'm going to keep adding into this one until it gives up, okay? So I did add into this one at 40. I added at 49s, and then at 41s, and it just took out 60s. Still below the high of the day. The high of the day is 62, so this current candle is an engulfed candle, meaning the previous candle, the one that we opened the halt from, engulfs it from the high side and from the low side, meaning the price action is kind of surrounded. So we don't know exactly who's going to win this one. Is it bulls or bears? Well, I think that the bulls may have control right now because we're above the 10. We're much closer to the high than we are the low. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. We're above 207% now. Trying to work our way back into that 160 area. I'm long 142, so I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I'd like a print around 65s if I can. That's where I'm waiting. That necessitates a high of the day breach on PSTV. This has been the best small cap gapper, hands down, on the day. It's been the most respectful. It's been I don't want to say predictable because then it'll tank. But you know what I mean, in the sense that it didn't, come into a moving average that that it bounced off before and then kind of tanked like AIFF or Poet or RGC. So it didn't give you that kind of bamboozling look as much as some of these others. Now that's not going to last forever, likely, and it will turn. But hopefully we'll have a bit of an advance notice of it before it starts turning. IBO. Another one we talked about but didn't trade because it's trading below the volume weighted average price is halted to the upside. This has been a tight spread and a tight trade, very widespread, I should say, but it's on a downward trajectory right now. It's below VWAP and it's making lower lows and lower highs. In fact, it kind of looks like a downward channel. I would be looking basically short this off. I don't short these all that much, but I would be looking to short it off the volume weighted average price, which is currently at about $1.79, $1.80. It is currently up halted to $1.73, still up 226%. It's a good look, but it's below these key levels. So let's see how this one works out. If it can stay open and trade reasonably without a prohibitive spread, we'll get right back involved. PSTV just touched 60 again, now back into 57s. So it looks like the selling is coming in at the 10 penny level here, 60, despite the fact that the high of the day is 62. So keep an eye out on this one. It's continuing to kind of trend up, but for how long? That is my thinking right now on it. Yeah, I don't have much else other than this one. What is everybody else talking about in the chat? Surin, if BTC down, buy SBIT or BITI. Yeah, IBIT is okay too. I mean, the management fees are okay. The liquidity is the best.
I think he was talking about in the inverse ETFs.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
Oh, down, yeah. Why can't you just short IBIT though? Is it shortable?
Yeah, but I think I think he was referring to if you still have a long bias, you can long the short.
Fair.
Yeah.
And if you have a margin, or if you don't have a margin account, you can't short, so you can go long these inverse. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go. So there you go, bang.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Shout out to you guys. That's the look there. Here we go. Back up to 60. Here we go. 64, 65. Can I get the print? Look at the size sitting at 65. Why are you choosing 65 to stay at?
Why are they doing that?
Why are they doing that to me, Joseph? Why are they doing that to me? All right. Well, we didn't get the print there because there's monstrous size at 65. I'm going to continue to wait, though. Let it cook, bro. Let it cook. Let's see if we can get that. That is technically the high of the day now, $1.65 on PSTV. Good look on this one. I'm just going to flatten out here, or I'm not. Yeah, we'll pack our patience.
You ready?
We'll see if we can get that.
You ready, my guy?
What are we doing?
It's 105, man. It's 105. Bear versus bulls. Oh, Tesla's breaking out here. That's where, Tesla. Strangle you, but that's all right. Yeah, we're going to hold on to this. We're going to add into this IBIT position as well, too. But I'm ready when you're ready, my friend. I'm ready.
I'm just waiting. Boom! We get the 165. All right, here we go.
All right, we're ready.
566, 64.
64. We like a Nintendo 64.
Are we? What are we doing today? Hold on.
We're going long, buddy.
My mistake.
We're going long.
All right, so 566, 64, I said.
Right.
So we're taking profits. Joseph, 568, 64.
564.
And then we're stopping out 565, 64.
565.
Something tells me we're going to stop.
64. You think we're going to get stopped out today?
Bro. I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. All right.
The OG Darwin says PDD's popping up. Shout out to the OG Darwin. Let's have a look at PDD. Oops, that's PD. That doesn't count. It's not police department. Pager duty. I don't know what the hell that is, but sounds interesting. Yeah, good look, Darwin, bro. I mean, that 129 was a bit of a resistance level there all day. I mean, you had a couple of wicks above it, but for the most part, that 129 was money. Good looking bull flag here on PDD. This one is such a bamboozler. I mean, it gaps down aggressively. They report earnings, I guess, in the pre-market as these Chinese ADRs typically do. And from the closing print to the low of the day, we lost about 9.25%. But look at this. From the low of the day, and that's at 8:05 a.m. to the current high, we're up 13.75. So PDD, Pinduoduo, as they were formerly known, the owners of Temu. Apparently, it's not Temu. I heard some Chinese TikTokers say Temu, so I'm gonna have to say Temu from now on. This is the owner of that company, obviously. And they had a monster year last year. PDD was running up while the Chinese ADRs were all going down. It was very much an outlier. Coming into that 130 level, it's very close, 129.85, the high of the day, but I'll submit to you, it had a whole lot of trouble breaking through 129. The positive news about this one was, or not price action, I'm not talking about the report for now, it had higher lows with that flat top. So I didn't have eyes on that. That's a fantastic look, a very consistent chart pattern. PDD. Good look for now. Oh, this feels good, Joseph.
Oh, yeah.
Look at
it
that.
doesn't ever, my guy.
Look at
Let's
that
go.
top wick right there. That feels good, bro.
Toss the sirens
That's
up
a top
for my
wick
guy.
right
Nice
there.
trading there, man.
I appreciate you. Negative on the day, boys, but we'll try to work out of it over here. We'll keep taking trades on PSTV. Joseph, what are you doing?
Yeah, we're in some IBIT here, guys. We're just trying to make these winners as big as possible, slowly piecing some out. So working half decently for us here, guys. We're gonna take a little bit off the top here. Good look on IBIT. We're in half risk, full risk as we get that pullback, holding this resistance level as support. So climbing higher, we're gonna look for 40.79 is where we're gonna get the majority of this position out here. So yeah, this has been our best name on the day, guys, trading IBIT in the morning. It's unfortunate we didn't catch this hammer candle because I was in Tesla, but really, really nice trading there earlier in the day. And then we just want to stick with names that are strong, nice patience. We sold off quite heavily in the afternoon, all the way from south of VWAP 48.60 to 47.60. So that's a point down there in IBIT. So yeah, good look. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's see if we can catch 47.90s or 47.85 there, guys. In this, the market is starting to pull back in. Tesla continuing to climb higher. If I was a little bit more patient, but that's okay. We're not going to cry over spilt milk. But here it is. Nice look on Tesla coming through, holding nice support levels, and then now starting to squeeze as you get that ascending wedge type price action throughout the day. It seems to be the narrative in this name today, guys. A lot of bar coding, as Katina Man says, but then You can make it up. Thank you, Ramin. So yeah, here we go. Nice look here on Tesla starting to squeeze. Volume starting to pick up on the lower time frame. Can we tap into 47.85 on IBIT? That's what we're going to be waiting for here. How much do we have left? I only took a little bit off there. So yeah, we got 60% of the position left. So hopefully we don't get stopped out, break even, and we can continue this nice cover rally here, guys. But the volume the selling pressure is starting to pick up, so that's something we need to be aware of. We'll examine it from a 5-minute standpoint as well too. Why was I in this candle? And then now it's coming into play. So let's go. Hopefully that would be nice. 48.36, this pre-market support level, that would be the dream, and that's what we're going to try to hold on for. But we are starting to come back in a little bit here too, guys. So only 33% off on that, on those highs. So would like this recovery to be sustained. Apple starting to pull back as well. So that's a good look. Nice, beautiful hammer candle there. I didn't think the bottom signals were going to come in that into play, but it's working out here on Apple. Double bottom here, guys, off that 5-minute opening drive here, and then now you can see that isolated volume signature and that hammer print right at those key levels, and the options chain confirming it as well as we slowly grind higher. So a little bit tougher risk reward here. Here, you'd be 40 cents if you play the crack of that, but it looks like we're starting to pull back here now, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's no good. Yeah, it's no good. Yeah. Killing me, bro. You watch March Madness?
No.
Neither do I.
No, I don't. I used to be like a big Tar Heels guy. When Tyler Hansbrough played for the Tar Heels, he played for
anything of what you just said.
Right
I don't follow basketball.
North Carolina, where Michael Jordan used to play.
Okay, they're called the Tar Heels.
Yeah, the Tar
I didn't know
Heels.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. So I was looking today. I was actually watching what's it called, Squawk Box, and Warren is giving. Berkshire Hathaway, $1 million.
For the winning.
Not for the, you get a perfect bracket. Apparently it was insanely hard to get a perfect bracket.
Yeah.
So he's not doing that anymore. If you get 30 out of the 32, is it 32?
Something like that, yeah.
So 30 out of the 32, you get $1 million.
No way.
From Berkshire Hathaway?
That's crazy.
I need $1 billion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd be like, what is this? Yeah, Warren.
Like, yo, you guys are like,
Warren, that's like 0.00001% of your capital.
Give me something, Uncle Warren. Like, I mean, I don't even know what that is. But yeah, apparently it's very hard to choose the winner. It's not that I really know, hard. But
well, it's like one game elimination, man.
Well,
Tough
yeah.
I got a playoff hockey game tonight too at 7:30, which I'm
like
looking forward to. Yeah,
your own. And you scored last time, right?
I did. Hey. Not in the same league, different league, but league. Yeah, but got the game winner.
You're spreading yourself over how many leagues, bro?
Two.
Okay.
Yeah, just two. So yeah.
Who do you guys have for the NCAA Katina? The Katina man is not watching. How about yourself, Neil? Anytime Michigan State has a good team, he's always going to champion them. But Auburn is legit. So Neil Roberts has spoken. I have no idea about any of these. I just got to tell you flat out, I don't follow this sport. But yeah, it's very interesting. Everybody seems to like this time, and everybody seems to get super excited with the NCAA. So who are you guys cheering for in the chat? I want to hear who you guys are supporting. You got Joseph talking about what's it called?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. You got Michigan. You got Auburn. Throw in who you guys are supporting. Todd 6060 supporting Duke. The OG Darwin. You can get a trip to Mars on SpaceX too if you get a perfect bracket. Not sure how they'll honor that. That's insane. Did he actually say that, Darwin? Did he? That's it. He'll probably put you on when they go. I'm assuming, right? Like that's probably what the pitch is going to be. Florida Gators says random. Crow 828 says Duke. Tammy says Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. Yeah, right. Go Green says Andrew. Basketball is boring says Strayhawk. What? Dexter Smith says Duke. Go Gators says JCB Sports Cards. Andrew N says Go White. Alabama says Hal R. Biden 2028. What are you doing, Las Palmas? I don't know if he runs in 2028. I'm just going to leave it at that. He's joking, bro. He's joking.
He said, I don't think Biden, there's zero chance.
Biden is going to run in 2028. Gonzaga says busted.
Ooh, Gonzaga's a good pick.
Guap says, I support Trader TV Live. All right.
bet.
Brown Lighting Duke. Duke seems to be quite consensus here, man. Johnny H, none of the above. I am Carter, UW, so the University of what? Wisconsin? Huskies, okay. Stevie B, Kentucky, KY, I'm assuming. Neil says Duke is good, but since I hate Duke, I didn't say them. Neil firing shots in the chat. Carl Gruen, Gators, okay. Other Zinc doesn't care about this. He's like, go MSTR. Let's have a look at what MSTR is doing and bring it back a little bit to trading.
I was going to ask you, hey, we'll ask one more question.
Yeah,
Sheep,
go for it, bro.
where were you when the Raptors won the NBA title?
Oh, 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was around.
Okay.
I didn't actually go downtown for the parade.
Oh, no.
Man,
I didn't go for the parade,
madness.
but I didn't go for the parade, but
I
I was
watched
there.
every game.
I was there that night.
I remember exactly who
Yeah.
played into the lead up, bro.
Yeah.
It was, I forget the first team. I think it was the Nets. And then it was the 76ers.
Yep.
And then it was the, what's it called? The
Bucks.
The Bucks.
Yeah.
And then it was
Golden State.
the Golden State. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember the series back and forth.
King
but-
Street was crazy that night. Lockdown. It was such an amazing experience.
Right before COVID, too.
Yeah,
Remember that?
exactly. Right before COVID. And that's why I'm so jealous of Boston and I don't like Boston is because like you guys are just so spoiled with parade after parade. And the last time we've experienced that was 2019. And then before that was I think the Jays in 92 and 93.
Yeah, 92 and 93, exactly.
So I didn't even get to really do that, which sucks.
Yeah, you were
I was just born, yeah.
1 and 0 and 1. Yeah, legit. No, I actually remember, man, watching those Jays games. I was, I think, in grade 5 or the 93 one. Yeah, grade 5? Grade 5 or grade 6, whatever it was. Yeah, I do remember those games very vividly. I fell asleep when Joe Carter hit that home run, and my sister woke me up freaking out. It's like,
Let's go. I love it.
yeah, it was good times, good times. I just remember Mitch Williams. Shout out to Mitch Williams. Do you remember who that is?
No, I have
he
no
was the
idea
closer
who that
for the
was.
Phillies. And this guy was like, I think he was rivaling our closer, Dwayne Ward, for the most saves on the year.
Oh, really?
And he was a National League save leader, and our guy was the AL save. And so, and this guy was just, they used to call him Wild Thing. Because he was wild, man, bro. Like, Philly back in the day was like a bunch of gas house junkies, right?
Yeah.
And they were all John Kirk and Lenny Dykstra, and all juiced up, and big boys of the 90s and 80s, right?
That's crazy.
So they, they got cleaned up. Too bad for Philly. In any event, guys, right now I'm keeping an eye still, guys, on PSTV because it's still holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It still hasn't breached it, but we're in a bit of a deeper pullback. It's a 3 red candle, 5 on the 5 pullback. It seems to keep bouncing off that 10 exponential, so the algos or the individuals trading this are looking, it seems to be here at the 10 exponential as they've been doing all day. Look at this, just absolute clean hold. And again, we'll see if this area holds. I don't mind picking it up off that $1.30. I've made that point clear. I felt that there was definitely a bigger seller at that $1.30. So if we do leave the drop below the 10 exponential, that $1.30 I'll be looking at. But ultimately, it really does come down to that dollar trade, right? This started out its life today at around 55 pennies. Now it's up over $1 into that 167 high. So if it does come back into that dollar trade, you could find a lot of support there. RGC, this one tanked, halted to the downside. Looked like it was losing the bid. Guess what? It's back above VWAP into 39.5. Currently at 39, still well off the highs and still putting in lower highs if you were to kind of look at that trend line. But it's worked its way back above the volume weighted average price and is still up 26, 27% on the day. So this one, if you're not, turned off by its very, very widespread and crazy manner of trading, then have at it. I'm going to stay clear of that one, but we'll keep looking at some others. What are you guys looking there at in the chat? Ultra3123. Jays gave Chicago my favorite player, Andrew Awesome Dawson. Okay, shout out to you. I guess you like us for a different reason. Bruce Richardson. I was in a bar in Montreal when Joe Carter went yard. Great time. Oh, I bet, man. And you probably partying up with the adults. I was sitting there in the basement with my sister, and I was half asleep. So shout out to you. That must have been a time and a half there, man. What else are you guys talking about there in the chat? People are talking about anybody find a link for GTC for quantum computing? Let me have a look again. I was on the NVIDIA YouTube homepage over here, and we're still not seeing anything come in live on their homepage. So I'm kind of really hesitant to believe in anything else because of that earlier issue with the crypto summit. So I'm not seeing any live streams right now. But if you guys do have it, please tag Joe or I, and we'll definitely let you know. What are you guys watching? Where are you guys watching Quantum Days? Asks Fly7. We're not. So keeping an eye on that. Rob Cote, Aurora Cannabis. We mentioned this one earlier today. It looks like they found some I don't know, substance or something like that to prevent mold on the sativa. I don't know why mold on sativa is worse than on indica. Not really understanding the whole there, but that was what the headline wrote. Anyway, this is ACB right here, well off the high. It looks like it did take that $5 area, Joe, but it dropped below the volume weighted average price, and it looks like it is putting lower lows and lower highs. For the most part, it's found support, at least for the time being, since 12:25, so an hour of support at that 4 1/3. It hasn't been able to break below that 465 level. I'm talking about ACB today with a headline. Here it is, the headline, if you guys want to really dive deep. Aurora Cannabis shares are trading higher on Thursday after the company announced it discovered a novel source of genetic resistance against powdery mildew, a pathogen in cannabis sativa. Okay, so I guess it's only specific, the pathogen, to sativa as opposed to indica. Maybe that's why. In any event, we'll keep an eye out on this one. It is off the highs, though, but defending that 465, Joe.
Yeah, good look there, brother. So, yeah. Love from India, Uttam Parajapiti. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry if I botched your name as well. Bhaveen, used to have a friend named Bhaveen Patel. I know that's your guy. Can you please go? Sure. He did some things. But yeah, here we go, guys. We added to this position. There's always ways that we can improve on the trade, but it worked out half decently. There was still about 60% of this up here. I should have took a little bit more off as we rejected, but that's okay. Live and learn. But yeah, we entered, held the lows, and then once it worked out, I didn't want to chase it all the way up here. So we got that pullback, and then when we got that confirmation candle, you can see that we just kind of broke through that high. So not a horrible ad there. Can always put on a little bit more size, but then we just piece out 5%, whatever, 15% at this top, and then we got stopped out with 60% of our position left. So, but that's okay. We'll see if these levels can hold. It doesn't look like the market wants to recover. Meta breaking through VWAP now, Sharif, 598 and a half. That's what it's trading at. So these big names really dragging the market down. Apple coming back into the lower day as well here too, guys.
Sick, bro.
So yeah, I know. Sick stuff. Feels really, really good. But yeah, hey, that's just that. But I like what I was listening to Neil and Sean yesterday, and they're like, if you just don't like it, just get out. And that's what I did with Tesla. I just couldn't allow, and I was telling Sharif, I couldn't let that large of a percentage return go negative. So I just, it's tough, right? But again, you just got to manage the portfolio correctly and just not allow a winning trade to turn into a loser. So thoughts on QQQ for the close? I honestly looked at the chain. Thank you for the Patrick Jam. Thank you for that super chat. Much appreciated. I looked at the Qs. We talked about what the chain is telling us and how we might be just range bound right now, but there's nothing that stands out that tells me like, hey, this is what we're going to be respecting here on the day, even though that strike at 486, 6,000 open contracts, the high of the day was 484.76, so relatively close to that level. So you can see is that we were rejecting there. To the put side, let's see if there's anywhere around a bottom.
Can I just cover something?
Yeah, 475. That's about it there, guys. So we might have some more downside.
So we can't find the GTC link. It doesn't seem like there is a link today, but we are getting little tidbits coming in on X. Thank you, Brendo, for sending that. NVIDIA will open up a quantum research lab in your favorite city, Joseph.
Boston.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said, so I'm assuming Jensen's at this GTC, unless it was a press release released by NVIDIA. So that is the look right now. I'm keeping an eye on NVIDIA. It is positive on the day, but well off the highs, obviously. It was a 120 and a fifth rejection, and now we're looking like we're going to drop into 118. Let's have a look at what these quantum names are doing. Let's go through the usual suspects. Let's start with QBTS. and we'll flip to the 5-minute. So QBTS is selling off. It is at the low of the day. Flat bottom break through 9.55 for whatever reason. Hold up there. Tried to go positive above 10.5. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. So QBTS looking like a short. How about QUBT? They're selling off as well. This is a VWAP trade right now on QUBT. Every time this one pops into VWAP, it is another lower high and lower low. Looks like a great downward channel right now. How about our friend IONQ? Anything catching a bid here? They're all selling off. So typical down. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man still trading Tesla to the downside. IONQ. It is a sell the news event. It looks like on all these quantum names. How about QNTM? Also into the lows. ARQQ is the other one. This one not doing as much volume, but another VWAP trade. They're all at the lows right now. All the quantum names. It does feel like a sell the news event right now on in quantum world. So that's not surprising. Obviously, we've seen this many times. We run up and we price appreciate in anticipation of the event. The event then happens, and then we sell the news. Kind of one of the old adages in trading: buy the rumor, sell the news. Anyway, back to some of these small cap gappers. PSTV finding support here at this 135. This is an area that we did reject originally and then drop back down into that $1.15 before we ended up taking it out. So I don't want to jump into this one because I made that mistake with Poet. I made that mistake with AIFF. And I added into these ones on the way down rather than taking the strength on the way up. I don't want to add here. I'm not going to get back in. It's not the level that I wanted. I wanted that $1.30. It's at the $1.40, or I wanted that dollar. So I'm going to pack my patience here on PSTV, but it is still up nicely, 175%. We could change our tune though about it. Like if this starts putting in, a couple of green candles on the 5 consecutively, making higher highs and higher lows, well then we'll have to change our tune. We won't have a choice. Let's see if it's able to weasel back above that $5 area. AGH is another one that I've really had my eye on, and I've been really hoping for that 114 break. That was the aftermarket high yesterday. We got into it today, and we rejected dropping back into $1. I felt this was bull flagging here for a possible accumulation into that 114 break. And now as I stare at it a little bit more, looks like the volume's picking up a little bit. So on the way down, we were dropping to that $1. The volume really fell off, and now we've been putting in 4 candles in a row of increasing volume. So could we have another possible accumulation at that $1 level for the eventual break above that $1.14? AGH has been one I've been keeping my eye out on. What's going on, Katina Man? The Katina Man's... Yeah. The Katina Man is dancing with Tesla right now. He's short at 235, so he's already 50 pennies in the money. It feels like a weak market, Katina Man. Well, you and I both, brother. Katina Man is basically like, look, I'm trying to figure out this market, right, so that he can gauge Tesla the right way. I mean, who doesn't want to figure out the market? Get down, Katina Man. There we go.
Yeah,
he's saying he should have shorted the Q. I think you've got a good idea here in Tesla, brother. I mean, anyway, we'll let you cook there. So could have shorted the market at VWAP about 20 minutes ago. So it is one of those things. Mr. C, 199 super chat. My man dropping cash in the chat. Did the SPY just break the 200-day? Say less. Yes, we've been below the 200-day for a while, but this is the exponential. Let me see if I can weasel a simple on here as quick as you like. So let's go and type in simple. There it is. We'll weasel it in there super quick. So what color are we going to make this monkey over here? Here we go. SMA, show yourself. SMA, we'll change this one into 200. It is a simple moving average, and we'll keep it as green.
Wow, Meta's really
tanky. I messed that up. What's going on? You want to take over for a second?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, guys. Let's go over a couple things here. This is what we'll do first. We're going to tap right into the lesson and finish what we got going on. So this is what we went over earlier. So rights are equals exercise. When you exercise an option, this implies you bought a call or put that gave you the right to allocate the underlying asset at your fixed strike price. Obligation is being, here, let me get rid of this here. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so obligation equals assignment being assigned on your options position. That implies you sold the call or a put, and that option exercised more than a cent in the money. That requires you to return X amount of shares to the opposite party. We refer to that a lot. Okay, so we're going to go over some examples here. So stock XYZ is trading at 200 and you bought the 190 call. You have the right to exercise your call option and allocate XYZ at 190 when the underlying asset is trading at 200. Fairly simple. Stock XYZ is trading at 150 at the time of expiration, and you sold the 140 call. You are now obligated to sell those shares to the opposite party at a price of 150. You rarely have to exercise your options. Just close the position before expiration to avoid assignment. Close the position before it expires in the money at that expiration date. All right. So intrinsic and extrinsic value. This is exactly what I wanted to touch on because this is what I was referring to Sharif earlier on my Amazon on my Amazon calls. So the true value of trading options comes from being able to trade shares at the option strike price, not what it's currently trading at. Okay. So this is where intrinsic and extrinsic value come into play. Intrinsic value equals buy an options contract for $5. The same contract is now trading at $15. That contract has $10 of intrinsic value. All right. So extrinsic value equals time value. If you buy the 100 call for $2 and the underlying asset is trading at $100, this contract is only $200 extrinsically valuable and holds no intrinsic value. Okay. So this is what I was referring to. And when I told them, so I said, hey, I have a further dated expiration cycle here on Amazon. It is in September. That is where I have that cycle. I bought a 200 call, but I'm up money on the trade because I have gained extrinsic value. All right. So I've gained time value. I bought a $200 strike price at, say, we'll call it 195. So it's slightly down now, but earlier in the day, I gained time value. And what necessarily is time value is that I have a contract expiration in September. And now that I am, so the underlying asset is trading out the money, but as it gets closer to being in the money and at the money, that time value is added onto it. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. I paid $13. It's trading the underlying assets at 195, and then now when it trades at the money to 200, that contract is now worth $15. So that is $1,500 of extrinsic value because you're not going to exercise something that is necessarily at the money. Well, you can at the money, but you're not going to exercise something that is out of the money. All right. So that is what I really wanted to touch on. Hopefully that's not too complicated for you guys. Calculating intrinsic value, option strike price minus current market price equals intrinsic value. Calculating extrinsic value, market price minus intrinsic value equals extrinsic value. Now we're just going to put everything together. I'm missing on some trades here, but that's okay. Capital calls and puts are a versatile tool that require less capital. You don't need to exercise your options closed before the possibility of assignment. Extrinsic and intrinsic value give options their value, and that's where you get that leverage aspect. And what I was going to do here, I just wanted to show something real quick before I send it back to you, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
This is what I was looking at, and this is what I wanted to pull up here. Okay, so we're going to go on the cues. I'm just doing something on the side so I can display it to you a little bit more cleaner, all right? Sure. So cues there, and I want to make sure that it's correct. So what I want you to display here, I'm going to put in a zone in the markets, and this is what we're going to do. We're just going to gauge profit ranges, all right? So in a specific option strategy that I really, really like, and that is going to be the Iron Condor.
Joseph, can I cover
Yeah,
something
go ahead.
quickly?
Go first, brother. Yeah.
All right, there's a Palantir headline here, guys. That's why it's selling off aggressively. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says canceling Pentagon HR software contract. I don't know if Palantir has this contract. Watching shares of Palantir being reported by Bloomberg. Juan Padilla bringing to my attention the move down. I didn't have eyes on this. I don't typically trade Palantir, but that is a headline right there. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says canceling Pentagon HR software contract. I mean, I perceive Palantir to be much more than just a software or an HR software manufacturer, bro. These guys are going to be next level. Anyway, I've made my point clear that I think that the military cuts help Palantir in the long term, not the short term, in the long term, because they are kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they add value. In this, because their software is a lot cheaper than these more expensive military aircrafts and stuff like that. So we'll see.
Makes sense. Okay, so yeah, we'll just go back onto what we're touching, and we're going to use this as an example, okay? So we'll pull up the actual underlying asset here first, and if you want to construct a trade, and we're just going to use an example of how it looks when you are doing so in your order ticket. So if we believe that the market is going to move sideways, I'm going to remove this line, these two lines here, because we don't need them. So we'll avoid the, so this is our trade plan, okay? So we can construct a trade plan. We don't have a directional bias, and this is the beauty of options. All right, we don't have a directional bias. You can see I have a resistance line drawn and a support line drawn. Now we can build a trade idea, a thesis stating as long in X amount of time, so whether it be a week, a day, or a couple months, as long as that underlying asset closes in between those support and resistance zones, we can create a profitable trade. What does that look like here on the options chain? Or from an options constructing standpoint. So this is how an iron condor is constructed. And this range is your profit target. You see that when we step out of it, this is when we become negative on the trade. But here, this is the profit range, and I just wanted I wanted to show you guys the charting of it, because it may take some time. It may take some time in order to understand that. But with an iron condor, you can say, hey, from 474 all the way to 484, as long as we close within that range, we can construct a profitable trade, and that is the beauty of options, and I just wanted to show you guys that. I know we have, let me know when you're ready, my brother. We're going to hold on to this.
Yep, ready.
Okay, cool. Fire it up.
New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite. You'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully, after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform. It's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You'll be able to predict the market better with backtesting. It's got reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal, and they were nice enough to provide me with an account, and I cannot be more thankful. I'm back into PSTV, Joseph. I'm looking to, I already wet the beak there at 49s. I'm waiting now at 53s. It does seem like it has a whole bunch of selling at this 50 penny level. It's gotten really thickly traded. 52s now. Can we get a 53 print? Can I get a hallelujah? No, can't get anything quite yet. Packing my patience. Just worried that this does reject off the $half. We know that there's $half, the whole dollar areas of support and resistance for these small cap gappers, Joseph.
Yeah, nice look there, my friend. Oh, I wish I got in on this bottom here, guys. It's okay that we didn't. I mean, nice bounce here on IBIT. Those hammer candles really coming into play on this name. It was selling a lot quicker than the overall market, and then it put in that signal at the bottom, and we got in here, and then we got stopped out break even, but then we just didn't get back in. So yeah, gotta get in on those trades, but that's okay. Yeah, so climbing higher and looking like it wants to break through this resistance zone. So yeah, that's unfortunate. That's okay. There'll always be more. Amazon starting to pull back. Apple still weak. So just avoid really weak names if you're looking to go to the long side. But Tesla looking okay. This is really tough to sit through this type of price action. I mean, and then you got all this. This is where price was condensing on the lower time frame, but pre-market was choppy, and then you go into a nice consolidation here once again, and then you break the lows, and then you go into this barcode type price action, and then you pop a little bit higher. Just the signs of a stock that's not necessarily as in play as we would like, hovering around here. And I don't want to compare this to AMD, but you can see the similarities in this name, even though we are starting to recover here. Would have been nice to be in at 96. Maybe if you were holding these bases, prices. But this name is just not in play for all the way from, let's see, March of 24. So over a year ago now, a year and a couple of weeks, just bleeding and hasn't recovered. And I mean, this AMD was supposed to be number 2 in the AI race here, Sharif.
Yes,
and if
sir.
this is what number 2 looks like, even though you know it's not, you got like Broadcom
really
obviously
ugly.
suppressing. It's just not a good look here. And I'm not gonna I don't like comparing apples to oranges, but look at Tesla here, man. I don't know. Is this the base? Is this the bottom here? 192 might be in the works. I just don't think the selling's done yet. I just think with the momentum and everything to the downside, it could be. It just takes a long time to turn this around. It's going to need some positive catalysts.
I think AMD's better days are coming, and I have talked about
its worst days are over. Is
I think so. Yeah, at least like the major part of the worst days. And the reason I say that is we know that they can't make the MI300. They can't make the MI330 in any great number to sell them to the hyperscalers because Taiwan Semi doesn't have enough capacity.
Yeah, they don't have enough capacity.
Taiwan Semi makes like 99 or like 80 some odd % of the world's most advanced chips. And I'll submit to you that these advanced AI GPUs fall into that category. So unless that factory or foundry we call for chips in Arizona can open up a bit quicker, we're going to have to wait until it's open so that they can earmark that capacity. They've already promised.
So what would they have to do to TSMC? Like in order, so you know how NVIDIA controls most of it, would AMD have to walk in Lisa soon and be like, hey, we're going to give you more money, we need you to start producing more?
I don't think so. I think it's all contractually, like they've made
Okay.
And the thing is, Jensen's been able to take the majority of Taiwan Semi's production output, but that doesn't mean that Lisa's not going to be able to get some. The problem is the factory or the foundry that's going to make Lisa's MI processors are not ready yet.
Yeah, they're not ready.
They're not ready.
Fair enough.
So we can't get what we don't have the machines to make. So guys, PSTV looks like this is going to reject. So this is a lower high. It did breach 50. I didn't get my print at 54s or at 53s. And now it's moving right back down. So I've given it to prior bar low. I'm not talking about this prior bar right here. I'm talking about this one, the one that printed at 130. The low of that bar is 139. I've given it to 137. I perceive this one to be a stair step down, especially with that topping tail into 150 that didn't really continue. So if that's the case, we're not going to give much back here, and I'm going to keep a very tight stop on PSTV. It looks like the best trade may have been behind it now. It's still up 182%, was up 200 some odd %, but now stair stepping down. PSTV, good look on the day, but I think this one is making lower lows and lower highs. I got into SPRY because it weaseled right back into the volume weighted average price. I perceive this to have as well lower highs. So I am kind of concerned that it flat bottom breaks. I've tried to give myself a little bit of room here below VWAP. We're long at 40s. It's showing me 35, so we're not out of the money by that much, but we haven't printed anything to the high side yet. This one's been dipping into VWAP, popping back up, dipping into VWAP, popping back up. But every time it pops back up, it's a little bit lower than the previous high. So that's what we call a descending wedge and a possible flat bottom break, right? So we'll wait and see if we get that. Just trying to put some trades on at the moment. Don't want to stay with my hands doing nothing. Here goes back to PSTV. It is dropping down now. I had a feeling this one looks like it's going to give up the ghost. Keep your eye out, though, for that $133. That is the area low, that $135, $133. I'm not going to give it to that low. I'll just get out before that, and then if it ends up holding and curls back up, we can have another discussion. But I'm going to keep a tight stop on this one. If it breaks that 136 level, that is the end of the trade. What are we doing there with PLTR? Piper's talking about Palantir, saying it's another loss. I'm sorry, brother. I mean, I don't know if you went long or short there, but it looks like it did pop up a little bit. You could add a 50 penny winner. 86.50 was a low, pops up into 87 mid-teens, and then right back down it goes. So I'm not sure how you traded that, brother, but hope you kind of get the wind under your sails again. Bhavin, am I saying your name right?
I think it's Baveen.
Baveen.
Yeah.
Is it actually?
Yeah, I think so, man.
Just tag me. Let me know if I'm saying it wrong or if Joseph's right on that one. Let's have a look at DWTX. DWTX. What is this one doing on the day? What do we got? Flip to the 5. That's obviously the daily chart. You can tell it's a former runner. Not bad. good. Move it to 7. It's not for me, though. It's very light on volume, and it's only done about 119,000 shares on the day for a $7 name. That ain't going to cut it for me. But I see what you're saying. Good move up, but the liquidity is very much lacking, so not for me. You got it right. I told you, bro.
Ooh, you were right? Bobbin?
He tagged me.
You got it right. All right, so it's Bobbin.
Bobbin,
I thought it was Bavine. I had a buddy named Bavine.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I swear to God, I used to work with him for a while.
I believe you, bro.
From Brampton.
Hey, Niels Hood. So, okay. Good look there. Nothing doing for me, guys. Still holding SPRY at 35s. It continues to drop. We're 6 pennies out of the money. PSTV, we're 1 penny out of the money. It's showing me 45s. I'm long 46. Not going to give this much room. Benny, CYCU. Let's have a look. Load up that bad boy, CYCU. What do we got over here? Kai Kurion Inc. Sure. Okay, so this has a pre-market high at 6:10 a.m. of 81 pennies. I will not trade this until and if it breaks that 81 penny high. I realize it's above VWAP. Watch out for a double top at around 73 pennies. It kind of weaseled its way up there. I'd be interested if it cleared that level. That's kind of just my rule for these bad boys. Let me know if it does break above that level. We only have 15 minutes left on the show, so I likely will not trade that. But thank you for pointing that out. Thoughts on RR? Patrick, I thought it was Patrick Vitale, but it's Patrick Del Valle. I got excited. See how excited I got there? Yeah. Let's have a look at RR. Rich Tech Robotics. Okay, not a bad look today for Rich Tech. I mean, it popped up. It's up 5.87%. I think it's off the highs, though, Patty, because this one did move up to 244, kind of a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here, and now we're making a downward channel below the volume weighted average price. That's kind of how I see that one. So it's a good day for it, but I think the best part of the trade is behind it now, especially you've had a couple of bounces off this VWAP area as well. Let me know how it goes if you continue trading it, but Rich Tech, not for me. Stuart, hey, mate. CRVO, say less. CRVO, let's have a look. This is a great looking chart. Why the hell did I not have my eyes on this? Shout out to Stuart. This is what I mean, guys. I mean, it is a little light on volume for a $12 name. It's only printed 12.75 million shares on the day, but that's acceptable. I can deal with that. So CRVO is the ticker. Here's what I see, Stuart. I see respect for the 10 exponential, the deeper retracements and the consolidation all held up above the 20s. But for the most part, you are getting respect for that green line. That's a 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's a good look right there. I'd be looking to base my trades off that with possible dip trades into the 20. But if it breached that on a closing basis, I'd get out and then I'd look for a possible retracement into that 11 and a fifth. For a VWAP retracement. That's how I look at CRVO. Good call out by you, my man. That's kind of what I want to see from you guys. Those are the ones that look good there. GLD, Sharif or Joseph, I'll give you that one.
GLD, yeah, for sure. Gold, we like gold. We like gold. Yeah, I like gold.
So good, bro.
Yeah,
there was like, I can't say it without getting way too politically biased over here, but there was just like this politician who was calling out the other side. I'm not going to say who.
Yeah.
And he was calling them, they were lacking masculinity. He's like, I could kick all their asses. So the meme was like, is the masculinity in the room with us right now? It's like he's delusional a little bit, right?
That's why. Okay.
Sorry.
Anyway, gold. Yeah, that one's over there. But I mean, yeah, guys, nice signal here. I mean, I was looking at GLD right down here at 263. You're now trading her at 280. Are you chasing it up here? Maybe if you want to hedge against a recession, maybe tariffs. But I'm not going to be chasing it up here. But GLD, do you own GLD, Sharif? I
don't own any gold.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what
my
you're
old
saying.
man was in it for a little bit.
Oh yeah,
lost money on it.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. But I mean, for the past couple of years, man, excuse me, it's looking really. Are you laughing at me?
No, because someone in the chat knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Sorry, no, it's okay. I guess since last year, February 24, you've almost doubled. You have more than doubled in price in gold. So, yeah, this is I have my names that I want to get involved. I started a position in Hood. Running some swings on Amazon, but the hood is for more or less the long term. Really like the numbers. Amazon most definitely a swing play. Hopefully we can hold up some key levels. But as for gold, man, it is really nice and continuing to climb higher and higher. So yeah, I like that name. And I guess it's an ETF, not a name. But yeah, if you want to hold gold without actually outright owning it, then that's your way. Okay, what was I going to pull up here? Yes, AMZM. Talk a little bit about this. It sucks because we were sitting on top of this resistance zone. You can see that I had 200 marked out. There's quite a bit of open interest there, so we couldn't crack that, but we are now heading to the south side. I'm out at 85 if we break lower on that specific options trade. So yeah, I have that calculated into the contracts. Hopefully we hold these levels, but I don't like this selling pressure right here. Guys, was hoping for that to be sustained. Anything can happen in the latter half of the day, come 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And if we can regain half of this, then I think we'll be okay. And then tomorrow's open is going to be really important. We have quad witching, so watch out for the open, guys. You're going to see a lot of volume come through the tape. So just be prepared for that. There might be a little bit choppy out of the open, and it could be really strong or really weak. So just be patient, and you're going to notice in those 5 minute, in that first 5 minute print, there's going to be an excessive amount of volume on the larger names. So that on SPY, you'll see a lot on Apple, Microsoft, and most definitely NVIDIA there. So I'm looking forward to that. And I mean, today's not over, but I think tomorrow is going to be really interesting considering we're running into quad witching here, Sharif.
Yeah, man. I'm just continuing to watch my position here on SPRY. We're long 27s. I mean, it's showing me 29s. I'm not going to print anything unless it takes out that 40 penny level. So I'm just trying to pack my patience. This is a VWAP retracement trade. PSTV as well. This is putting in higher lows, but we're not necessarily getting enough volume to push this decisively above that $0.50, and that's where I'm waiting on PSTV. That $0.50 does or is an elusive target, at least for the moment. It was well above that, going up into that $1.65, but has since kind of lost a little bit of steam here. So we'll keep tabs on that now. Now, with respect to my out ultimately on SPRY, I do have my stop there, at 14.12. So it's going to have to kind of hold above the previous bar low. That's going to be my look. I don't want to keep holding this if it's going to put lower lows. Currently, the current candle, the current 5 minute candle, I should say, has a higher low than the previous one, which is why I'm involved. Otherwise, we're going to steer clear of this one. There's not too much else happening in small cap gapper world other than to say that AGH, one that we were watching all day for that 114 break, which didn't happen, at least not yet, is coming back into that dollar area. It has been money off that dollar. Every time it dips into that dollar, it pops back up. Now, the only issue with that is we're putting in lower highs now, so we could get that flat bottom break through the dollar, and then we could find ourselves easily at 95 pennies, if not below that. So AGH still in focus, but not doing much at the moment. Let me know what you guys are looking at. I'm basically winding down my trades at the moment. I don't want to get into too many new trades. I see you, Dennis. I see you. Try not to use the idiot word. Otherwise, Streamlabs will block it. So just going to keep it clean. What else we got here? Mr. Briggs, BDTX. I think somebody asked me about that one earlier. Let's have a look at it again. BDTX. CRVO is a great looking trade though, so shout out to Stuart, man. BDTX, I believe they said. Yeah, this one, I did mention this one because it was strong yesterday, but this is an inside day for BDTX. We're above yesterday's low and well below yesterday's high. So what does a daily chart on this one look like? Yeah, definitely a former runner, but as you can see, the overall trend, my goodness, is down and to the right. This is Black Diamond Therapeutics. That's the name of the company, about $115 million market cap. On the day, though, not for me. It has to be above yesterday's high. Otherwise, it's an inside day, and you can get pushed down by the bag holders from yesterday. So that one I'll steer clear from. What are we doing on my trades? Nothing doing right now, Joseph. Break even on one or a break even on both. Both kind of holding patterns, but not really sure how this SPRY trade ends up doing as it's holding VWAP. But I saw this before with Poet where it held VWAP and then broke down below it. So trying to be careful here.
Yeah, good luck there, my friend. Someone in the chat has been kindly asking us to go over some NEO and $5 calls. So hopefully you're paying attention now. Excuse me. I don't really love this name, $5 calls. I know you mentioned Lotto, so that's just what you want to look at it as, right? You can buy those $5 calls and look at it as a lottery ticket. I wouldn't have too much faith. I forget when they report. Is it tomorrow morning? I'll go over that real quick to see what we got going on. So tonight we have Micron, Nike, and FedEx. I remember Katina Man and I did FedEx, or it might have been Neil and I doing FedEx last time, and they told me they're going to be doing a split. They're going to break up the corporation, which was pretty interesting. And then NEO, yeah, tomorrow NEO's at 4:30 a.m. Expected earnings of a 42-cent loss there, guys, and then revenue of 2.85 billion. And then we got CCL, obviously at 9:15. So again, if they come in better than expected, that's what the street wants, right? When you have earnings reports, if you come in with surprise, that's what the street's looking for, a surprise in some way. So if they come at like a 20-cent loss, 30-cent loss, maybe it can continue to climb higher. So that'll be a little bit better than expected, and that's what the street's going to look for. So $5 calls here on NEO running in tomorrow's earnings report. You said it, you hit it pretty much perfectly on the head. It's a lottery ticket, right? Just going from this previous price action, and I don't really love this car space too much. So yeah, that's what it is, a lottery ticket. Hopefully you can print up a storm on it, and if you are in the money come the open, if you break through here, I mean, if you break through $5.50, then I would continue to hold on that. But come that print, if you stay within this range, I would just be a little bit more cautious and wary that you can come back into the bottom of the range there, Sharif. So.
All right. Woo, selling off, says Brandon Young. Let's have a look at WU. I don't even know what that is. Western Union. Okay, yeah, definitely not going to trade this, and it's very, very lightly traded. So let's see what else is moving on here. Bren Rex, BYDDF, just another fear factor of their 1,000 volt charging system, 1,000 amps. It is a DC system, 1,000 volts DC, doesn't kill you, it cooks you from the inside out. They have a way to go. So what he's talking about there is what we heard about from BYD. I'll just put BYDDY. He put the F, it's the same thing, BYDDY. This is BYD stock on the OTC. It's not dual listed. This is kind of an, I don't know what you call it when you don't list on the main exchange, but you list on the OTC. What is that called? You know what I mean?
Pink sheets?
Yeah, but it's OTC. It's just like, what's that whole thing called? Anyway, it doesn't really matter, Joseph. So what they announced was that they could basically get a full charge or almost a full charge within 5 minutes, which kills Tesla's current system. Again, you know, it's coming out of China, so there's really no way to verify it. That's what the media has been selling you anyway. I'll submit to you that these Chinese EVs are just light years ahead of their American competitors, and that's because they invested in it from a long ago. Lots of state subsidy going into that EV sector, both for raw materials and then refining, production, subsidies for the consumers so that they could buy. So there's lots of, national interest in being the leader in EVs, and they were doing this way before the Americans. And so they're a little bit ahead, sadly, for us, because we don't get their Chinese EVs here, and we also have 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs to kind of follow the American sentiment. Now, what's interesting, since I'm on this topic, is that I was watching a video on my favorite social media platform, TikTok, and there were, commentators there saying that there were ways to get in Chinese EVs through Mexico. So the idea was that the Mexicans hadn't placed their own 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. So there was a way, apparently, where you could register the car in Mexico as a Mexican national or however else, and then bring that car into the United States or Canada as a previously registered car and then not have to pay the tariffs on that. So I'm not sure, I'm not making a statement as to the accuracy of that, but that's what that's the video that I was told, or that's the video that I watched. That's what it said. So let me know if you guys know anything about that. That'd be interesting to know if that's even feasible. Some ideas come to mind. Obviously, how would you service the car? That's number one. Number two, if it was a warranty, if there was something wrong with the car, how would you go ahead and have parts replaced without, having the part come in from China, and then who would be able to service that here unless they knew the parts? I don't think it's illegal, boys.
I don't think you can register.
You can register the car, yeah, but that's the thing. I don't know if it would be illegal in the sense like it'll be like you get like arrested or something like that.
Might say, like, how do you have?
Yeah, well, I don't think they really care as long as it was a registerable vehicle, right? The port is where you pay the tariff. So once the car comes in from the port, that's where the tariff is due. It's not due at the Ministry of Transportation when you register it. So I don't think that it works like that. Anyway, that's just a little tidbit there. Joseph, any final thoughts for everybody as we wind down the show?
Yeah, I mean, we got some good names here tonight, guys. We have FedEx, MU, and Nike. Those are going to be some primary names that Katina Man and I are going to be keeping an eye out for. Be patient. The market doesn't want to quite recover, but it does. It feels nice that the bulls are getting back engaged here, even though we are selling. But you can see those buyers most definitely start to step in, guys. It is 2 o'clock. Keep those risk measures in place. Don't blow up your day. If you're green, be patient, and we will catch you same time tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of big reports tonight, Mike.
Huge reports tonight.
A lot of big reports.
Ouster reports tonight. Welcome everybody here. We've got the market's trending down, obviously, if you've been paying any attention. As it seems like, I don't know, it's a we sell the pops kind of market lately. So NASDAQ went red, ES went red. Both of them, what am I hearing in my ear? Oh, there's an ad playing. ES went red after a nice bounce early in the day. The quantum event ends up being, well, let's just call it potentially a dud. I don't want to call it a complete dud, but you've been selling off here. Like QBTS now down 15%.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
15%.
Okay, sick. Thanks.
On this. And I think this is the worst one of the entire group. So yeah, not a very good day for the quantum names. Sell the news because that's what the market tends to always do.
Yeah, there's
lately.
Yeah, that's fun. Okay, we'll show that. Thanks.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah, Rob did.
What's jokes about it is that.
Hold on.
I thought I had it. I thought I had one too, but I couldn't find it. You guys have no idea what we're talking about. You'll find out in a second.
Microphone check. Oh, 1 2 1 2.
Check 1, check 2, rump shaker. But I was gonna eat my cookie. I was like, so our caterer today, the sandwiches, I didn't have one, but there was like chicken salad on our chicken salad on our salad. But they had these macadamia nut cookies, which are delicious. And I'm saying are delicious because I already had one, and I'm gonna have a second one because that's how I roll. QBTS just broke $9. It's going lower. The market is going lower. I'm in an NVIDIA short, which is not going lower. It's kind of flat. Tesla's going lower. Intel finally. Oops, Intel's not a New York stock. All right, give me a second. There you go. Intel finally working cleanly after it happens. Sometimes I bungled Intel this morning. I'm going to knock on wood because I don't want to jinx it. I was able to get it back, but only by later in the day being patient with
that wood.
That's the best way to think about it. Later in the day being patient with it.
Oh, baby.
Tesla broke a day-long trend. I waited till it got into the trend and has now broken it, but it just tagged VWAP, the volume-weighted average price, which apparently I say a lot of. And we're going to do probably a lot of talking about VWAP this afternoon as well when I look at all the charts that I am watching here. So looks like it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be, well, no one's ever heard of it. And it's going to be a wild aftermarket show, I do think.
It'll be a show. Yeah, look, so here we go, man. Tesla, let's go right now, man. We're trying to support this stock to the short side all day. We've gotten stopped out a couple times as we sit here, but at the end of the day, man, yes, this has been quite the ride, man. I'm happy to have been on it all day, and here we go, man. Tesla now $2 in the money. We just tried to support that tried to break through 237. We sat there and said nepa to that one. We also traded Palantir. We've traded 3 names today, guys, and so here we go again with Palantir. That was the newest position there. We had that. I just heard Sharif talk about government spending and potentially some cuts there. Pete Hegseth saying that there was going to be some cuts to government spending on some of that government spending there for the software or something like that. So I was like, I don't know. I like the name. We'll see what ends up happening right there. So we went long. We let it dip down right there. Boom, 86.50. Let's go. Some nice trading there. But at the end of the day, we'll wait and see if we can get better high. We're actually out of 60% of this trade already. And then Tesla, yeah, boom, goes a dynamite there. And then Intel. I mean, this is the definition of believing in something, in my opinion, anyways. Like, we sit here on this name and really just do a number to it all day, going short, sticking with it early, and then getting out at some nice levels. We're right here, right now. Let's see if this wants to break here into the close. So, yeah, man, we're definitely pretty excited about that right now.
I've got to address something here.
And the thing is that
go and do that first.
I want to say, this is when we were doing that Pulp Fiction a couple years ago here, when we were looking for that Royale with cheese, and someone had mentioned it earlier on in the day. There's actually another picture with us. Rob found this.
That's
so
my real
Rob.
hair, by the way.
This is when Neil had hair, and me too, actually. So yeah,
Well,
Neil,
yeah, of course.
you should regrow that stash. I mean, the stash with the beard is what it's all about.
I probably should.
Yeah, everyone was surprised that day when I was actually shaved. But there's another picture.
That's the commitment level to it, right? Like, it's got to go all in,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So we actually have another picture in the green screen.
That's the one that I was thinking
I
of.
tweeted that out. So I'm going to try to find that's where they're in the apartment.
Yes.
It's like one of the first
Where they
or second
shot
scenes.
oh no, they shoot Phil Lamar in the car. They shoot the other guy.
Right. I don't know. You know the names.
No,
Congrats.
I only know Phil Lamar, the guy that shot in the car, because he was on Mad TV.
Right.
He's one of the original cast members.
I'm not even in the chat right now.
I am in the chat.
I'm
There was.
discombobulated.
I wanted to address something in the chat. I didn't catch the name, but I saw you say, "How come the dashboard shows the positions, but the outs they don't show any of the take profits?"
Right.
So the dashboard where you see our positions on Mortuary TV Live, historically, most of the time, I don't know the percentage-wise, most of the time the positions are correct. If we're short something, we're short it.
That's true.
But it's never really worked at showing our take profits. It'll show like the last trades. Usually there'll be an execution at the time it says, but it doesn't get those right. So only the positions are correct on that. They've been working on it. So yeah, you just pay it. You can use that for sure to track what the positions are, just not necessarily the fills. A couple of things, a bit of a VWAP bounce on Tesla, I almost said Intel, and NVIDIA bouncing into VWAP. So Tesla's bouncing off of VWAP and NVIDIA bouncing into VWAP. If we break out VWAP, maybe I should go back to going long in NVDA. The NASDAQ is under, making lower highs. So I'm kind of the whole afternoon fade thing still going to stick with till proven otherwise. And I know the symbols, I have a good feeling that the symbols you guys are going to ask to talk about are pretty much the ones that we are trading. So at least two of them for sure. Like NVIDIA and Tesla, I promise you, are going to be usually like 1 and 2, and then sometimes you guys surprise us with what else you wanted to talk about. So let's go over to Sharif.
Oh, already?
Oh, he seems ready.
Yeah. All right, let's roll.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys ready to go, locked and loaded, and ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But only way to get them up there is to join us during the midday show, how to trade, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But you got to be a subscriber, so make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs. Well, it's between the triple Qs right now and the Russell as to which one of the major averages is the worst off. It's 0.38 for the triple Qs, 0.28 in the red for the ES, 0.1 for the Dow, and 0.47, about 0.5% in the negative for the Russell 2000. The first ticker, though, no surprise here, NVIDIA, Quantum Day. Currently, NVIDIA, it's positive, up 1%. Got a couple of headlines here, NVIDIA specific. D.A. Davidson maintaining neutral on NVIDIA, but lowering the price target to 125 from 135. Separately, we got this during the midday show. NVIDIA to open up a quantum computing research lab in Boston, says Jensen Huang. We'll have to see if we get more details on that.
So they're gonna spend on quantum. Oddly enough, after that headline, the quantum names they tanked, which we already showed you. Like, it was sell the news event. I didn't really hear anything. Like, you couldn't watch the event or anything like that, but I didn't really hear anything coming from like Twitter or in our ear that was all that interesting outside of NVIDIA spending money on it. That said, for NVIDIA, it held VWAP all morning long to then lose it at to then lose it at midday. Didn't reverse it short there. Obviously should have. Hindsight being 2020. But I'm shorted off VWAP right now. If it breaks out, I usually favor, I don't know, it feels like it's been a sell the afternoon kind of event. So I feel like if it gets to 120, that's going to be a sell. I don't want to reverse this one into the long side because the market doesn't look very strong to me. I'm just going to get out if we bust VWAP here. But
245.
We'll talk about the quantum names if they do something positive. But they all got rinsed today. 15% for QBTS. I think it was double digits for Rigetti. I didn't check IonQ. Yeah, Rigetti actually now SSR. I might keep an eye on this. It's only now SSR. I was like scalping short on Rigetti at VWAP and it broke out, double topped, kind of a range bound trade, but then it did it again. Came right back in. So all of these are just getting punked. I wouldn't be surprised if you retest some of that prior support on these quantum names. Now that this event is come and gone, it's hard to imagine there's going to be a bid in the short term until it gets down to the levels that people are comfortable with. Like Rigetti was at like around $5-6, and you can probably pull up QBTS and find the same levels and IonQ or whatever. But I just feel like a little bit of wind out of the sails of those names.
Yeah, look. So we had QBTS written down. We don't have any quantum plays today. I wasn't here when this was happening. And then here it is right here. QBTS 9 to 925 long. So basically, we can have a look at that. I don't have any trades on that today. But if we're going to look at it right here, here's QBTS. It falls right in like. There's 9, there's 9.25. If you took that bid at $9, you made 50 cents. So that's a fail for me. I don't have it. Great call there, right back to the 50-period moving average and then rec side. So look, man, if you take that 9 long, that's a winning trade, and then you get out if it breaks 9, or you don't, and you just wait for that 50-period moving average. But at the end of the day, it's continuously to the downside. So we nailed the level, but we don't have the trade. And honestly, if you kept on averaging into it, you would have been crushed. So there it goes, man, QBTS to the downside. I did not trade any NVIDIA today. I only traded 3 names, Intel, Palantir, and Tesla. And I think we'll probably talk about all of those. But if we're going to look at NVIDIA just real quick, man, I really like the name, as you guys know. This looks like the new level. 114 to 115 has been the level before. Now it looks like yesterday we bounced off of that 116.50 early on in the morning. Now it looks like we're trying to hold 118. I don't really... Like, if you're going to try to play this AI revolution, which I don't know if it's Dance revolution or not, but we're at some point. You like that game, Joe, or no? Yeah. It's not bad, man. I don't know. That wasn't around when we were playing games. Like, I'm all about that GoldenEye life.
Exactly.
Marissa and my son went to an arcade there, and they were just killing time, and they were doing some Dance Revolution.
This is a bit of a segue. There was a video. I think it was probably originally on TikTok, but then I saw it on YouTube Shorts of a dad, and he's just like he's about to play GoldenEye with his son, and the whole time he's like, "You don't know what you're up against here." Like,
and his son kills.
He's just talking. They don't show him playing, but like he's probably our age, and he's talking so much smack to the kid. I'm like, oh, that's how I'd feel if my daughter had to play a game I was good at, like when she plays Mario Kart versus me. Anything else, she'll build something in Roblox. Do this, do that. I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, like back in the day, I always say that. Like nowadays, my kid would he'd probably play GoldenEye for the first time, and I would just be like, I'd be done. They would. The sniping and the hand-eye coordination.
I'm not.
For sure.
I don't have those skills.
My kids are nuts.
It's not the same.
I'm not even sure what game they're playing these days, but it's something. Anyways, my kid is watching One Piece. I had no idea that there was 1,400 episodes of One Piece. So he's on episode like 200.
No, 1,400.
Yeah. That's what you call a franchise. Look it up, man. One Piece. 4th best-selling book series of all time in the history of book series. This is from.
Look, I mean, I didn't know that, so.
I know, neither did I. That's why I'm,
But
the more you know.
1,400 episodes? That's like.
Yeah. And they're each 20, 25 minutes long. I'm like, bro, do you know how many, like, other things you could be doing instead of watching all of those episodes?
I thought I wasted a lot of time.
I don't know. He's like, my friends have watched them all. I'm like, no,
Game of Thrones.
You did waste time watching that, but
it's a great show.
I know. I'm just playing around. I've never seen it.
1,400
episodes. 1,300 episodes, I think.
Somebody's rich.
Yeah, a lot of people making a lot of money. Oh, Fabian's all caught up, and he wanting more. So there you go. All right, that's enough One Piece talk. I did watch the live action though on Netflix. I thought it was pretty good. Monkey Luffy. Was it the other way around? Monkey D. Luffy. Yeah, Neil, don't worry. You're too old for it. Okay, let's go back over to Sharif.
So am I, because I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Tesla, guys, down 0.5%. Several headlines today. Elon Musk's Tesla recalls over 46,000 Cybertrucks as a result of one of the stainless steel panels possibly coming loose during driving. Bit of a risk there. Piper Sandler maintaining their overweight rating on Tesla, but dropping the price target from 500 to 450. Didn't matter though to Wedbush, Danny Ives and crew reiterating their outperform on Tesla and maintaining that $50 price target. Want to give you a little bit of information here. Tesla doesn't release the amount of Cybertrucks sold, but guesses are that most sold Cybertrucks are suffering from this panel defect. So 46,000 could possibly be close to the number actually delivered, guys.
We love Tesla today. Tesla, we've loved it a long time. And I mean, right now, all of these ticks are short. It's short. Every purple is short. Short. We got blown out early, which kind of sucked because we did have a bigger position, our biggest one here at 10 o'clock when it broke through the day's pre-market high of 236 and change. So we held that. We were pretty stubborn with it, but at the end of the day, I only have 3 trades on. Palantir right now is $1 in the money. Intel is the largest P&L name on the board here today. So that's a good one. And then Tesla, trying to put this on the board here today, but we just have a couple stop outs. And I mean, it's been good, but like there's a stop out rate. I mean, I just don't want to show, like we could show all of these. That's 237.50, that's 230, that's $6.50, right? Like about as true as it could be. I'm here doing laps. I just had bids here. I had a bid at the 200 period, so boom on that one. Then we had a bid at the low of the day, so right there. Then I said, hey man, what about if we get to 230? So I put a bid at 230.50. And then we came back, sat back down around 12:20. We asked Sharif and Joe, yo, what's going on with Tesla? They're like, man, it defended 230. I was like, 230, huh? And then we came back and we put this bid out right there, again at the low of the pre-market. We get that fill one more time there at 232. And then this is where it got a little spicy. Then we sort of feeling ourselves. It went all the way up to the upside. We started shorting in and around there, which of course, as you can see, is going to be VWAP. So we started shorting VWAP, the 200 period. Then we just got a little carried away. This is where, we can feel that we're losing it because we're just short all the way up. Then it falls right back in, cash, all the way back out. Short again, stopped out of a piece. Then we said, wait a second, some of these highs, we can't stop out till or at least at 237.50. So then we took some more shares. And then as they say, if you have an uncle named Bob, well, Bob's your uncle. And then right now you're back into VWAP. So this is, Neil, a $2 winner, man. We're here to trade this. And we traded 3 names today and all pretty darn successful. But just waiting for Tesla to get to the downside. Will it happen? I hope so. We could have a market move down. We're underneath VWAP right now. We're underneath the 200. I do think that there's possible here for this move down. So let's wait to see.
Well, Tesla's doing something we'll talk about Palantir next, I guess. Not quite the same thing because Palantir's low was much earlier in the day, but it broke from that 230 flush. It broke trend, and I was shorting it into VWAP on the way back. It was weak, and it's crazy because I got green trading Intel more politely, and then went red trading Tesla. And then now I'm back into Tesla when it finally broke the trend line. And as long as it holds, you could call it head and shoulders, but I think it's just a trend break. I want to see this do what the NASDAQ is doing. And we keep talking about the overall market. And, well, not the overall market being a sell, the news type of event, or a sell, the pop type of a thing. Well, it's the same thing with Tesla. Like recently, if it makes a high, gets one of those bounces, the second it shows you resistance at that bounce or underneath it, it's like, okay, well, suddenly you're looking shorts at those types of tops or reversions in the afternoon. The market gets skittish in the afternoon lately, and including Palantir with DOD cuts, which they never last.
Palantir in focus today. Midday there, we got Pete Hegseth, new defense secretary, coming in and saying the Pentagon's canceling their HR software contract. Unsure if Palantir supplies them with the software contract or not, or whether this was just an overall story for more cuts at a DoD. Didn't matter though, guys. We sold off on the news, but we're still positive, up 1 1/3.
Yeah, Sean's long. I was short Palantir, and we were in the middle. We were talking about them in the midday when there was that crazy uptrend going. And Palantir, I want to shout out to Brian Shannon because he even tweeted something out and was. I had been talking about the 50 period on Palantir, but he was looking at an anchored VWAP, which was running into resistance while the 50 period was running into resistance and supply up at that high. So it tagged the top once. And then this got interesting because it pulled back, held the trend. So you look at the trend from pretty much the entirety of the day. That's the open bottom. All day long trend line, makes a high, hits the trend line, fails the top, and then breaks the trend and pulls into VWAP. Now, obviously, it looked hella bullish when it bounced off VWAP. It's easy to say, well, why wouldn't you short it when it popped again? Because the market was trending down, and this thing was going ham off of VWAP, so I wasn't thinking short. Reload. When Palantir bounces off VWAP and goes ham, I'm not really thinking shorting into that, but apparently it would have worked because they got that headline, and now you are. I mean, support came right in at yesterday's close, or just around yesterday's close. So you're still trending back into VWAP. I don't know if this is the one to short at VWAP. I think there's a bunch of names that are looking relatively strong that you can go down to, which I guess for some reason I thought it'd be quantum. But we already talked about quantum. Bitcoin you can put in that category too.
Tesla now $3. It's starting to go to the downside again. So here we go. And I know Neil was talking about Palantir going long, going short. Were you long or short there?
I only shorted it once.
Right. So the other way is me. That's what you're saying. Yeah. So we went long down there at the bottom, and we still do have 40% of this. We're way more in Tesla right now. So as that comes down in, but hey man, just another positive name. Palantir's coming back in. I'm going to let's take a piece out here as we break below 87. If we can get something, we're at the 50 period moving average. We could have done better at 87.40. That was $1 or so. We're long here 86.55. Let's see if we get that bump up. I'm waiting at 98s. So let's see if we can get that. I don't know. I just randomly put it there. Again, yeah, as Sharif had mentioned, not rocket science really, coming out whenever you're going to get government news, especially when they have so many government contracts, and that's, their main thing, that you're going to get a little bit of negativity here on the name. So I'm not surprised that it gets hit like this. It's still up 1% on the day. The market is down. So relatively strong is Palantir. But in this market drip right now, oh boy. Oh man, Neil, this is really starting to be something else today, man. I mean, here we go. Let's get lower on Tesla. The market's really fading. When we came out to you guys here, I was telling you we're underneath. We like an underneath trade here. And there goes Tesla. Oh yeah, we get that fill right there, baby. That was a good amount of shares that we just got out right there of Tesla. We were bidding 233s and we just grabbed that right there, $3. So good trading there for TSLA. But okay, more to come. Anyways, that's the trade. We'll see what happens. I still like Palantir. It's falling down. If we break $86, I'm gone. That's 50 cents worth of risk. We've already taken that. We're playing with house money. That's the best kind of money to play with, right? So let's just keep on going upside there. We're going to see if we get out now at 87. But really my attention, although
OPP is actually just as good to play with.
Yeah, OPP. Yeah, I definitely like that, man. Shout out to Naughty by Nature. But at the end of the day, man, this is where the trades are. Intel, Palantir, and Tesla. Let's just see where we can go. And these are the three trades for me today. I know, Neil, kind of opposite. I think you've traded like 10 or 12 names. I'm just only on these three, so we're being very, very specific. And I'm not on any quantum names, as people have mentioned, quantum tanking right now. So we'll have to go have a look at quantum. Randy, if you won or no? Okay, but too bad. I'm sorry. I want you to win, but you won. You got the you won on the roll on the app. So. Boom on that one. It's so funny. The guy now sees me and Randy, and he immediately just looking for the cups, and he's like, "Oh, guys, I only have smalls. I'm still full. We only have smalls." I know, and that's why this is literally still full.
It's not a shot glass.
Anyways, at the end of the day, he's like, "Here you go, guys." And
what coffee do you need?
So small coffee there.
Yeah.
All right, man, I'm getting heated up right now, man. This is I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's the temperature in here or just these trades, but either way,
It's warm outside for a sweater.
we're setting this place on fire. What's up, Sharif?
Yes, Katina, man. Here we go. It was a sell the news event, or it feels like it today for Bitcoin. We were moving up the last few days in anticipation of today's Blockworks Digital Asset Summit in New York. Donald Trump took, I believe he was live via webcam at around 10:40, and that's really when the news came in, and it really Bitcoin started selling off aggressively. So there's a chart on IBIT down about 1 2/3, boys.
Yeah, I mean, IBIT really dumped at that moment.
IBIT, Schmibit.
Well, what's interesting about it is, I think, now that I'm going to look back, because I think this might have been a happy, yeah, like right when IBIT, so look at that. This is when, I guess, a bunch of stuff rolled over because Palantir came back too. And I hadn't really looked at Bitcoin at the time because I wasn't tracking it, but that's right around the same time, after I guess those comments were done, that Bitcoin just started rolling over. And look, we're still at 84,000, so it's not like it's all bad in here. It's going to go to the actual Bitcoin 15-minute chart so you can see. Like, it's not all bad, but back underneath the prior resistance level, it wouldn't, like, we've been saying for a while that I think we're just in a chop zone. Like, you've had, like, how long were we in the range up at the top? And now we've broken into this bottom range, like 90, like low 90s, and we haven't gotten to the low 70s, but that's where I kind of think the bottom will be in this range. And now we're just sitting in it. So anybody if you've been trading this or trying to like swing it, the play was before to buy it in the low 90s and sell when it broke 100, somewhere up there. And now it just feels like let it get down to at least 80 or maybe a little bit lower than that. And when we try to press higher, make sure you take your profit, because there's just not much juice to it. You're kind of in this weird pullback range story, which shouldn't surprise anybody. This is what it does most of the time. And then everyone cries about how it's not, oh, no, what's going on? Bitcoin's not going parabolic, wah. And then it breaks out and then it goes sideways again. And it's like, we're screwed. And then it breaks out eventually. But we could be in this for a while. Like the last sideways action was twice as long as this. So we should not be too surprised, let's just say.
Get down. Yeah, no, I think, just looking at me, you just looked at the chart of it. There's not enough going on right now. I mean, I thought we had Trump going to be talking more about this. I'm just waiting for something to happen. I mean, IBIT's been straight downside. If you're going to watch the 50-period moving average, maybe that's something tomorrow. It holds it off early, right? And then when it finally breaks it, it just tanks to the downside. Right now in the afternoon, again, I don't know, barring any news, I won't even be looking over here. I think that it's going to be exciting to look at names like Ripple with the news. And we had Nimit talking about that earlier as well. Shout out to you, my good friend Nimit from Singapore. And yeah, just over the last little while, let's go upside so we can see the big guys here. There's Bitcoin. So in the last 24 hours, not much to talk about, right? Down, but not much there. 2.3% for Ripple. Cardano's still chilling at 70 cents. Obi's Dogecoin there at 16 cents right now. But yeah, the only thing that seems to be stable these days is Tether. Of course, that's just
If it ever wasn't, we'd have a problem.
stable coin. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, we're. What just happened to Palantir? Did we just get out of a piece there? Did it go down? Okay, so Palantir just went back to the upside. I was like, oh my God, it's going to the down. I didn't realize we got filled there. So there's our 86.97 as we talked about. I'm getting a little nervous here. I am going to reload Palantir at 25s, 86.25, giving us 25 cents worth of room. That's what I thought filled, but it was actually that fill right there. We got it about 5 minutes ago. So thanks, Palantir, for that little bump up right there. And by the way, oh boy, now, here we go. This is what we're talking about. We just said $2.50, now $3.50. Tesla ramping up to the downside. You guys want to know where the bids are? Nowhere to be found. We don't have any bids out right now. I'm going to wait for the low of the day, Sharif. Let's see if we can get into 231. We've done it before. We're doing it again. We do it all the time on the show. So again, man, 3 names for me today. Let's see if we can just kick it off. We'll be all right. Palantir coming back in. That reload's a little bit lower. Intel, the number 1 P&L name of the day, is about to come through. So let's go. Props up to everybody who's on Intel with me. Let's go.
And Intel, a negative day today, down 1.43. The interesting thing is it's a yet another, I guess, series in the saga of Intel and this consortium that apparently is going to buy them out. Jensen coming out yesterday saying NVIDIA is not interested at all in taking over their foundry business, basically shutting down the rumors, and said nobody invited us to a consortium, guys. Intel down 1.4.
Oh, NVIDIA as well. I thought it was only TSM that said no, we're not interested. Apparently nobody's interested. So if they can't divest, then that was one way that they were looking, I suppose, at generating a little bit of extra flow for them. Well, I'm just saying, it's absolutely true. So regardless of what your style is, like Intel was different from yesterday. Like yesterday, it basically just ran down the entirety of the day. The pattern looks the same, but it was under VWAP, so much easier trade. Today, on the upside, I won't lie, like I got stopped out at the open twice on the short side of the trade. I got stopped out on it at lunchtime, or right around lunchtime. It was just before we did the lesson of the day, and then jumped back in. So fortunately, like there were enough good shorts in there, and now another one that'll get us green. I think you hold it to the low now. Intel is now breaking its 200 period moving average. So it's putting in lower highs. That 26 resistance on the daily is holding up. It wouldn't surprise me if at least you see a repeat of 22. You got Micron earnings tonight, which I don't think are going to be that big of a deal, but if the space gets dragged down, this is all the reason in the world that you might have the air come out of this at least back to that 50-period moving average. I think it's got a temporary base down there in the 19 to 20 range. If it gets back to that price again, I think you can respect it. That was interesting. But for now, Intel has resumed being a short till it ain't.
All right, here it is, man. We talk about it, Neil getting back to green. That is great about Intel. We've been green since the jump on here, man. This has been a great stock. We just followed our own rules. We keep talking about the sticky note, and you guys, it's free. Absolutely free. Someone messaged me the other day, by the way. There's so many scammers out there for my accounts. I just apologize. Someone said that someone was sending out messages about, obviously about crypto. They always do that. And someone was saying that there's like an advanced sticky note that they'll give them if they send them a gift, and then they can get it. There's nothing. Absolutely free. So you know who you are, and I'll shout that person out. And sorry that had happened to you. But here it is, man. 24 to 24.50. Sounds like 24 and a quarter to me. So there it is, man, 24 and a quarter. We always start too early, right? And so we never wind up making as much as we should if we were just a little bit patient. But I don't know where it's going to go. But all I do know is we have confidence in our own abilities and in our chart reading, which again is why today, when you look down, you're going to see some of the trades that we've had. But there it is, man. Nice downside play as it comes right back in. So yeah, 23.75, great. We're still in this name. It's the #1 traded name here today, P&L wise, and yeah, we like it, and we're proud to show you that this is the reason right here because of the sticky note and following trend. I mean, both Neil and I wanted the short. It was down 7% yesterday. I sat here this morning early, and I said, man, the watch list is pretty light. There's not much on there. All I did was I just loaded up my watch list here, and I was like, I sorted by yesterday, and I saw that at the top from negative was Intel. I just went like this, and I was like, okay, what was the worst name yesterday? That's how I surprised Sharif with the firm being up 10% and all that kind of stuff. And it was just like, let's find it. And then yesterday, of course, sitting right there was Intel. So, yeah, great trade there today. Great trade yesterday with the short as well. Intel, I'm just trying to figure, I have too many things here. Look, 52-week high, 52-week low, moving averages, 1 minute. These are all the things that you can put on to your e-signal.
I actually felt like I won.
Scanners there. I'm just a little bit
too much.
Yeah, no, well, I have too much on here right now, but this is just what it is. I'm not even looking at any of these. I only have these set up for scanner purposes. So you have to scan off a watch list at the end of the day. So I'm just going to have to move. Anyways, I'll have to figure that out.
Speaking of e-signal, maybe you know the answer to this question before. I could always just, I can probably Google, I don't know. I could Google it. Because my list, NVIDIA is doing the most, QBTS, like look at what's doing the most actual trade, the trade rate. So
yeah. That's trade
rapidity
rate.
or the speed of the trades. Palantir's up there, Tesla, all the ones you'd expect. But head count is the head CNT. Like, what is this column? Is the one.
Those are headlines. Those are news headlines.
Oh, they're just news headlines? Does that not seem a little? Well, 100. What's the time frame on that? To say 106 on that. So that makes sense. So is it being chattered about?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what it's all about. Like, I could have obviously just Googled that, but hey, that's what the community is about. And Sean's part of our trading community. I know he's been using e-signal, so now I know that's probably not that.
I mean, that could be wrong. But
no, but the thing is, now I don't. Why do I even have that up there?
I know.
Who needs it?
I don't have that up.
Intel was the last one, wasn't it?
We're done, man.
Yeah, we're
We
done.
are now,
the rundown.
We are now cruising.
What was the other thing? Oh, NVIDIA
me,
bounced off sort of a trend, or well, it was a trend and bounced off support. So I'm going to go back to shorting this at VWAP if it gets there. And QBTS, what are the quantum names doing? Oh my goodness, 20% now. QBTS. What was that? You know what?
Your wife's going to give you hell because aren't you guys still in that name? You didn't tell her to sell? Come on, Mike.
Oh, I did. Well, the last time it went up to $10, I did tell her to sell some, and she did. She banked enough that
Still
it was
close. What is it
She
now?
banked enough that it was a more than a free roll.
850.
And then I was like, now you just hold it forever if you believe in it, that kind of a thing. So it's a beyond a free roll. No, what I was going to say is, on Monday, Michael Noss had an indicator, and he was like 750
Another
to buy.
one? Yeah.
And at the time, everyone's like, whatever, it's not going to get to 750. Maybe it does get there. I look at it this way: 750 is like the prior high. Like that's what's interesting to me. If it falls another $1 here, like you're coming into that prior high, or, I mean, you're not going to see the 50 period today. I can't see any way you see the 50 period today. That's nonsense. But I could see maybe you break $8 and then get close enough to the 750 for a reversion trade. If you were trying to do a reversion trade now, you'd be in it here at 840. So I'm not going to try to catch that falling knife. But the quantum names are absolutely bleeding. Petty, your thoughts. Rigetti's not very good either. That's also looking pretty nasty. But all of them have been sell the news. Sell the news events here today. No questions asked. I'll probably reload Tesla if it comes back. I got out in front of this area, which is what burned me last time. So I got moked on this trade because essentially I did not take enough out and then allowed myself to get stopped out there, which doesn't make sense because this candle, when it does this, goes right to your stop and then does a hard reverse. And that's 233.5 to 231.75. I'm like, I'll take a little bit out and then just watch it as it screams right back up to the stop. And I didn't get anything out in there. And that was like, the other ones are like, they're not that bad. This one was bad because it showed you that you could have just got a bunch out there for like $1.50 and then been cool with it. But now if it bounces off that same level where the buying came in, which is right around 232 to 233, I think you just short the pops because the market's making lower lows and lower highs. I hope the Playmaker was a short today because I know I voted short on the Playmaker.
So they got low.
It was clips that was in my head,
that
actually.
That Playmaker poll. What are the stats on that? So positive.
Nice. But
So
they've
the
been
Playmaker poll is literally better than
But they've been going short.
95% of the traders out there. Right? I mean, that just shows you right there about flipping a coin.
And there's no discretion.
That's what I mean. It's like literally 95% of the day traders lose. That thing's been running for how long? A couple months.
More than a couple of months. It's way more than a couple months. Easily.
65 samples, so 3 months. So it's just like,
I thought it was longer than that. But
no, it doesn't matter. Anyways, congratulations, all you guys. They're picking. So there you go. So that just goes to show that it's like, when you think about it, and I'm not going to, you can ask everybody if they're positive or negative. I don't really care about that. What I'm saying is that I think the Playmaker poll is a great study in the fact that it shows you that you don't get caught up in the noise. I'm sitting here short Tesla, right? The Playmaker poll only takes, like, if it's $2 in the money or $1 out of the money. Like, there's no, like, oh, I'm going to hold this, like Trump is speaking, or like what I just did here on Palantir, for example. Like, I got out of the last 20%, thankfully, for flat because I was thinking the market was broken again into the downside for the rest of the afternoon. So I was like, you know what? And again, part of it is because we want to be perfect today. We want to go 3 for 3. That's not. I just didn't want this to bleed down. It's not about hitting all the right levels all the time. It's just about like that came back into flat and then boom. So again, the bias of thinking that way, like the Playmaker poll would have just said, let's take 50 cents or lose 25 cents, whatever the ratios are, and it does it for you. So I just feel like, just like here on Tesla, we would be up so much more if I just don't say, oh, well, we're at VWAP, I'm going to take some out, or, it's just using basically straight numbers trying to find out your play. So a lot of the time, and that's why I said about, trading, I've only traded 3 names today. I know Sharif and Joe probably traded, I don't know how many Joe traded, 4, probably Sharif, probably much more, and you're much more than me today. And it's just a matter of looking for opportunities, and it's just like sometimes keeping it. And I didn't come up with this, obviously, but that keep it simple, stupid. And I just think, like, for me, that's been a real big game changer for me, is just keeping it as simple, as focused as possible. That was the initial idea with the sticky note. But I used to have, you guys know from the beginning of time when we started the show, like, I'd have like 5 or 6 positions at once. And sometimes I'll still have that, but I'm more thinking about trading the future because, like, you and I talk about this all the time. What's the point of being long Rigetti, Quantum,
Well, that's the
like
thing.
QBTS, IonQ? Like, if there was an ETF, like there is the NASDAQ or the Mag 7, there's a Mag 7 ETF.
There is a Mag 7 ETF. The way I like to think about it is like if I'm trading Rigetti and suddenly, well, it was the other way around most days, QBTS, and then Rigetti looks better, I'll flip to the other one because I know I've got them all in play. And that's sort of the thing. I don't ever want to be like actively, oh, this is the one that I'm actively trading at this area and be in 4 that are at the key price. It's one thing to be in 2 or 3 or 4 positions, but like 3 of them, it's like, well, you already made the trade, now you're just holding on to something, and the other one you're getting into. I don't ever like to be getting into 2 or 3 things at once. Like you can be like, if you're sitting in like Intel right now, Intel is a full percentage point away from where I'd short it again. So you're just kind of holding on to it. So I'd look to trade something else that's maybe at a level. Like if there's something you guys are watching that you think is in play, I mean, there's not really much that's popping off my scanners that we haven't already talked about, then let us know. If there's something really, really moving, I'm waiting for Intel to come back, test 24, VWAP, and give the money fills, which, by the way, today, it's been more about the range from the afternoon yesterday, like the highs from yesterday where we were short, and the bottom. Those have been the levels. VWAP hasn't been that much of a thing. It's just been about those levels on Intel. So I wanted to go back to those, and we'll wait for that opportunity. I think they're going to get a chance with this market trying to bounce. Even like little things here, like Tesla's trying to maybe bounce into VWAP, although it's not really doing that good of a job of it. Still rolling over and over and over again. Robinhood from Adrian Diaz, that's like Robinhood. Robinhood will forever be the why not Robinhood stock to me. Because I'll never forget, it was like, buy more SoFi. And I don't remember the exact price Robinhood was at, but the chart should tell you that it doesn't matter. I don't remember the exact price, but I remember there was a moment where I could buy more SoFi or take something else in the fintech space. And something else that was being deliberated, and was even on this chat, was Robinhood. And we even did a poll about it. And Robinhood did really well. Probably running into a little bit of resistance because that's a big prior high level, this 44. But nice little churn. Like everything else, it's a sell of the top today. So I don't know if it's really moving all that much. All it is a little wedge here. Like you're just sort of forming one of these things. And not the good wedge like from Star Wars, but like the boring one where until it breaks out of that, what are you going to do? Like you want this to break away in either direction, and then you got to trade.
Okay. Yeah, looking for technical reasons, always a good look. Here's Tesla. All right, what's up, day trader cut? I mean, Tesla right now is $5, so it's going lower here right now. Google, we're buying a company. Here we go. Let me see what this says here. I'll just bring it up. Thank you, everybody, for watching, man. If you're in the chat, get in the chat. It's awesome. We're buying a company with $700 million revenue for $30 billion. That was Wiz. So yeah, I mean, I feel like you're right about that one. Hey, what's up, guys? This is what we're talking about, man. It's about this, trying to balance too many plays, right? So that's, like I told you, that's what it's about for that, right? It's about spending mental capital for me as well, right? Like, it's looking at too many things and burning out ideas on other things. It's like, I can just sit here, obviously pick up some levels, trade. We're here trading prop. So, that's why sometimes like I can't even do ad reads, like I'm caught up in positions, right? So it's just like this is what it is. And right now we just saw a nice little bounce there off 232. So now that it's given me that, I'll put a bid for a third of what we have left down here at 232. I was at 231.55. We talked about that. We were just right back into here, seeing if we could have got basically that same print again. Doesn't look like we'll get that. So I'll just cancel that. And now I'll go to 232.10. So a lot of people like everything that we're talking about in the chat. So I'm just going to keep going. And thank you for all that. They said they're loving these little nuggets that we're dropping in there. That's just what I'm talking about. It's trying to be disciplined, trying to support the thesis that you have and giving it some room. We had Andy on this morning talking the exact same thing. Give it some room. As Neil said, everybody will have different trades, right? Like you got stopped out of Intel early in the morning a couple times, got back into it to the point where you're green now on it. This is the thing. Everyone's going to get stopped out at different times. And I've been guilty of being stubborn like crazy, buying until eventually the loss is too big and I'm punching out. You can't be stubborn about your trades, but I do believe that part of being stubborn is also holding out for the wins. And it's like right now, I could just get out now, but I'm at 232.10. Let's see if this comes back in. And bang, that's what we're talking about, Neil. We'll props up ourselves Barry Horowitz style and then just watch to see what's going on now. As here comes Tesla, that was $4. We'll take it. We only have Tesla and Intel, the same two stocks we've had all day, and then we threw Palantir in there as well. So let's see what can wind up happening right now. It's too bad because I feel like I should have held on to more of this Tesla, but at the end of the day, it's a downside move. Look, man, it was the P&L number one yesterday, or no, yesterday was TQs, but today we'll hit Tesla. We like that name, but you know, I still think the longs could win too. Just because I'm all net.
Today, I don't think.
Well, I mean, this level's been a great long. Like this level right here, 232. If you went long at 232, you're beating me today because you only got stopped at once. And so, boom, it's been this is what I'm saying, right? It's like just because I'm going one way, generally speaking, that'll be the same way a lot of people go. But we're just trying to trade trend. So that's all we're trying to do is look for the names, write them down on here, and go. And so far, so good. So you know. We're just enjoying trading again, and Intel. I don't think Intel's moving that much. What about AMD?
It's still chilling. One thing's happening right now, and if it doesn't happen in the next 15 minutes, I probably don't bother with it because it's PDD and it's the afternoon on a Chinese ADR. But it's been riding a trend since the open that could break right now. So this one, it had a weird barcode at 130. So I'd like if it breaks down 130 and a half, I think for sure scalp at the first 50 cents because of what weirdness happened at 130. And the other thing to think about is if you ever see a stock, you want to see if I can't get picked up here at 45. If you ever see a stock do this, sometimes it's just worth the break. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't watching PDD at this time, and I'm sort of talking about, like zoom it in here. Like if you just see it sitting there with a brick wall, I wasn't watching. I'm going to presume there might have been like an iceberg or something like that on PDD. But if you see that, and you can, like at a prop, you can do this, just sit here with a stop underneath like 129.90 and just take that breakout a few cents above the 130 level and then just get a free money long because it goes like $1 instantly. So I'm short it. With this type of a trade, I never want to see it break the prior bar because it's such a big trend. And remember, just a reminder here, like because it's a Chinese ADR, if it doesn't start moving on that break and is just going sideways, I probably just start giving it up because there's not that much time left in the day and volume tends to go down on the Chinese stocks in the afternoon. But I'm in the trend, giving it to the prior bar. First bid's going to be in front of that 30 because it was a brick wall. And let's go back to the desk because we have our guest of the afternoon.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks so much. Happy to have Dr. Jim Kelly, a leading expert on concussions, neurology, and brain health with extensive experience in traumatic brain injury specifically. He's also the Chief Medical Officer of Oragenics. Here this afternoon to talk a little bit about, we mentioned it on the show prior. It's good to see you, Dr. Kelly. First of all, welcome.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Let's touch a little bit on, maybe from a high level if you can, exactly what it is that Oragenics is currently working on.
Well, Oragenics has a spray-dried powder medication that actually is a nasal preparation that is specific to the use in acute concussion. And as you may know, there is no medication I and other physicians can order for the underlying root causes of traumatic brain injury. This would be something very novel. It actually is a unique product that Oragenics has created and is now about to start clinical trials in that has gotten considerable traction already.
You mentioned the lack of, I guess, any other drug specifically that is targeted at treating this type of injury. Can you compare this treatment or what this treatment would be to what is available right now on the market and how it would be different?
Sure. So for my purposes as a physician treating people with concussion, we're treating symptoms, headache, occasionally dizziness with various medications. If they have lingering problems that are cognitive, you might give them something that stimulates cognition. You might help them sleep. Sleep is a huge problem in people in the subacute and chronic phases after concussion. And so we treat problems that arise as a result. We don't treat the underlying cause of the problem. It's very different than many other neurological conditions where you're treating the underlying cause of the problem. We have nothing currently, and we think this could be game-changing.
So when it comes to the potential here, we've mentioned on this show many times, going back to the beginning of last month, I believe it was, 5 million concussions reported per year in the US alone. What does the market look like, or what does the potential market look like here for something like this?
It's huge. As many as 25% may have lingering symptoms a year out. Imagine if you could abbreviate that for all those individuals. And some people never recover fully from even a single concussion. Certainly, it's more worrisome if they have multiple concussions. And if you look at this, just to put it in perspective, the dimensions in terms of the numbers in the US of concussion exceed the combination of stroke, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, combined. It's actually almost twice that. TBI is almost twice all of those put together. And so the dimensions are huge. And we have treatments for, to some extent, for neurological conditions across the board, except for this.
What does this look like if say I'm involved in, some sort of sporting related, event or accident for that matter, end up with a concussion? What does the actual process look like that this drug would help instantly, or would it take some time, or how does that work?
So the trials right now are actually in that acute setting in an emergency department in a civilian population. It is equivalent to what would happen when I, as a teen physician, which I've been, would be seeing somebody in a locker room, let's say, of a sports arena, or perhaps even hours later in a clinical setting. And so right now, what we're looking at in the athletic world would be the equivalent of a civilian trial right now for individuals in the acute care setting, much like what would happen right afterwards, within minutes or certainly an hour. We're looking at trying this within a few hours of a concussion that occurs in a civilian setting. If we were doing it in athletes where we're present at the time a concussion occurs, which I have been many times, that would be even shortened. So this medication approach could actually then be given as soon as somebody has the symptoms and is clearly experiencing concussion effect, that we think would abbreviate, if not abort, the entire process. We don't know for sure how effective this will be until we get farther along in those clinical trials.
A fascinating topic, and obviously much needed, as we've mentioned many times. So please, Dr. Kelly, come back, give us an update as we learn more about these trials. It's good to have you. Dr. Jim Kelly, Chief Medical Officer over at Oragenics. Good to see you this afternoon.
Be happy to have it. Thank you.
Yeah, big shout out.
Amazing.
Thank you there.
It's like you and I were just talking, like we have kids. And the thing is like Neil asked me, like, would you ever let your kid play football? And I said yes, because I feel like some of the best moments, and me and Neil both agreed to this, that we've had in high school and throughout growing up are sports related experiences, right? So that's where I think a product like this, that if you're able to attend if something goes wrong, and again, like, we had Brett Favre on here that's had, he said thousands of concussions. And I just want to say, like, if that technology was around and who knows where we would be with sort of that talk about concussions and safety and things like that. And I mean, it doesn't really matter what sport you're playing. We were talking about it like you love baseball. You're not going to keep your daughter away from that, but she could take a fastball to the head or playing first base, misses the ball, boom. I've seen it happen so many times, broken noses, everything like that. So I just think something like this is a life-changing, actually. I didn't want to get too dramatic there, but I think
it is. And not to turn, like, this is a trading show, but just think about the addressable market, even in just the professional and the NCAA level.
Right.
Oh my goodness. And then from a liability, like basically, you wouldn't, if they have something that works, you wouldn't be able to actually have these sports and insurance without having that product available if it works. So that's obviously going to be, I think it's fantastic.
And I get it.
You always root for it.
I don't want, no one wants their kid to get hurt.
No. My dad wouldn't let me box when I was a kid.
I mean, and
that's another thing we were talking about. It's like he flat out, I made the football team after they ran the 40 on the first day, got home and turned to my mom, like, I made the football team. And she's like, no, you didn't. You did not make the football team. And then that was her way of saying, no, they didn't want me playing.
Yeah, I know, that sucks for you.
And to be honest, like it sucked because all my friends were playing football and I was...
You missed great times.
Yeah, I obviously missed great times because I know some of the boys, well, we had all the same friends anyways, and I played a bunch of other sports, but there was missed opportunities out there. And I think this would give, some parents are not letting their kids
it's risk
play.
reward, man.
And obviously, I think this will be good. But back to trading for a quick little second. The NASDAQ is bouncing back. Tesla's back at VWAP. So this is the NASDAQ. It's almost at VWAP, but Tesla's at it, like right now. So I said I'd stop saying weasel in. I'm going to take some in front of VWAP. If we start breaking out the top here, then I do not want to be fighting this stock. Ludo just said, why NASDAQ not up?
NASDAQ might be up soon.
Well, it could get green. Here's what I would say. The highs that we made yesterday and the day before, so you have the high from Fed Day and the day before, just turned into resistance today. I think we made resistance for the last 2 days, and part of it was a Fed high. So we got there today, and the market sold off. Well, we've been in a market when it gets to major resistance, generally speaking, you can trust the sell right now. I'm not saying you blindly short every major resistance level, but you find a good setup when the market's at what you think is a good resistance level, and you've been winning lately. So I think you sort of lean into that sort of idea, at least for now. So PDD, Pinduoduo, got to that prior brick wall at 133. The next level is 129. Now remember, it's 3 o'clock, it's Chinese ADR, it's not going to move that fast. So to me, if that trend break goes from 130 and a half to 129, great. I don't think this is going to fall all over itself. Typically speaking, Chinese ADRs don't move that much in the afternoon for you to expect this thing to drop $5. No. If it drops $1, $1.50, I think I'd be happy with that. And on the other side of it, I was looking to see like what Baba was doing, and I can't figure out what the heck Baba's doing. Like, I'm actually not liking this, the price action for Alibaba. Why did PDD gap down on its earnings, rally all the way to the top, and Alibaba's right back at the low of the day, down 4%, when they're supposed to have been the better one recently? So I did take some out, not all of it, my Alibaba. I'm probably going to make a decision if we break this. I'm talking about my personal account. I'm not long Baba here or anything. I'm just, this higher low that you've seen since it took out the top, if it loses that, I might take out another tranche, as Sean likes to say, of Alibaba, because I don't like that price action, especially given the context of the bounce that we've seen in Pinduoduo, which I thought was the inferior stock, which I still think, obviously.
As Neil was talking, Tesla. We just shorted more right there. We just shorted 75s. We just got out at 17s. Now we're starting to go a little bit lower right here again. So this is what I'm talking about. There's the 200 period moving average. So we like that, man. I was going to get stopped out at VWAP if that was going to be the case. But here it comes just absolutely bleeding to the downside. And yeah, again, it's just about respecting your levels. There's really nothing else. Obviously, Neil and I want to thank everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit the best way to thank us is by hitting the like and the subscribe, and then of course, watching every day and coming back and sharing it and talking to people about it, because no one's doing what we're doing. Even though we may not have a successful day, some of the traders, myself, whoever's trading, It's the ideas, it's the effort that's getting put into here. We're answering the questions every single day for you. We just put this on. Neil, this is $1 in 2 minutes. So, I mean, I hope that you guys are seeing that these things are possible. You know, and like I said, completely different styles, man. 3 names for me. That's it, you know, and it's just all what it is. The stream and your portfolio. What's up, Stevenson here? He said the market is, someone said the NASDAQ, you mentioned that. He said the NASDAQ is down, but Trader TV Live is up. And I'm like, do you mean the stream or what? But he's like, the stream and more portfolio. So congratulations on that one today. So I'm net positive today trading, so it's going to be a good day so far here today. Oh, I like these little kitty cats. XRP in Japan, what's up? I just want to tell people, if you spam on here, oh, shit.
I'm covering in front of 30.
There it is, man. Nice monster play right there for Tesla. So here we go, man. We just loaded that thing up. And I mean, yeah, that's what we did do. We load that thing up. There goes Tesla. Nice move there to the upside, and we're still going on it. So let's see where we can go, man. So far, so good. Tesla, we just got short. There it is. Nice push to the downside. And oh boy, we're on this one more time right there. So hopefully that's good to go for us. We'll see if Tesla can get even lower than where we are right now. Neil's talking about covering. So far,
I've covered it every single time at this level all day long, and because it's just been bouncing. Oh yeah, this also was pre-market support there as well. So it's been bouncing off this level pretty much the entirety of the day. I just want to respect it. Patrick Jam, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate all of them.
Jam. That's a jam.
Oh, jam. Look
Super
at the
chat's a jam.
15-minute candle on the QQQ. Well, okay, I have the NASDAQ. It's okay if I just look at the NASDAQ. Why do I don't usually draw trend lines on the NASDAQ, and I have no idea none of these even make any sense. It's just random. I think I was just clicking on it and had the line thing drawn. You must mean this candle, that rejection candle. I'm assuming you mean this one, where you had this wick up to 19.8. All this tells me is confirmation of the short the pops. Like, it's getting up to these levels and it's just rejecting them. But you could look, Tesla just did the same thing. I bet you NVIDIA did the same thing where it popped up and we got a rejection. So when we get back up to the high, look for a short. If you don't like the futures, find the stock that you... And did I know that when I would come back, Tesla would be right back up? Yeah, like, we're just rejecting these pops. We've seen it almost every single day for the last little bit, especially in the afternoon. Yesterday was a bit of an extreme example because of the Fed, but the idea is more or less the same. Short the pops. Short the pops.
Just for an example, like I've been drinking. I got this at 140. Still not done.
I forgot to fill my water.
I'm almost done though. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I filled this water this morning.
I did not fill. No, I usually, the first thing I do when I get to the office, I fill one of these and down it. When I wake up in the morning, I have about the same as well. So, but then I have one during the morning show, and then usually I refill it for the afternoon, but I did not refill it. That's intense.
Maybe we'll get back on this front.
Yeah, you used to do it. You used to always do that.
We used to post that shit up all the time. We're gonna do that one more time. Okay, what's up to the milk jugs?
I am gonna refill this.
You guys come visit. I'll give you one of these.
That is true.
How about that?
The funny thing is, well, they pretend there's a limited supply of them, but there's like so many.
Who's they?
Well, I'm not going to say the name, but there's a ridiculous, there's a ridiculous number of these.
Is there?
Oh yeah. There's a lot. I'm gonna go.
Right. Yeah, go nuts, man, go nuts. I can probably handle this by myself. Okay, so yeah, so far so good here. What's up to everybody? Thanks for joining us as we look to see, what this market is doing. We have a good time around here. I hope most of you can see that. That's for sure. We just downloaded new software, so I got to make sure that we're in the right piece right here, in the right one piece. Okay, I want to talk quickly about. That was a stupid thing. Whenever I leave for work in the morning, my 13-year-old is never awake. Because I leave around 7:30ish every morning to come into this place, and he's never awake. And today he's awake because he's watching One Piece, and he is ready to go. Ooh, someone's phoning me. Should we answer this live? All right, just real quickly here. I want to talk about this. Just like we shorted Tesla at the 200 period, that's one of the best things about the Apple Watch, because it tells you. So I try never to miss calls, because it rings. But then I guess anybody now knows that if we're, Oh yeah, by the way, O'Leary, red band. How about that? Okay, so right now, I just want to say we shorted Tesla right there at the 200 period moving average. So I want to talk about getting out right here at the 200 period moving average. So if Intel breaks, my stop is in right now for 90. All right, it was actually, we could have reloaded it, but we were looking at Tesla. So if it comes back up here, I'm thinking that that's probably a reload. But let's look at the futures because we've hit the futures really well over the last little while. I mean, look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Like we just keep on making lower highs. And it looks like that trend is going to continue here as well again. 20,000. I like that as a magnet. We spent half the day above it, half the day under it. So right now, I still think this 19.8 is at risk right here tonight. So, or this afternoon in the next hour. I think that's a level that we could definitely see. And then a break of that, then there's a problem. This is straight off from the open. We just started going, right? We had written down on the TQQs that the level that I liked was right here, and we missed it. It's on the sheet. It's the number one trade. It was 60 long. So off the open, we went down to $60, and I don't ever really want to take, it went to 60.40s. I don't really want to take the futures in the very first candle of the day. I don't, we've been run over doing trades like that before. And it's honestly, I have a hard time judging risk, especially in the first like 10 to 15 minutes, because, you know, if you're looking short on this, you may be short into the pre-market high, but what is that really worth? You know, and then all of a sudden you don't really know where your upside risk is. And as I talk like this, I can actually just use a real-time example. And that was this trade right here on Tesla. It's when we're shorting there, I told you where the risk was. We were getting out if it broke 234, which is where VWAP is. So it's like I have it defined out. When you're kind of going short here, this is where it was risky doing this because we're getting short here against the pre-market high. When the pre-market high breaks right here, then we're out. Then we get sloppy with it. But then finally, there's this top wick candle up there at 238, and that gave, look, confidence or not, false or not, like that gave us a reason and an out there. And then when you match 238 with yesterday's close, it just all makes sense. So that's what trading's about. It's forever trying to put the odds in your favor because, and then once you do that, which is already hard enough, the real part is share size. There's nothing else different than that. It's share size and it's figuring out what the risk is. And if you can do that, then you can make a hell of a lot of money because everybody here, if there's any real traders in the chat, which there are, a lot of you are, and what I mean by that is not in simulated mode. So if you're trading real capital, there's a way different feeling than trading sim mode. I mean, I've seen so many traders back behind us do really well in simulation and then yet can't do anything once they go live. Once they get real risk, once they get real responsibilities, right? So that's the difference. Once you actually putting on shares, it's about believing in the system. And that's why Neil and I, we all talk about it. Don't do anything until you're confident in what you're doing. And I mean, that's where I think, okay, we just got more short there. So remember where our stop is. I am so chilled out right now that like, it's almost like an algo for me. We get the fill. I didn't even, like, I wasn't even talking about that, Phil. That just ran right up there into the 200 period moving average. Now we could get stopped out of this trade. And if we do, my trigger right now is at 234.25s. So if that hits, then we're out, which it might hit right now. That's why good cover. I know Neil covered down there.
I'm ready to punch in if it fails VWAP, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Punch in long or punch in short.
No. Punch in,
if
meaning
it fails VWAP.
If it fails VWAP, I want to go short again.
Yeah. So
I'll talk the way that makes sense to me. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Yeah, but that's the strategy, right? Like I'm going short in front of this. What Neil's talking about is here. I can zoom in, and I mean, it's easy to explain, so it doesn't really matter. If it goes up here, breaks maybe by a couple pennies or 50 cents or something, then comes back in, then we take VWAP to the downside, right? And so that's the trade that Neil's talking about. I'm talking about getting into it right now. So we just got short. I'll tell you where my fills, I'm bidding 60s. We just got short 90s there. So we'll see if we get a fill in the 60s, fine. Remember where our stop is, right? So 30 cents one way or the other. So here it comes. Let's see if we get a fill. We'll take out 10%. If it does come back in, it's a trade that I like. The only trade that I'm really upset about, not upset, but we dropped 20% right there because we got nervous thinking the market was going to crank to the downside. Well, that didn't happen, and it just went right back up, right into VWAP, which would probably have been an out for us. But there it is, right? See, there's the strategy. Boom! So there we go, man. We get it in there. It could still go against. I'm going to get out of another piece if we can, because we just got to fill there at 60s. We'll put a 65 back in there, or 66 there. There's me holding it up. There we go. We get the fill. So now it comes back in. Here we go again. So hopefully we're just sort of showing you different styles, different trades. It could still break higher, man, and this trade could come out. But for right now, we've been sort of supporting that. My stop on Tesla, as we just described it, is a break right there. So a little bit of a reload, right? Whenever your outs are lower than your reloads, you're done pretty good. So we'll wait to see again where it comes down. But this is what I'm talking about, share size. If this is like 100 shares there, and this is only 10 shares, well, then, you know, you're still not really winning. It's about figuring out the share size, where you're comfortable. And Neil, oh boy, are we comfortable trading today? Well, we're comfortable trading every day, but here it comes. Let's give us some 47s now and see if Tesla can get to the downside and give us that 40 cents. We're just trying to go 1-to-1, man. If the market bleeds here in the afternoon, then great. I mean, obviously we have the ability to hold it. So there's 50 cents. We're 1-to-1. We're doing pretty good. Let's just see what winds up happening now as we get ready for the close. Mad about Palantir, but hey, man, we move on. And then Intel, we're waiting for that stop out.
Intel's just sort of staying weak. You know what I mean? Like, so I think there's really not much to do except hold on to it until it proves otherwise, because Intel's had this history of dropping just all afternoon. It did it yesterday.
Hold this up.
If it can't go, it can't go. I'm not going to go over this. We just inadvertently talked about the same thing, but there's a couple of questions here. JV, any thoughts on Nike earnings report in 1 hour? I don't know if it's exactly at 4:05 or 4:10. I'm not actually sure what time they report, but we are expecting them tonight. Get to that in a second, but Safe asking, you hear a lot about the death cross NVIDIA. What is the death cross? It's a really simple concept. So I happen to have a daily chart up. The death cross is the 50 period, it's generally speaking, I've never heard anyone say it's a different moving average over another. It's the 50 period simple moving average crossing the 200 period moving average to the downside. So the shorter duration moving average crosses the longer duration moving average of the 200 period to the downside. It's meant to, the idea behind it in technicals, and I'm not saying I would ever trade off of it because I don't. It's a bearish signal. And if the golden cross is the opposite, like if it crosses to the upside. So that's what everyone's talking about, and I guess that's what everyone's fearful about. And I've said this every single time this has been brought up, that if you get the death cross, which is happening today, and we close underneath it where it does the cross, I'm almost looking for an opportunity for this to break out, because a lot of swing traders would then enter a short position because this has happened. Right. And then therefore, if it breaks the local high, it's kind of like this, you know, people took that short technically, so a lot of them are going to stop out here, and then you get a quick little breakout play. And I've seen that work so many times that it's like, you always want a counterparty, man. And if there's a counterparty that you know a lot of people take that short trade, you got to have somebody losing to win in the sense. So not that I'm ever wanting people to lose money, but if they go short off the death cross, why not have a breakout at 123? But I'd only take the break if it happens. So that's a simple answer to your question. We'll double check.
The cool thing about the death cross is it's predicted 15 of the last 3 recessions.
Yes. You know what? I have no idea technically how successful it is. I couldn't.
That's not successful at all.
No, I couldn't tell you. Like if the death cross predicts 65%, whatever. Like I have no idea. You want to back test something like that yourself, I think, if you want to use it. As far as Nike goes, what I like about Nike is it's a very, very clean and distinct chart for me. Like this is it's so binary in here. Like either it holds 70 or it doesn't. And that's pretty much how I'm looking at it tomorrow. If they have a bad report and it holds 70, I want to go long. If they have a good report and it holds 70, I want to go long. If they have a good report and it loses 70, I probably want to short it. And it's the same thing. I almost don't care what they're going to report. And I haven't looked into it too much. I understand you have a lot of that China risk. I've never really invested in them, even though I still think they make good stuff. The chart speaks for itself. I'm very much of the mind of trying to swing things when they are already breaking out instead of trying to pick bottom. I say that every single time. And there's not an apparel name that I'm in love with. I had a swing trade on Lulu last year that was okay. It wasn't great. It won, but it wasn't that good. Nike actually looks interesting if it holds 70 tonight. Let's just say that.
Yeah,
I'm skeptical.
So I don't see a time. I see their conference call is 5. So you know,
That usually means it's in the first half an hour.
yeah, oh no, yeah, it'll for sure.
Let me see
if I can zoom in a little bit
try
here.
that.
I mean, there's definitely a place to go find this. Adara's not here today, so normally she will tell me the times.
I see 4:15 here.
4:15. Okay, well, whatever. Joe and I will,
Be all over that, like.
You know, for it to be
White on rice?
an amazing show, I mean, we don't even need earnings, you know what I'm saying? So we'll be there today, but we're excited, man. I'm excited for Micron more than Nike, but we'll wait. I know there's a lot of traders in there for Nike. I've played Nike. You guys know I talked about it on my account where we got in and we got out. Basically, I post all the positions that I'm getting in on my Twitter, so go find me there, both long-term and I don't post all the trades every day because I have a lot of fills, but here it is right here. It's Nike, so the big one today. So we already have PDD, obviously, that was the biggest market cap. Accenture as well before market open, both down. 7% there for Accenture and PDD. It says up 1.2%, but it's hovering, so we'll wait to see what's going on there. The expected moves, though, 9% for Micron, 8% for Nike. We do have another one down here, as Neil's mentioned before, a beleaguered FedEx, which is looking for 8.5% of a move. That one coming through, and then Lennar, the home builder, coming as well, looking for 6.5% of a move as well. And then after that, Jabil, okay, so that's another, that's before market already, that's up 5% already. Other than that, man, not too much else there, but we'll be holding down the fort, so join Joe and I after hours, and we'll just go over all those plays.
Accenture's chart is nasty. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, consulting, yeah.
You know what I remember? You know, I'll never forget this. I said this in the afternoon market show yesterday.
Yeah.
Accenture was the stock that went to 1 cent on the
what?
In the flash
I know
crash.
Procter
Remember the
did.
flash crash?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was. I thought Accenture was. Well, there's a bunch. It's a flash crash.
I made millions.
A bunch of things went down heavily, but Accenture was really, really bad. Going all the. They broke a bunch of the trades, but you never forget that
I think
day.
they pretty much broke all of them, no?
No, well, what happens is that there's always like a price that they pick, and it's like everything under that gets broken, and everything
Reasonable
above
price.
is okay. I can tell you I've been on the other side of that, where I once got it was on a penny stock, and I got some really, really fantastic fills, and I'm like, these are gold, and I was like,
I need more of these fills.
It's like, I'm probably not going to cover this because in the pre-market, I'm like, if they break this trade, you're as a day trader, you're caught the other way. So I elected not to cover and play it conservative and not take the free money that would have made my day. And someone else I know didn't do that. They took the covers. They ended up breaking the trades, and then they got burned. I always seem to find like when you're the day trader, like the prop guys get burned that way. It's like it never works in our favor. It always works in the favor of the big money that loses on those bad fills. But
you mean big money keeps winning? There's no way this stuff.
Well, because they can lean, they lean on them. They have more clout with the brokers and with the SEC, and then it's more likely that those trades will get broken. But if it's a penny stock and it's some lowly schmuck day traders that got those great fills.
Schmuck, eh? Yeah.
I was like 25 at the time. I can call myself a schmuck.
Yeah, that's us.
At that
Anyways.
age.
I mean, it could happen again right now. So you can get trades broken, which is why sometimes you'll hear people say, like, if you get a great fill, I would you maybe wait T+3 or T+2, T+1. What is the
like an egregious fill? Like, you know what I mean? You know what we mean? Like, if you're bidding, it's just no reason, like just nonsensical. Like,
the other
nothing
side
happened, no news.
can file.
The other side can file and often will file, and you just never want to get. You know, it happens. Like, if it's ever happened to you, you get what I'm saying. Trying to reload Tesla here at VWAP. What else is happening? NVIDIA's not doing anything. I was going to check to see if QBTS...
Tesla was starting to go, but...
Oh, my goodness. Like, okay, so it's at 8:30 on QBTS. So there's an outside chance that maybe it gets down and breaks this $8 because 750 is a key level on QBTS, down 21% and still bleeding. It's not moving very rapidly, but it's definitely stair-stepping to the downside. Yeah, that is absolutely wild. And Ben Works, we're getting a lot of questions. Love the questions in the chat.
Yeah,
keep them coming if you want. PZZA have the same revenue and income, basically. Oh, Papa John's.
Oh, Papa.
Yeah, I should say the symbol. I should say the stock. Papa John's, same income, basically 5 years. Why is the stock down 68%? Usually, and I haven't looked it up. I just pulled the stock up for the first time. Usually, if you're sitting there and fundamentals haven't changed a bunch, like you're saying the revenue is the same, then a lot of times the stock may have gotten ahead of itself. It could be a valuation type of play. That is a lot of times the issue. I don't know specifically because I've never really paid too much attention to it. I know their pizza's delicious.
I like
I can
Papa
tell you
John's,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Oh,
old-
Tesla broke
good
the
old
quarter.
American company.
No, I love their pizza. But yeah, I haven't really looked into it too much, but a lot of times things can be the same, but the market sentiment has changed. And it's like, well, making that much money relative to your market cap isn't good enough in a certain market environment. And that's why you can get punished. But if you like the stock and you have a fundamental reason why you think it's good, I just don't like downward trending things.
Fundamental reason.
If I can avoid it. Sometimes you do. But Tesla just broke out VWAP, guys. So I did reload it, and it just broke out VWAP, so I'm out of it. Gonna have to double check Intel. Like, why is it? It's almost there.
I thought you were doing the VWAP. I thought you were doing a different play.
Which?
The VWAP fail and break down.
I did. No, but it did.
Oh, it did break and you lost it that way. Okay.
No, it did. Let me go back to Tesla because it was at the same moment. It was right here.
Right.
Like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It came to VWAP, failed it, and I did get in. And it didn't break down, but I didn't get it all in, and then we got some more, and it broke VWAP, we get out. Now, Intel, obviously, right now, like it got to the same bottom as it's been getting to every single time, and now it's trying to get into VWAP. But I'll remind everybody what I said before, the real fills have not been at it. It's been letting it get there, stop people out, and then shorting it above VWAP into 24.10 to 24.15. So there's still a little bit of time for that to happen. You want to respect the level, not the line on the chart. That's the way that I'm going to look at it there. And let's see what else we got going on here. Jason, what indicators do you have on your charts, and do they differ based on time frame? Yes, because I only put up moving averages on my daily, and then I have VWAP and volume, obviously. I do like to at times. I'll always have one, like I have black charts up that I kind of watch for my own purposes. Like the white charts are for you guys because apparently they're more clear. But I always have one momentum.
Trying to say they're not more clear, or?
Well, I don't know. That's what we were told, that we should show you guys the white charts.
I'm just playing. I have no idea.
I have one chart out of the four that I kind of track when I look up that always has like the moving averages on it, that I'll usually slap a momentum stock to see if that particular momentum stock is respecting, like a 50 on that day.
Right.
But I'll use it for that purpose to see it. Well, if it is, then I might start using that. But I don't usually have them up for the whole time. I don't use RSI.
I put up RSI and I don't use it. I was like, I'm gonna use RSI, but I.
Oh yeah, you do.
I do, but I don't. I honestly, I just putting it there to make myself look smarter. I don't.
I find it more interesting when I'm thinking about like profit taking on long-term plays. I might pull up an RSI if I'm like, do I take profit here? Then I might throw up an RSI.
I'm guessing you don't hear Ramin.
Oh shoot, my bad.
All right, look, we had these guys on earlier today. We want to thank OGen for coming through. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still, and again, just rewind back to, I think it was around 2:45 for this. A great interview. Thanks, Brendo, for this. Yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. It's unbelievable. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGen, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. So again, well discussed here today. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach, I think it gets higher than this, $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more, schedule a meeting today with Oragenics. So just scan that QR code there and get it all figured out. I mean, we just saw somebody right there, car accident. That was another thing that we never even thought about.
We didn't even talk about that.
There's so many different areas there.
I've only had one concussion in my life, and it was in the Dominican Republic at a resort.
On a wave or something.
And I was on a banana boat.
Yeah.
And when you do those, it's not like they're licensed or anything. There's a
Wait, what?
Yeah, well, there's a safe speed at which they should pull the banana boat.
Yeah.
That I can promise you, this dude decided to completely ignore. And they were doing the fun thing where they go back to the shallow water and then do a sharp turn, then dump everybody in the shallow water. And they'd been doing that to the entire group. And then my older brother, myself, and three gigantic German dudes got on and had a look between us like we're not falling off when he tries to dump us.
These German guys, I tell you.
Which we didn't. And it's almost like he took it personally, because he then took us out into deeper water, went even faster, did the same turn, and threw us. And I was only 13 at the time and weighed about $130 and got thrown and just landed head in the water. It was ruined the rest of my vacation. So that was a concussion for sure. It happens. And again,
you probably got more concussions on vacation than you would have playing football.
Well, it's...
But that's the risk you take, and that's what we're talking about.
Dude, I'm not a
played
big
football, I
dude.
never got
but I'm not a big dude now. I was small in high school.
Ramin's
I would
had
have got
concussions.
I'd have got moked anytime I got hit.
Ramin's had
I
3
wasn't a big boy at all.
concussions. Doing what? Oh, playing basketball. Or Ramin used to dunk on guys, and then when they got mad, they
No. She was hitting her head on the rim. I mean,
Oh, you hit your head on the rim a
the head
couple
on the
times.
rim, of
Damn
course.
those 4-foot rims. Okay, so just they should ban those things.
ouch.
What means not dunking on a 10-foot net?
Well, you could have said more. You could have
could've
said
said
like
6
You
feet?
could have said 6.
Okay,
You could've-
damn those 6-foot
You said
nets,
4.
man.
Like literally, you said a rim which is shorter than her. That's cold,
Yeah,
man.
I mean,
you
you
know
could
that's
go on.
cold.
Yeah, I'm cold as ice.
It's not like dunking on like a 6-foot coat hanger and ripping your hand up in
like
New
one of our
Orleans or
friends
anything.
did, yeah.
Oh goodness.
What poll?
What's the poll?
Can Ramin dunk? Yeah, I believe she can dunk right now. Ramin can pretty much do anything. So I am all for nationals.
What nationals?
What, Saudi Arabia team?
What nationals you high jump for? You didn't high jump any
You
nationals
didn't
here.
do any national high jump.
Whoa, no, Ramin, you did not go to nationals
going
for
on?
high jump.
Oh yeah, so did I. I saw her there.
Nationals?
National.
No.
That's a crazy athlete.
Get outta here.
We might have something on our hands over here.
Ramin,
we might. Nobody here has been to nationals for any like this. This girl might be the athlete
Get
that
outta
we all
here.
wish we were.
Get out of here.
I
No,
mean,
you don't.
honestly, Ramin. Shout out to Ramin.
No, I follow track. You don't. No.
I mean, you called out Sharif's integrity earlier. I'm not calling out hers.
Not Canadian nationals? Absolutely not.
She's saying that she did.
Absolutely not. I'm betting you did not.
You just went there. Well, you better. Yeah, of course you're not Canadian champion. In our ears, she's like, I never said I won. You know, I mean, that's fine. Okay, there. She competed, Neil, in nationals, in your face. All
I'm
right.
just gonna keep this one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, it's all good. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all good, man. We respect that, man. Nationals is serious. That's for sure. So congratulations to
no joke.
Ramin All. All right, it's 3:25 right now. Let's just have a look to see if Nike's actually doing anything right now. Probably when Ramin was in the Nationals, I don't know if she was wearing Nike. She might have even been sponsored. I at this point, I don't know. But here we come in again. You know, we had sort of talked about this. So I bought Nike. This is going to go this level here for a while was definitely supported. We had bought. You know what? Our charts are taking too long. But anyways, they got the new CEO. It bumped up there. I got out. I was in both of these names, both Nike and Starbucks. Got out of both of them for the same reason. Starbucks continued to go higher. Nike has faded out. Look at the 200 period moving average. I think Nike is a coiled spring. And what I mean by that is that all they have to do is impress a little bit, and I think this thing can really moon. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Nike, but I mean, you've bounced off of this period a couple times. I think it can do it again. So let's wait to see, again, what happens here with Nike. I like this level down at 71. Risky to take anything ahead of earnings because, quite frankly, we have no idea what these earnings are going to say or what they're going to do. But at the end of the day, this looks like a decent level. I'd hold off on it. If it holds, then great. You probably take calls against that level. We've been back up to that 200 period a couple times. So that's $79. I wouldn't be surprised if this name gets into $78, $79 tonight. And again, this is just what I'm thinking. We don't have inside anything. Like, if it comes out, it comes out. Well, we don't. Yeah, I mean,
oh, damn it.
It's one of those things where not super legal. But anyways, even if I did have it, I mean, the thing is that it doesn't actually matter. It only matters what they guide. The actual report itself, when you think about Nike, you have to sometimes think about where are we going with the story. And it's just like, I don't know what percentage of their equipment or their athletic gear is produced in China. I'm going to say 75%. I know they have there's some Philippines in there. I don't know. I don't know how much they're producing in India. I'm pretty sure United States will be a fraction of whatever that is. So at the end of the day, tariff sensitive name, that is for sure. And I mean, you've just seen Nike had that pretty good move just in the last month. So, it's 80 down to 70. Obviously, it's sensitive to that. It's also interest rate sensitive as there's a lot of consumers that are going to be making, purchases and need to have, mortgages under control and credit cards and so on and so forth. So we'll wait to see where the fun is for Nike tonight. But Joe and I will have that. And there's a couple super chats, so let's go.
Yeah, we had 3 actually, unless you got one that I missed. Gibby 1141.
John Gibson.
I loved Gibby. He was the coach, manager for the Jays. That's not who you are, obviously. I've been watching every day for 4 years. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. You guys have the best show. Learned so much, and thank you. 27-year-old business owner, started full-time options trading in January. Any advice you can give me? Put in the effort, find your edge, and once you have something that works for you, rinse and repeat, and then just keep pushing it. Right? Like whatever that edge might be. Like, don't pigeonhole yourself thinking that this is the thing that's going to work for me. Just continue to experiment, and when you find patterns that work for you, or setups that work for you, or trade styles that work for you, then just start honing in on that. And don't get the notion, like some traders are like, oh, I'm just going to be a breakout trader on big caps. You never really know what's going to work for you. Or I'm only going to be a swing trader. Yeah. Like maybe you're a good scalp trader and you don't even know it. So just have that kind of attitude and an open mind. Oh, where'd the other super chats go? We had 2 more. I'm going to find them again. Jason, appreciate all the knowledge you share. I've learned a lot from just watching you trade. Thank you so much, Jason. And big smile, just tuned in. Is Fahad back? I hear someone claiming incredible feats of athleticism. Fahad is not. Fahad could apparently dunk and shoot 94% foul shots. Yeah.
In my opinion, Ramin's is much more impressive.
Well, of course.
I'm serious. Making the nationals?
Going to senior nationals. We had a Goat, who was the track star at our school.
Who cares?
He went to junior nationals, but that dude was like, he was so fast that if he had his family was from India. If he had simply taken his citizenship to India, he would have represented India at the Olympics if he wanted to.
You're talking
Canada. But here in Canada, like right. you got to be a little bit better in track and field to be number 1, and like he never went to nationals, and this dude was legit. I went to university with him. Like he was a beast. It's legit.
He was not as legit
as
Ramin.
Well, my cousin finished 6th at national. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. But let it. There is no. Okay,
Ramin,
she's saying some other stuff.
You don't have to justify it to me.
Bears versus Bulls just said when race. Neil Roberts. And the only reason I'm gonna answer this. And Mr. Westermeyer is also saying, did you ever race Fahad? The answer is no. I told him anytime, any place. Obviously, if he showed up right now, I wouldn't be able to because I still have yet to run after tearing my Achilles. But I have physio tonight. And one of the things I'm going to ask my guy is, I'm just going to say, what do you need to see from me that I can start jogging?
Right.
Because I feel like you haven't given me the okay yet, but I feel like I'm getting there. So what do I need to do? What do I have to prove to you that I can start trying to jog at least so I can get back to running? Because I'm gearing for it. The weather's starting to get nice. I'm like, I want to get out there.
Great.
Fahad never raced me because I said just show anytime, man. I didn't even need proper shoes. I go, whenever you want to do it, we'll race. And it just never happened. I'm just saying.
I just don't want to see Achilles tear part 2.
No.
That's
no,
all.
I'm not going to.
I think you got to make sure that it's all healed up before we do that, because Fahad will come tomorrow, so we'll just wait for that to go. And Fahad was also an Olympic sprinter, so you have to forget about that.
You did say he could beat you.
No, okay. So, all right, let's just keep going, man. I know a lot of you are here for the trades, a lot of you are here for the talk.
Yeah, just an update. I've covered some more intel because it didn't get to VWAP. But it did make a nice pullback, but kind of holding these higher lows. So when it did that into 85, I just covered another leg. I'm now just sitting low of the day. I was looking to reload it. Remember I said above VWAP in the 24 to 24.10 range. It just didn't get there. And with only about 30 minutes to go, we have, see, this did this yesterday as well. Ford was a 9 million buy yesterday and then a nothing burger by the time we got to 350. So I'm going to write that off. And I think this CRH did the same thing. OFXI, that's an early look buy. There were a bunch of big imbalances early, and then none of them were that big. And it's all the same names from yesterday. I remember ChargePoint was there, HPE was there. I don't know about GM. So I wouldn't be terribly concerned with these rather large imbalances that you're seeing, because we saw the same thing yesterday, and none of them actually at 350 came out this big. So we'll wait around. NVIDIA had a 2 million, I think, before pairing off, and that was a small opportunity. So we'll look at that in about 20 minutes or so when the imbalances jump out there. Will trade for food. I love that name. This is one of the best
Most
names.
traders would do that.
Will trade for food. Well, essentially that's what you're doing because you eat with the money that you make. That's the first thing you do. You got to be able to eat, and you got to have a roof over your head. I was a hood sprinter, and my hurdles were fences. Legit. It's hard to hurdle a fence, though. Like most fences, you like a high jump over.
I mean, it depends if you're a high jump champion or not. I mean, there's all these different things, you know. I mean, when you're genetically capable of going to nationals, Oh man,
American fences are short, Canadian are high.
American fences are short. I know there was women's hurdles are much lower than men's, right?
Yeah. I was a hurdler. They're definitely high.
Yeah.
They're
So
lower. To be honest, they're actually too low.
I'm just really glad that Ramin
they're way
didn't
too
make
low. They're actually
nationals
too low.
because you know what? If she did, she could be like a Canadian basically hero at this point. If she had won nationals, I mean, obviously she made it, but if she had won, then she wouldn't be here switching for us.
Well, that's true.
And doing all the videos and everything like that and providing this great entertainment. So I'm, yeah, Ram Ram could high jump those fences. Yeah, you're right. We'll trade for food. Yeah, right there. Okay.
I'm going long Nike. Sebastian going long Nike now. There are signs.
Are you guys going long? So how do you guys?
into earnings? Are you playing options, Sebastian?
That's what I was going to say. Let us know in the chat.
You taking equity long here or? Leo, I'm just kind of curious what you're doing. Because the one thing, I don't like going into anything in front of earnings, but at least if you make an options play, you could limit your downside. I just feel like
that's the thing.
Yeah, like, and then if you try to set a stop or something like that, trading the equity, you run into the large problem of slippage in the aftermarket. Because I don't know, what's Nike's expected move? Like the support on the daily is like 5% away from where we are right now.
Right.
So stops on equity are going to be, could be incredibly useless for you in the equity trade. But yeah, I'm just curious what you're doing over there, Sebastian. I mean, Nike, obviously one of the big names reporting. Micron's supposed to be right at 4 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah. I'm ready to go. So Joe and I we'll be over there.
And then FedEx as well is supposed to be right away. They're always right at 4 o'clock or very, very close to it.
We'll drop that package down.
Oh, you were kidding, Sebastian. Okay, never mind.
Oh, he's not.
I thought you were serious that you were like going long Nike.
So was I. I thought that was legitimate. I mean, that's why
we've had people say that before.
The minute you asked about it, I was wondering if he was doing options as well, because I think there's risk to, like, I think for $500, play money or whatever that might be for you guys. I think for an option, I think that's fine, because remember, guys, all options, as we have option Joe, we can talk to him about that. Maybe Joe, if there's an option, what are you doing now? Oh, journaling. Okay, I was going to say maybe if there's anything that you see on Nike where the walls are or anything like that. All right, so Joe's going to have a quick little look. He's just journaling some of his trades. So that's good. Thanks, Joe, for doing that.
People wear jackets inside. It makes you think they're ready to break out. Like, should I be ready to leave or something? Like, he's wearing his jacket indoors. It's not that cold in here.
Oh, no. Well, it's getting cold now, but yeah, definitely. I don't know if he's wearing that for coldness or not.
Jorge Alvarado, Micron a buy at 85 again?
It's like Joe wears glasses for style, you know? Like, so maybe the Joe, the
What, those are for style?
Yeah,
you don't need glasses?
No, man.
Oh, I didn't know that. I assume that. Jorge, I hope so, because that's been one of the easiest levels in any of the chip stocks. Micron buy 85, Micron sell 110. It's been doing that since August of last year. Buy 85, sell 110. Buy 85, sell 110. Buy 85, sell 110. How many times have you gotten away with this? Now that I've said it, jinx.
Never.
It'll either lose 85 or blow everyone out. But if it blows everyone out on the 110 short, I feel like, come on, man. Like, it's right there. Like, you probably, if you lose on the 85 long, at least it's a solid company. You probably are not going to feel too bad about it. But if you get blown out on an obvious breakaway short when it's very close to the top, I mean, I don't know. But it's a clear pattern. Yeah. So if it gets down there tomorrow, like if they have a bad print and there's Micron down double digits at 85, is that an SSR play? 100%. 100%. I almost don't care I don't care what the earnings are. Like that's a rebound play off a major level, and it would be SSR. So I would take it, and hopefully not bungle it like we did the Reddit one 2 days ago. That sucked. That absolutely sucked.
Reddit, yeah, Reddit was, and again,
it did a clean bounce, 105 to 112, and I was down on the stock. So, and that was the play I was looking for. So that's when that happens. It's just like nothing about your day is ever going to be, even if you made money, because I was up that day, I was like, that was a horrible day. Because that was the trade. This was the one, and whatever. But and I talked about this in the lesson of the day, that what I should have done that didn't do was, so that I didn't miss the entirety of the move, is be willing to nibble in when it's showing signs that it's going to work, and not wait for that absolute trend confirmation when it's going that fast. Like, I needed to nibble into something so that my ad wouldn't have been at a ridiculous price, but instead, my initial entry was such a bad price that I didn't have a place comfortably to add. So next time, nibble in. And we nibbled in Palantir in the short today, just to change it up.
Yeah. We on Palantir, that was my too bad womp womp name right there. We'll be up on Palantir, but I shouldn't have got stopped out. at that level. All right, let's just see what's going on with NVIDIA right now, as we'll just turn our attention to maybe something that's moving around. 338 right now. We can have a look at Tesla. Tesla's back down to 234, so we could have obviously held some of those shorts, but we did not. All right, so NVIDIA, same kind of ways, man. Right at VWAP right now, but the thing about NVIDIA is I'm not going short this name. It's up 0.77 today. So if this market decides to go for a run, NVIDIA would be the one. I think that what we've really missed out there is going to be the TQQs. So anybody looking at the futures, you just had a great opportunity again. We had sort of talked about this when we looked at the NASDAQ earlier about, drawing some sort of a trend line. Now we do break it right there. We do not have the new higher, lower high because we break that high right there and get up there. So that could have been a good long area, but the thing is, it's also the 200 period moving average. So this is a little bit of a tricky spot for me anyways for the TQs because you do break that trend, but then now it's trying to form another one where that wick is basically matching up here, 6180, 6170. So you do have some good opportunities right there to have shorted this market and brought it right back in. So that's probably, not probably, it looks like it is going to be a decent level in there for this trade, 6180. I'm not looking for it to break long there, just if you are looking for a short, I would stop out if we take out 6180 at any time today. So that would be a little bit of a look there. We're not too far away. So just commenting on traders that may be long or short and just trying to figure out what their plan of action is exactly. So that would be mine at those levels. So take it for what it's worth. The thing is that Neil and I are grizzled vets. And the thing about that is that, we're like John Tavares over here. We got William Nylander over there with Joe, of course, just signed that monster contract and leading the league and leading the Leafs in goals over there.
Nylander's awesome.
This guy. Yeah. But anyways, what I was getting at the end of the day is we are expecting tomorrow is quad witching. It is the S&P 500 rebalancing. So that's a little bit of a problem for closing trades in the fact that there's going to be a lot of extra volume coming in at that time. So if you guys are looking for some trades, and yeah, Joe probably, that's a good point, talking about volume, talking about options expiration and things like that. So join the midday tomorrow where they'll be talking about this, but you're going to get a lot of volume at the end of the day today and then a lot of volume tomorrow into the close. And we have spreadsheets. We know DoorDash is on there looking to go one way. I think the Mag 7.
DoorDash and Apollo, those are the big buys.
Yeah, and then what was the other one? What got punched in the face? Coinbase didn't get added.
Coinbase didn't get the ad that everyone was expecting.
Yeah. Oh, it was Robinhood. Was another one.
That was one
there. So there's been some disappointments in that round, but at the end of the day, we'll look to see what's being added and deleted, and we will talk about that more tomorrow.
Last quarter, there was supposed to be a rather large. A lot of the big caps. A lot of the big caps were expected down weights, and there were supposed to be big sells, and came out buys. Like the other direction, and we're just sort of they eventually dumped, but like there was a kind of a counter trend trade that you could have played. Broadcom's supposed to be a big down weight. I think it's Broadcom, Meta, and somebody else are the three biggest big cap.
Yeah, let's do.
I think it might be Apple. Tomorrow I'm going to have the spreadsheet and I'll be able to go through all of this. I just didn't look at it today, to be honest with you, because it doesn't really matter until you get to the day of, but there should be some big opportunities.
Yeah. We were talking about it yesterday, but as you mentioned there, you never know.
Yeah, you absolutely never know. It's not always like Palantir where it's getting added to the index, it's supposed to go up, it comes out of buy and it goes up. It's not always
Palantir only goes
as simple as that.
It doesn't. It goes both ways.
Oh, yeah, we were supposed to check the expected move on Nike. Sorry. Sebastian was asking.
No, it was 8.5.
Oh, you did have it, 8.5%?
Is that right?
It?
It's 8.05, something like that. I did have it up. We did talk. Want me to find it? Okay, here it is right here. It's I'll tell you. I have it right here. It's 8.
Yeah, you're
exactly.
right, 8%.
Yeah, so
8%, Sebastian.
8. So
that's under support.
Yeah, we'd like to see that. We'd like to see an 8% move one way or the other. I think if it's an 8% move down, then we're going to be looking at $65, $66. That could be a situation. All right, we're flat. And why? We talked about that already, looking at those imbalances. If there is anything you guys want to talk about, we're here to do that. JP Morgan, some of the whoopsies. See, this is where I bought JP Morgan. I actually bought it in Canada. So this is the CDR. So shout out to CIBC. We've had CIBC on here a couple of times. As you can see, very liquid. But no, so it's liquid in the way that you're going to do it here, just not too much trading. It's only 126,000 shares. You know, and a lot of that seems to have been done right here in one block at the high of the day, basically 31.90. So
Well, I don't think anyone's
there's
in there
not-
outside of their long-term accounts. And
No, it's not like a scalping thing. Well, I mean, you could. Again, so this is JP Morgan. Let's just look at a name like Meta, right? So again, Meta, as we know, is $600 in United States. Here it is, $32, but it will move the same. So these are like ADRs, like you see with Alibaba. So that's listed there in Hong Kong, but yet can be traded here on NYSE. So Canada, if you guys are part of, then you can trade all of these names here with Canadian dollars. This is NVIDIA. So look at NVIDIA today, right? Obviously a lot of liquidity here. You're basically getting no slippage. I would actually say slippage is less on this than it is on this. And the reason why is that in any second here, this thing could drop 10 cents, and you're thinking you're getting 50s. Next thing you know, you're getting 40s. Obviously, if you put a market order, you'll be fine. But this is just a little more aggressive. You could see as odds going to be the same percentage-wise, up or down. So I actually want to look at JP Morgan in New York. Obviously got sidetracked there looking the other way. But okay, so here it is right here. What do you think about that? JP Morgan up 1/4 point. I like banks in this environment. We sort of talked about that. We'd like to see rate stability, and it looks like now with only 2 cuts projected in 2025, and then another similar amount there in, hold on a second, I gotta, okay, did not get filled there, but okay, I was looking to see about the banks. So we did buy JP Morgan and we were pretty good. I don't know what percentage we're up, but we had made a good call on this. I was not expecting this to be up 5 or 6 straight days, and I actually thought it was down today, so kind of lucky to look at it and see it being up. But again, JP Morgan, good stock, good dividend, the best of the best. And I mean, we talked about Michael Noss and all these guys. A lot.
That's the one.
Right, a lot of people, including Michael, and whatever. I talked to him about it on Friday, or no, that was Raider Trader on Friday, whenever last time I was with him. And it was last week because you weren't here. So I think it must have been Monday. And it was just like, this is what happens. And he's mentioned it, like it happens all the time. You get breaks and they're not good, and then you got to manage your position. So I don't know where these guys are in or out, but at the end of the day, like even if you went long at 52.25, it's only at 49. Like you're not actually down that much. And part of making a call is making the call. So, whether or not you bought there or you bought down here.
I should have bought XLF last week.
Yeah, if you're in, that's what I mean. Like if you're in these names, right? It's like a Walmart that's coming back into these levels. These are banks. So if you believe in them, then.
Well, I bought XLF late last year.
Right.
Because I've decided, I've only ever owned CIBC, my bank, TD, which is another Canadian bank, and then Morgan Stanley. But I've stopped buying any of those, to be honest with you. Well, actually, that's not true because I dividend reinvest in the Canadian ones. But I stopped buying the rest, and I'm just buying XLF now. So I should have bought that dip last week when I was in Florida. I bought some stuff on the dip, but that's one I didn't. Intel, okay, I know I said the short's above 24, but it's 346, so I just put a trail on and just said I'm getting out if it breaks this local high, which I just did. Maybe there's an imbalance trade and we get a pop and fade in Intel, but we'll call it a day for that. With only 3 minutes to go, hey, look at that. Remember we said that big imbalance, there were all those ones that were close to 10 million, probably not going to be anything. It looks like Ford was a bit fugazi. That 8 million is gone. FXI's there, but we've seen this before. Usually amounts to nothing when there's an imbalance on FXI, an early look at least. CNH, I never know what the deal is with that, but it didn't move yesterday, so I don't expect it to move today. In 3 minutes, you're going to see that populate as well. And Dan, the man, can we review XOM? I know Randy's not here. Randy's the XOM guy.
Is he?
Well, I don't know. He's always saying he loves XOM.
Yeah, but as far as reviewing something.
Oh, no, I mean, all of us can look at the chart. I'm in Chevron. It's finally starting to go. Energy's been a tough play. It's been a tough road for it, but they're finally starting to look better. So I think you're good to go. Like the 105 level, for Chevron, for myself, it's been the 141 on Chevron. It's just been support for a while, and you've had the same thing at about 105, and you've been good to go to buy. It just hasn't done much, but now you're finally starting to break it out. Just remember, it's been very range-bound, and when people start worrying about potential recession or whatever percentage they're putting on, if it's more than it was before, then that can weigh on these guys a little bit. But I like where it's going. I think you can get back into those highs just because you said it, and I haven't looked today or yesterday. I didn't even look at Chevron for myself. That's probably doing a similar move. Charts are slow this afternoon.
Are they? Yeah.
Well, mine is.
Well, my
so
Nike
there's that one. So remember I was saying 141's been the good buy zone on Chevron? Actually, 148's been good too. I've just liked the 141. And same thing. Like you cannot, these names have not been able to break out the top. So they've just been range bound, but you're now looking like you're trying to make a breakout. So I think, if you were swinging these, there's nothing wrong with taking a little profit out in front of the high and then waiting to see what happens next. I always just buy it and to hold it because that's how I like to roll. So
is it raining out there, my guy? Okay.
I hope it's not raining.
Yeah, it's starting to. We're going to go back to like 30 degrees again. It was beautiful here. We were up to like 19 Celsius yesterday, which is like 72. I don't know, something like that, 70s. And then now today we just chop in half. It's actually pretty windy out there. It was anyways when I was out earlier. Oh!
One of my neighbors took their winters off, and I'm like, yeah.
I'm
There's going to be one more little cold
I think
spell.
I'm taking mine off. Okay.
Oh, here we go. I give you,
Will I win my roll up the rim?
let's do it. Yes.
I can't even read this. Ask perplexity? All right. I'm not, it doesn't.
You're not asking for profit.
No. All right, let's see. Neil said yes. This is the first time that you've said
I've never
yes, so
I've never said you'd win. I always say you won't.
Oh, damn. Do you think it's actually a winner?
Yes.
Though? It is a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Well, Frank, that would
Is there respect
donut?
in that?
Donut or
coffee, man. Donut. I don't want to win no donut. The good thing about the coffee is, of course, you can get any drinks. There it is.
Donuts,
it is your chicken dinner winner, man. We haven't hit this animation in a long time, so congratulations to me. I just won $2. I mean, that's great. But this is how excited we get. Okay, we only now do have 10 seconds. Like here I am throwing these hundreds of shares, whatever, at the market, and then we have that. But we're a content creator, so right there we'll create content with Roll Up the Rim. Okay, here we go. 2 and 1. We are now out right now. Let's go see. Someone mentioned Broadcom. You mentioned that earlier as a deletion tomorrow. So here comes
deletion to downweight.
Downweight. Okay, yeah, sorry, not deleted, obviously.
I hope
Broadcom right there with a buy today. So that's starting to go a little bit upside. Yo, what's up, Robin? Robinhood going to the upside right now. $43 and change. So that's trying to go up right there on a buy. You don't normally see millions here. I thought we'd actually see a little bit more. As you can see, Nvidia's with a decent sell as well. So that's starting to head to the downside. But look at this, man. Nvidia's already paired off. Yeah. So this is what we can't see the early reads on the NASDAQ, which kind of sucks for us because if we could, then we could really sort of analyze this a little bit better. But for right here, right now, it looks like Nvidia was 23 million to sell. And it only has right now 3 million left. So Kathy Wood et al. Came in. And why do they do this? So it's 23 million shares to sell. You add this plus this. Now there's going to be more coming in as the imbalance grows or shrinks here into the close. The imbalance is open right now. You can add to it. So it could go either way. But that means that there's going to be a print at the end of the day that is going to be 30 million shares. So if we look over here and you're going to see our volume, there it is. Let's just see. So like these are 44 million shares, 5 million shares right here, one wick. So, other than the open, which is 28 million shares, you don't really get these huge opportunities. So you can see, look what the buy does. Now I'll close this down. So look what the buy does in the morning, right? When we're talking about that, there's the huge buy imbalance, really ranks it up. If someone in there, let's just say this, just making fun, but let's just say it was ARK Invest or something like that wanted to sell 23 million shares of NVIDIA. They can't bring that to market because if that gets to market and they market these shares down, then it's going to drop $5 or probably not that much, but whatever it's going to drop, it's going to drop. And they're not going to get price equilibrium. They're going to get a horrible price. And then as soon as that sell is done, then people like us, algos will come in and be like, what was that drop for? I mean, just here's a perfect example. Look at Palantir, man. Someone sold this in to that Hegseth news. We sat there, got a level that we like, boom to the upside, right? So that's what's going to happen. So right now, NVIDIA at the close is going to have, again, a 23 million at least in balance that's going to print, but it's going to print right at the bid or the ask because this is an agreed upon price. So whatever that last closing price is will be executed for 30 million shares. It'll be 15 million to you, 15 million to you, and that's that. So that way, everybody gets that same closing price. There's a lot of studies, VWAP or whatever, that where you're using that closing price. So anyways, a very important number to look at. And tomorrow,
Nike's already going down.
Tomorrow we'll see a monster number. Okay, you're looking at Nike there?
Nike just lost the low of the day here. Down 1.7%. Nike after the bell, I believe 4:10. FedEx 4 o'clock. Micron 4 o'clock as well. But yeah, Nike kind of taking it on the chin here. But hey, maybe it's just going to be an opportunity. We don't know.
Taking it on the chin. How much is it down?
It's only down 1.7%. On the day though,
no, but I mean in the last.
On the day, it's just been trending the entire, all day long. There just hasn't been a bid on the stock. Like even with the market bounces to VWAP, Nike makes a fresh low. That's sort of the thing. Like it's just very clearly relatively weak. Not much you can do about it there. The other one's going to be Micron. I guess people care also about FedEx. FedEx is more of a let's just see how they're doing because they're a good bellwether more than anyone ever trades. No one actually trades FedEx. Let's be real. I don't think anyone trades FedEx. Micron's going to be the other big one. Very range-bound stock. I think it's going to be pretty simple on Micron because it's been showing you the range. All you got to do is react off of 85 and 110. Ideally, it breaks this sucker out and you're long over this tomorrow. But if it goes down, I know I'm going to want to be a dip buyer on the day trade if it gets down there. It's just way too good of a level not to. So as we said, the imbalances weren't gigantic, and any ones that are here, like Nvidia's 3 million now with a monster pair of 20 million, as Sean pointed out, it's probably going to flip in the next 30 seconds or so, and you'll see that 3 million gone, and then Nvidia will probably do at least a little bit of a move to the upside, I would suspect. A lot of times it flipped right before. There it goes. It went from 3 million to 1.9 just now, so it's already flipping before 355, Sean.
Flip-flop, our friends that trade the pool. The good thing about trading, you could wear flip-flops, are back to Trader TV Live. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using, of course, company capital. So check out this ad on your screen right now. Make sure you do scan that QR code as well. Means you're not risking your own capital. That's what the whole idea is, trading company capital. Trade the Pool now offers unlimited trading period, an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Make sure you do select that. Look, 10% off. Scan that QR code right now. The profits are endless, and also are the losses. But again, with they're being capped, you do have a risk management system in line, and that's what we talk about here all the time. We talk about the risk managers on the floor. We've got Wayne, we've got Brankles, we've now got the man, the myth, the legend himself. Lars is on the floor managing risk as well for the campus program. So there's lots of stuff happening, and again, that's what we're just proponents of risk management, and that's because we've grown up on a prop floor, where it's paramount to manage your risk and make sure that you do take trades that are of higher probabilities, and that's what this can help you do. We have a lot of people, Neil, every day.
Nvidia flipped and did go up.
Oh yeah, okay. So let's.
Not a huge move, but you could have had 40 cents. I don't know. It's like we said, it wasn't a big imbalance. The thing about that in Nvidia, if it was like 5 or 6 million to sell and flipped, then you could get like a $1.50 move. But with there's. What's capturable is not the entire wick because the algos eat up the first bit of the trade. So you're probably at best getting in here and then maybe getting out there, which is like 50 to 80. So maybe you could have had like 30 cents on that type of a trade. But that's the kind of thing we'd look for if it was a bigger imbalance on Nvidia. BG says, look at Apple.
Did Apple's imbalance?
Oh, Apple must have done a flip, but Apple wasn't on the locator. So Apple did do a $1.50 move. I don't recall seeing Apple as a large imbalance, and I don't see it as I scroll down, nothing over 1 million. So it might have been a more reasonably sized imbalance that flipped at 55 from sell to buy, and then that's the kind of wick that you can get. That's what it's all about. I didn't notice Apple. Maybe it was on there and I didn't see it as a sell, because that's what you look for. And we generally will look for it on the bigger cap NASDAQ names. There was a time when most of the best closing trades were about the NYSE, and I think now it's like with all the Mag 7 being on the NASDAQ and the NASDAQ being the index that everyone wants to be. I don't want to say everybody, but usually everyone wants to be on the NASDAQ nowadays. Like look at Palantir. It's just that's been where the juice is.
Well, you can get added to the NASDAQ 100. The thing is, the Dow doesn't,
Yeah.
they have the Dow 30, but included in that is NASDAQ names as well. There's not like an NYSE 100. Maybe they should do that. I mean, why is someone not created that?
Yeah.
I was about to throw out my cup because I'm so used to doing that.
I was gonna say, like,
But right now, wait till my wife hears this. I've never won one of these. So
never.
Well, this round.
Oh, this round. Okay.
Yeah, this round. So.
Could you imagine that? Like,
All right. Yeah, I got to get out of here. All right.
Yes.
Joe's waiting for me. We're going to have Nike. We're going to have Micron. Watch out for that, man. We're getting locked and loaded. So Neil will take us in. Only 2 minutes left.
Yes.
So maybe the high jumper can hit the bell. I don't know. It's pretty high up there right now. So
I don't think if you were a national level high jumper, you could ring the bell you could ring that bell.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna throw that
Ready
out
to go.
there.
Okay, I'm out of here. See you.
You can't anymore. Well, I'm not ringing the bell because I'm sitting here bringing you.
Maybe
guys
Brendan
to
will
the
ring the
close.
bell.
Brendan could ring the bell. Fabian could ring the bell. Maybe we could have. Oh, Andre. You know what? I look over and Andre has the headphones on and is like locked in working. Andre is always. I never see him not focused. Like at some point, maybe he'll be caught sleeping. The dude, he seems to never get sick. We've talked about this. He's data. He's a robot, and he's always at his desk working. And it is what it is. Aldrin, you better believe it. Traders should always be ready for triple witching on Friday. It's more than triple witching tomorrow. It's the S&P quarterly rebalances as well. So you're going to have a lot of window dressing and a lot of it. You have a couple of big additions. You got a bunch of reweightings, especially on some big cap techs. Broadcom's expected to be a big down weight. I believe Apple's a big down weight as well. So we will be locked and loaded tomorrow for them. With less than 1 minute to go, as we take you into the close, I'm just going to have I think I'll have Micron up just because we're expecting them at 4 o'clock. I mean, FedEx as well, but I think we care more about Micron than FedEx. So now we got 20 seconds to go, so whoever decided that they're ringing the bell is going to have to get there in a couple seconds. There I see Brendan moseying on up toward the bell. Hey, it's been a wild one, but trust me, it's about to get a heck of a lot better. You're going to have Joe. You're going to have Sean in the aftermarket show. The countdown is on. There's Brendan right there, locked and loaded to ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and what up? Boom. And Micron is already moving to the upside. So big shout out to everybody, and we appreciate you. But Micron just went right to 105 with a big move. The numbers are out. I don't know what the numbers are, but they're already starting to fly to the upside. And this is why you have to be careful. Big mover for sure. We're going to have all of this live reaction, live quotes, and price action. You're not going to go anywhere because you got this FCX, and we're going to be at the desk. So don't do anything. It's the market recap with Sean and Joe right now. Go Micron.
Yay, trading. We're back, baby. Let's go, Joe. How are you doing, my guy?
I'm good, bro.
All right, Micron, over to the screen immediately. We'll talk about Joe and how you're feeling. You got the jacket off. That's great. Look at Micron right now, 107. Oh, yeah. Nice little move to the upside right there. Right there immediately. A nice move, 103 to 107. Look, man, we were expecting 8%. It doesn't look like it'll get there, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening. It looks like we get 156 versus 142. Revenues 805 versus 789. Looks like Micron right now.
Dang.
Nice upside move right there. What does it look like on the daily, though, Joe? We've had some, Neil talked about it, 110 back down, 110 back down. So we'll wait to see what happens here with 110 coming into play right now. $1.56 EPS there on Micron right now, estimate of 142. So here we come to save the day. It was Broadcom last time. Maybe it's Micron this time. Get your DRAM now, as that's going to the upside right now. And here it is right here. 107.70. Oh boy, we're getting higher and higher right now. Micron starting to go upside. Beats by 10 cents, Joe. Revenue beats by 200 million. We're getting ready to rock and roll right now. Continuing higher. It is still pushing 108.50 right now for Micron. Anything you're seeing in these numbers?
Yeah. So what I really want to point out here, Sean, is that on the options chain, we are going to go over some expected moves here as well. You heard Katina Man say that we're looking for about 8.5%. I have 9.5%, so relatively close. But what I wanted to point out is at that $105 strike price, we have 14,000 open contracts. But then as we climb higher in the chain there, guys, at that 115 strike price, we have 18,000 contracts. So let's see how we react there. I don't know if we're going to go up to 115 right now, but we are past that 105 call strike price. So it's looking pretty good here on Micron.
Let's do something fun. Watch this.
What's
It's a stock blitz. Let's go. We've got FedEx on board right here, on board right now. I was just saying, it's your boy Joe. It's Sean. We're ready to rock and roll here in the after hours. It's your market recap show, baby. And here goes FedEx. Looks like it does have that downside move. We'll wait for the numbers. Joe will parse through them. Once we get FedEx, we'll go. There's FedEx, 245 down to 235, looking to get lower for FDX right now. So they are now out. FedEx has been beat up. I'm hearing $4.51. Looks like they'll miss by 3 cents right now on FedEx. 451 versus 454. Again, we'll wait to hear what's up with that. We'll hear what are we looking for moving forward. What is up with FedEx right now? Downside, down 4%. Expected move 7%. FedEx catching a drift lower right now. And by the way, on the daily, man, we are busted. We're back down to March again. This is year to date, down, year over year, down right now for FedEx because we are bouncing off of that March 24 low. This was the low last year, this quarter, then we had a bump up. Full year 18 to 1860 versus 19. Ooh. So they are missing quarter. They're also missing full year guide. This is the risk heading into, look, we could all be like, we're saved. What's going on right now? The NASDAQ bumped up a little bit today, still ends up down. We will talk about the market. But what about earnings? As we come into the new earnings season, what is up with the guides? FedEx guiding lower, not great for the economy. This is the move right here, still lower. It looks like 235 is going to be in play. I'm hearing in my ear, they are talking about potentially spinning off FedEx Express. Yeah. We like spinoffs. Why, Joe? Because it unlocks value for shareholders. We saw that with GE as they released their aerospace and their medical divisions. We got shares in those and their power with Vernova. So that was a big move. We'll see what happens with FedEx still going lower. Let's check out its brethrens. Look at UPS. Downside.
Sympathy play right there, guys.
Do you like that?
Yeah, hey man, it is what it is. We're going to the downside here in FDX. We're looking at about an 8.2% expected move, but they also did have about $500 million in share buyback over the quarter, so that may be a positive sign there as well too, Sean. So we'll see what we got going on. We may exceed that expected move, so there's nothing stand out from an open interest standpoint on the options chain, so it is free flowing, and that free flow is to the downside there, guys, on FDX.
Yeah, FDX not even slowing down, by the way. No. It's starting to go lower here, of what I just saw. Yeah, there it is. So we're actually starting to tick a little lower on FDX. Let's go find out what's going on with our boy Micron. Ooh. And again, Micron, better earnings, right? I think it was $1.54 versus 148 or something, but it's a nice beat right there. FedEx unable to provide FY25 EPS or effective tax rate. So I don't know what's up with that. That's just hitting right now. Whenever you're unable, I don't even think these companies should guide forward, to be honest with you, especially in this environment. Like, I would feel no kind of ways. Look at Micron. I would feel no kind of ways if a stock like Nike came out and said, we're not guiding, because like, how can you possibly guide revenues when you're not sure about tariffs? When you're not sure about what, like we heard that, what is it, 40% of Vietnam? Mm-hmm. Like, what about if there's a tariff on goods imported from Vietnam? How does that affect the consumer? How does that dribble up to Nike and their earnings? But right now, FedEx.
I mean, one thing to note there, Sean, as well, with the guide, I think this is a good opportunity for companies to guide lower, and then come during earnings, you get that surprise, right? You get exactly. You get those surprises, and that's exactly what the street is always looking for in earnings. Is they want the surprise, right? So when you with Micron, you got that $1.56 compared to $1.47. That's a surprise. That's a good beat, and you can see this underlying asset really starting to climb higher and higher here, guys. So I think it's actually a good opportunity for companies to guide significantly lower, and then we get that surprise come Q1 earnings, guys.
I am a little bit worried here because as the shippers start to go to the downside, could be recessionary because, you know, why can't they guide? Why are they nervous about it? If we start to see the rails, the shipping companies starting to go to the downside, not great for that dreaded R word. Okay, other than that, and of course, we're talking about recess. You know, my kids love recess. I mean, what was your favorite?
The show recess?
No. At school.
Oh yeah, gym.
School, man. Yeah. Getting out to recess, that's like,
gym
man.
class, science class.
You know what? Now they can't even play with balls outside or anything like.
That's absurd.
I know it's nuts, right? My kids, we watched the movie Dodgeball, which is hilarious. You watch that? Yeah,
and ball
one of the best movies.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh man, we wish we could play dodgeball, but
if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge.
Remember Red Rover? You'd hold your hands. We'd call Joseph over.
Yeah.
And then you basically get concussed or whatever. And then the teacher.
We used to have to stand in a circle because we were so fixated on wrestling, so you would get speared out of nowhere by one of your buddies. Man. So yeah, good times there. And we played a lot of foot hockey too. Yes. So it's just like keep your head up at all times during recess.
My kids were saying that they need to wear goggles or something now when they're playing. It's so crazy. Like people, they're worried about getting hit in the face.
Yeah, like insane.
Okay, anyways, FedEx going lower. Let's get back to earnings and the show one more time. All right, lower on FedEx right now. I just heard a quantum name reporting. What quantum name is reporting? I'll look there. It's not going to be QBTS. Let's just go have a quick look on what D-Wave was up to today. D-Wave, not a great day, man. Down 18% there into the close. So QBTS downside again. That quantum moment today. Look, I'm over all of this. Like when I saw the Oculus and those glasses and they were really hype and Zuckerberg was on there doing all these examples and the stock got shellacked, I'm just like, you know what? These are all going to be sell the news. We saw that with NVIDIA 2 days ago. We were short 119, it went to 114. Right here on QBTS today, all you had to do was be short all day and it was all good. So we'll wait to see what's going on right now. I heard something in my ear. If you guys, QUBT. Okay, that's what it was. So QUBT there with earnings. That's the daily chart. Let me just go check it out there. So not much happening for QUBT, but thank you to everybody there in the chat for that. Let's go back over and check Micron. We are now moments away for Nike. So when that drops, we'll see what's going on right there. If you can, I can type it up and go find out what Micron was all about, but it's all the way down now. Let me just search by symbol.
Yeah, did you want the earnings report?
I was going to say, I just want to make sure because it was 156 versus 142. So I got that. The sales was 805 versus 788. Were you able to see a guide at all?
I don't see a guide as of right now. This is a 38% increase year over sales, 5.8 billion, the same period last year. I don't see anything. Oh, here we go. We might see some outlook here, guys. So Micron Technologies reported quarterly earnings of 1.56. No, not yet. But as soon as we get that guide, we will get it out to you guys there. So still waiting on Nike. Couple more minutes until that comes out. Looking forward to that one. How are inventories doing? I think that's going to be a key metric here in Nike, Sean.
Were you able to, I know you were busy there in the afternoon. Did you see any put walls or call walls?
On Nike?
Yeah.
So on Nike, we have a lot of open interest, guys. On the call side at 14,000, open contracts at 75, but we have a little bit more to the downside here, guys. 70 at that 70 strike price. 20,000 open contracts at that put. So look for a little bit of support there, guys. And then the exact same thing at 65. So let's see how those numbers come into play. About 18,000 contracts at that 65 strike.
It's very interesting because I want to go over to the daily chart here because Fabian and Joe, the 75 is right where the 50 period moving average is. So we'll see if we can get into that area. And of course, expected move. What's up, Fabian? Expected. Oh, you're wearing the Nikes today. You're on fanciness.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, hey man.
We've got the Air Maxes going on right here. Don't let the size of the shoe fool you.
We keep it classy, you know what I mean?
What do you mean classy? Come on, man. Come on, man. These are some legit shoes over here. We got to put them on. All right.
The shoe off, man.
Let me see what underwear I'm wearing. Okay. All right, here we go. No, actually, I'm wearing these Lulu ones.
All right.
They're real nice, man. The Lulu boxers.
It's the Lulu train.
Yeah, man. And I got the Lulu socks. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm really liking that brand. Like
it's good. It's good quality material, right?
I'm feeling a little
popular amongst
expensive pair. But I just go on the discount racks. I go in that app. What's for sale? Figuring it out.
What's for lunch?
Well, who knows? Okay. Oh, we're talking about Nike and Lulu, so we'll wait for all that. Look, let's just quickly go over what this day had in store for us, man. I mean, it was a little bit of a disturbing day at some points where the market just kept on falling back in. But here we go. Let's go open up the Qs. So today the Qs again. they wind up relatively flat. We talked about that. They did have a decent day. But if you're going to look over here, and we're going to go over to like a 5-minute chart, and the reason why I said that is we had that huge move to the upside. This is why I was saying about a little disappointing there. And then we got right back to sort of where we were in the pre-market and then just fell off of that. And then we never really got going. Maybe at the end of the day, we tried to push a little bit higher. I'd like to see the Qs break this 480 level. If we can do that, then maybe we get back up to the upside. But on a broader scale, unfortunately, Trade Ideas doesn't have the NASDAQ contract itself, but it was the 20,000 mark that we got a little bit higher. Now we got about to 20,300 or something, and then faded off that. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with the NASDAQ and the NQs in general over the next little while. We're going to look up a stock heat map to look at what potentially was moving around here. Oh, we got disconnected from this. I'll have to get back into that on our trading view for the stock heat map, and that will load up in just 1 second. But as far as what was up today, XLE, we had some super chats about energy. We do like ExxonMobil. We do like XLE as well. Nice upside move there. And this has been a fun one to trade. We talked about it just a couple days ago, man. I guess it was about a week and a half ago, as we came into the levels. And I remember sitting right here on this desk and talking about just close your eyes and, you know, buy. Like, you don't have to understand always sometimes the macro plays, because you would think that with settling down potentially in the Middle East and then a potential deal with Ukraine and Russia, that maybe oil would be settling down and maybe coming back down to the downside and not getting that global risk in there, right? But apparently XLE and oil services nicely done to the upside. Here's USO clean. We still have, this is US daily oil. We still have a nice move to the upside that is about to happen, hopefully, if we break that 200 period moving average. So a lot of nice support down here for USO. So we'll wait to see if that can get going again. XLE, the names, XOM, CVX, that's what's in there, Valero.
Exactly. Well, I have something here up on XOM too, guys, that Obi mentioned a couple days ago. He said we are at a technical breakout level, and sure enough, as you see, we open up at the top of the range and have now continued on that topside trajectory, guys. So really, really good look here on XOM. Energy may be breaking out. This is a good buy. I know that it's really, really choppy, but when you see a breakout through key resistance level and that move is sustained, that's a really, really good look for the energy sector here, guys.
What's going on with lasers? Luminar right now, people asking in the chat. Look, man, me and Joe are all over this chat. We want to thank everybody for watching. Stay tuned for more, man. Nike is coming out in 1 minute. We're ready to go right there. Okay, here we go, man. This is what Lumen's doing right now. Again, LAZR, Luminar Technologies, a gap EPS of minus 126. So losing on that one, but expected loss of 250. So right now it looks like